For those of you here in the paddock with us today, and for those of you tuning in from live around the world, welcome to Newcastle, Indiana, home of Castle Motorsports Park, and this weekend, home and set for the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour Championship finale. My name's Xander Clemens, alongside me, the voice of SuperKarts USA, Rob Howden, back with us after one weekend off from Miller Motorsports Park, Utah Motorsports Campus, set to crown some national champions once again here, Rob. A beautiful morning here in Newcastle, sunny skies, just starting to get close to 70 degrees. Going to get hotter later today, but it's a cool, easy start to the Saturday.
Yeah, I think everybody's saying that, Xander, that it's, normally we could come here to Newcastle and it could be one of those weekends where it was, high 80s, low 90s, super high humidity. Pretty cool this morning, 62 when I got here, about 66 degrees ambient temperature now. 13th edition of this Summer Nationals, as you said, was part of the Pro Tour from the very beginning back in 2010. We've got great championships lined up, an awesome racetrack always with lots of overtaking opportunities. It's going to be a tremendous weekend.
Here's a good look right now at a massive group with a couple of the PSL Karting Bureau Arts in the mix of it, headed towards the scoreboard hairpin. We're running, of course, the clockwise direction of this racetrack, which has been run only a handful of times over the last couple of seasons, and it has a few different passing opportunities than what we're used to seeing. Here's a good look at a few drivers on the Speed Concepts Racing CRGs. Of course, big news in the silly season that started to heat up over the last 2 months. Paulie Massimino switching to join forces with Austin Garrison, who's making only his third start of the 2022 National Pro season, and in those 2 starts, he's at least gotten some hardware on both weekends.
Yeah, pretty solid 1-2 punch, right, with Garrison and Paulie Massimino, big for the CRG brand and solid for Speed Concepts Racing. The 2 drivers able to work together when Garrison was by himself, didn't have that other guy to potentially punch with, so I like both those drivers being guys we go watch for race wins here this weekend.
Another guy to watch is the one on our screen right now, and that is Diego Ramos, I believe, headed down the front straightaway towards turn number 1. Another driver switching forces has been with the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic team with Kevin Monteith out of Canada for quite a while, and has joined up with PSL Karting in his debut weekend with the U.S. Pro Kart Series at Road America. Got some hardware as well, got even into the money podium. He's a little bit further down the order, though, as warm-up begins to come to a close for the Speed Lab Racing Engines X30 Seniors. Hayden Jones is your quickest at the moment, and the RPG guys, they have been super stout. It has been an RPG lockout of all 3 time practice sessions yesterday, practice 3, 4, and then happy hour with Jones or Norberg topping all of them. They are 1 and 2 right now. Austin Garrison is 3rd. Shout out to Frankie Mossman. The rookie has been strong every year he's come to Newcastle. He is 4th here to end Saturday warm-up.
Yeah, it seemed like Mossman made that big breakthrough. The Super Nationals last year was right in the discussion throughout the entire weekend, including Super Sunday. But you talk about the RPG crew, and you really kind of lean towards Ryan Norberg. David Cole and I were talking about this on EKN. Is this the best season ever for Ryan Norberg? The guy's a multi-time champion already, but what he's putting up, the stats, the race wins he's getting this year, this could be the best season of his career. And again, Norberg looking to cap off another title.
No doubt about that. I mean, he is chasing history, and he is breaking his own record. If you look at the modern era with X30 Pro Racing, he's already got 5 national titles, 4 here with the SKUSA Pro Tour, chasing number 5 here this weekend. He's got a massive points lead coming into today. With a very solid day today, he could easily clinch himself a national championship once again, and he's still in the points for, of course, the U.S. Pro Kart Series. He's won the Super Nationals last year. There's not much more he can win, but like you said, especially if you go back to the last time we ran going clockwise here at Newcastle Motorsports Park 2020, that was probably one of the rougher years for him. And even then, he was podiuming just about every weekend he went to still.
I think that when you look at the body of work that Ryan Norberg's put together, the win last year at the Super Nats was really kind of that capper, right, that brought it all together. We're literally seeing a legend racing right now. You know, the sport's been around for 60-plus years. You go back to massive names who are still with us here as part of the SKUSA program, like a Lynn Haddock. You look at the Lake Speeds, the Pruitts, the Dismores, as we had said. These guys that have been around forever. You got to put Ryan Norberg in that discussion right now when you're looking at 5 national championships potentially here, just in SKUSA racing, not including everything else he's done, plus the Super Nationals win. We're literally kind of in the, amidst a legend in the making here right now.
Well, he's chasing history, of course, and again, he is on track for it as of right now with a nice points lead coming into the weekend. We obviously have to talk championships when we look at all the classes across the boards. The 2 headline divisions, your X30 Seniors, your Pro Shifters, Norberg and Marian Kremers, the 2 championship leaders in both of those. They've got a healthy gap. It'll be more of a fight for second outside of some major catastrophes on their end. But then some of the other divisions, KA Senior comes to mind. They are all to play for here this weekend, especially with 2 full rounds of racing of the 6. You're 5 out of 6 counting. I mean, we still have only really run 3/5 of the championship. Yeah. So a big weekend for anyone here in Newcastle could all of a sudden catapult them from maybe edge of the top 5 to easily on the box, if not coming out as a title winner.
And the big thing in the SuperKarts USA program is the way the point structure is, right? There's a lot of points up for grabs in the pre-finals as well, so you have to have a full day. You can't just take one race off. You can't struggle. You have to make sure that every time you're on the racetrack, you're maximizing, you're optimizing whatever position you can possibly get. I also like the micro category. I was looking at this before. We've got drivers tied up top, Rocco Simoni and Troy Ferguson, exactly the same point total up top. Of course, it will change depending on the drop they have. But like you said, Xander, there's a couple categories that, the championship leader has got a good handle on it. There's others that are going to be super close, and we're going to watch it every session throughout this weekend.
No doubt about that. And we talk about Norberg obviously having a banner year, but in the Micro Swift class, we see this kind of year after year. There's a few kids early on in the year that all of a sudden seem to kind of hit their stride, and then they ride that wave. Last year, that was the year of Keelan Harvick in the Micro Swift class, was phenomenal. This year, we've got a couple names, obviously. Rocco Simone and Troy Ferguson, multiple wins in all the major championships that they have competed in so far this year. Royce Vega got a big-time win just a few weeks ago. Big boost of confidence for him. He sits third in the championship before drops factor in. And then you look at some of the kids that maybe could be a big breakout weekend. You go further down that championship, of course, Jackson Gibson, Nico Orbezo. They've been consistent this year. They're pretty much out of the fight for the top two. It looks like without drops factored in at the moment, which I think when they factor in with how good the top two have been, it'll still come down to either one. But these kids, third, fourth, fifth, and on back, I mean, that's still to play for, and it could be, again, a surprise winner or a first-time winner in the class here this weekend with such a big pack race that we're so used to seeing at Newcastle.
Indeed, the qualifying session underway. Team Bennick-sponsored Micro Swift onto the racetrack right now. That's the category we're talking about with Rocco Simone and Troy Ferguson on top. Of course, Xander giving a number of the drivers who have kind of dialed things in, and we see that, as you said, Xander, through the season, especially with the Micro Swift drivers. They're on some of them may be on the national level for the very first time. They're getting comfortable running at this level, these particular events. And you mentioned it with Royce Vega getting a big national win. You get that confidence, right? All of a sudden you get the confidence, then you get the momentum built up. That's why we see the kids really come on near the second half of the season.
100%. And now as we're watching them here with the first laps coming in, this again here for the first of two groups in Micro Swift at 26 drivers strong. So you're seeing the bottom half from final practice. Royce Vega's in this group. Drew Waltz was the second quickest that missed the cut line yesterday. He's working his way around, and we've got a couple different camera angles we'll be showing you guys throughout the afternoon. Here's from the far side of the racetrack. That's Nico Sarfate, I believe, and one more headed over into the back section. Actually, no, that'll be one of the different, might be Julian Sanchez in the number 10 GFC karting entry, leading one of the red speeds around, I believe, under the GWR banner, working lap number 2. So again, here as qualifying is working its way through, we're already coming up on the 4-minute mark. Such a massive racetrack here, minute 15 times, and a little bobble there already. Some dirt getting kicked up here in the first session of the day.
We've got a driver out there trying to find out where the edge is, getting a little quicker through that final section of the racetrack. That's that right, left, right combination that leads back to start finish, and I think that'll be an exciting component as well. You defend to the inside of the first right-hander. You're going to find yourself being on the other side of the racetrack coming through, and the over-under is going to happen quite a bit, I think, in the final couple of corners. I'm sure drivers will start testing the waters there throughout the pre-finals, but indeed it was the number 10 of Julian Sanchez on the GFC that Xander had mentioned before. A 1:14.689 current fast time, 0.2 quicker than Royce Vega, who had talked about coming into the event here, P3 in the points. Vega in that number 33 for Team Bennick. Colton Schniegenberg in the third spot. Drew Waltz and Parker Ives currently rounding out the Fast Five.
Schniegenberg's on a really good lap here this lap. He's in that red speed right behind in the number 17. He was the driver who dropped a wheel coming to the scale tower corner, but that kind of is going to work out for him here for lap number 2 because it started him about 5 car lengths back from Julian Sanchez. He's followed him this entire lap, closed up a little bit. If Sanchez goes quicker again and Schniegenberg's able to match him stride for stride and then get the toe down the straightaway, he could go a little quicker this time. They're working their way through the final 2 corners. They'll come towards this finish line right here between these 2 right-handed 90-degree turns and across the line. No improvement for either one of them on lap number 3. I thought that might have been a little better. Ultimately, they both went slower, and Parker Ives to the top of the boards in the 48 machine, 49.
Yeah, a 1:14.534 for Parker Ives goes just a little over a tenth quicker than Sanchez on his final circuit. Purple on that final lap. And again, as time working its way through, this is the thing about this racetrack, Xander, as well. It's not a smaller racetrack where you can get 6, 7, 8, 9 laps into a qualifying run. It's so long that you're going to get a shorter amount of time. You have to get the job done. Put a little more pressure, I think, on the drivers.
100%. It's going to make it that much more crucial when we get to some of the classes later on with more experience that you're able to play the game right. Because, again, a group qualifying session, they get sent out in the order. They finished final practice yesterday. That obviously was the split for the groups, but we're expecting it. We know it's coming. There's going to be a lot of gamesmanship played because it's such a big racetrack. The draft is so crucial, even in the pro shifter class. I mean, it makes a difference. It's not going to make a difference, I think, to the point that you'll see them try to find a place in line and get get behind the right guy, but in every single speed class here, including the X30 Juniors and Seniors, you will see a lot of gamesmanship here in qualifying, I believe.
Yeah, we saw a little bit in final practice yesterday as well. Drivers kind of stopping on the racetrack, slowing up. They didn't want somebody to be drafting with them to kind of find a lap or to find a quick lap around a quick line as well. So I guarantee that we're going to see these guys playing around early in the session. But we do have drivers finally coming in. I believe this session coming to a halt. Checkered flag being thrown, I think, indeed. Coming out here momentarily. A number of drivers already into the pit lane. Parker Ives, as we said, the Nitro Kart driver with the fastest lap so far, a 1:14.534 provisional pole time. But as Andrew said, a split group here. 13 drivers waiting on the grid, getting set to go, including Troy Ferguson, Rocco Simone, Nicholas Orbezo, Jackson Gibson, as we had talked about. Some of these drivers we've seen up front throughout this year's SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. Again, 13th edition of this fantastic championship program. And Parker Ives with the fast lap. So 1:14.534 provisional time. Next group rolling out on track, and it shouldn't take too long. Let's see. Everybody going quickest on lap number 3 appears here. So, again, just 3 laps, Andrew. That's what we were talking about. It's such a long racetrack, especially the drivers here in Micro. Only 3 laps to get the job done.
Yeah, short amount of time, and that's why you're seeing at least these kids instantly get kind of grouped up, but single file. They know how important it is to be where they need to be to set themselves up. We're watching Nico Orbezo right there in the middle of that group, along with what looked like to be one more, and there is Troy Ferguson in the 43 machine. So he's second in line in the group, and they're all making their way towards the final few corners as we get set for more here. We've got our pit reporters, of course, around the racetrack here, Kendall Hedge and Jenna Tommy. They'll be giving us a lot of updates along with a lot of interviews throughout the day here. Kendall's down with us. Kendall, what do you have for us so far here this morning?
I'm Kendall Hedge down on trackside, and I just talked to Caleb Gaffera, who's about to head out for the KA100 Junior qualifying. He's pretty much focused on X30 Junior, but he thinks KA Junior is going to be a breeze, and so he thinks qualifying is going to go pretty smooth, and he thinks he's going to put it on pole today.
I like the confidence there for Caleb Gaffera. Obviously was very quick yesterday and dialing things in, and so Gaffera's got the confidence moving in. What do you think the other guys in the category are going to be thinking there?
I don't know, man. Again, obviously, you look at Caleb Gaffera's record so far this year. There's no surprise why he's got that level of confidence going into qualifying. And again, we're at the point of the weekend here. Outside of having maybe some engine issues on practice day, your confidence should be about as high as it would be at any point this weekend, you would think. We haven't crashed at all in any of the races. We haven't had any issues. Here's one little crash that was Pasha Ali in the number 42 Paralyn that went off over in turn number 2 on his first flying lap. Unfortunately for Pasha, he is not going to be a part of this big drafting group here, led by Marco Samet in the Brandon Jarchak Racing Lando Norris kart, headed through the final 2 corners. This will put their first full speed lap through across the line. Troy Ferguson's lined up behind him, and Orbezo's lined up good as well. The quickest at the end of lap number 1 for group number 2 looks to be Jackson Gibson in the number 11 RPG Cosmic. He's midway through this group as they head down to turn number 1.
Yeah, Jackson P7 back by about 0.7 of a second on the opening circuit, a 1:15.252. Rocco Simone not that far back either, 1:15.407. So indeed, drivers in this first group on their opening circuit right up into the top 10 quickly here. 26 drivers in this Micro Swift field, brought to you by Team Bennick here this weekend. And as Xander said, a lot of gamesmanship already. These drivers in draft packs, some of them trying to make some moves to get ahead of the driver in front of them. They feel like they're getting held up. They want to get that pass done. But when you make an overtake, knowing that you're only going to do 3 laps, if you kind of throw away one of the fast laps trying to get yourself into the position, you better be able to deliver on lap number 3, and that's what we're seeing now. A couple drivers kind of maybe juking around a bit, trying to find a different place within the group. There's the number 11 right now that we're watching for sure. Jackson Gibson was the quickest pilot on that opening lap for group number 2, the Cosmic driver for Rowellson Performance Group. Xander, lap number 2 coming around. We'll get a really good indication if someone goes to P1.
Yeah, we'll see where they kind of shake themselves out. Here's Gibson across the line. He was by himself, and he still, again, goes to the top. In fact, he'll go all the way to the top. New Pole Award provisional sitter right now in Jackson Gibson, the number 11, the 1:14.151 for Jackson Gibson as he works his way around. We had, of course, Parker Ives, quickest in the first group. He's on the hot seat right now, and it looks like he's going to be set to talk to us in just a moment. So we'll get set to send it on down here. Jenna Tommy has caught up with your quickest driver at the end of group number 1 of 2 for Micro Swift. Parker Ives currently sits second, waiting for that final lap to come on through. Jenna?
Thanks, Xander. Parker Ives, you are the pole sitter for Group 2. How do you feel about today?
I feel pretty good. The car felt fast. I just drove it, and it worked out.
Did you have a harder day yesterday? Does this feel good, like revenge almost?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Who do you want to thank for helping you out this weekend, Parker?
My mechanic, my mom, my dad for supporting me. Yeah, I think that's it.
Are you excited or are you nervous for the pre-final?
I'm excited.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thanks.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Jenna. Again, Parker Ives, quickest in that first group. He'll get bumped down a little bit right now as the third lap comes through, Rob, but he still hangs into the top 10, and we've got a new driver up on top of the boards.
Yeah, considering the fact that we split it with 13 in the first group, 13 in the second group, anything in the top 10 is going to be good for Parker Ives, currently in that eighth position here right now. Parker to Davidson, North Carolina on the Cosmic, but Brandon Wagner has gone to P1 in the number 40, a 113.703. Potential contact with a couple drivers there, the number 40 being involved in that one. An issue here as drivers trying to get some speed dialed in. Where's the 40 on my list? Don't see a 5. That was actually Wagner. That was actually the guy that was the quickest on the racetrack. He got together with the 48 of Matthew Cagle. So that was actually Wagner, who had gone purple with a 113.703. Contact down in the hairpin, Xander, on the, like, essentially the cool-down lap.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. The checkered flag for the time on the session came about little ways after the main group, but it looked like they opted to give them the checkered right at the end of 3 laps. So 3 laps for everybody, and that again ended with Braden Wagner going to the top, scoring a first career SKUSA Pro Tour pole award, and following that up 2 corners later by going around with Matthew Cagle in the scoreboard hairpin. At the end of the day, though, he will still get to start at the pole on the front row for the pre-final. Jackson Gibson, good all session, and by himself for most of it. I'm not sure if he ended up getting a little bit of help on that final lap, but for a lot of it, he's looking really, really strong. That RPG Cosmic P2. Cagle was third, so I think that might have been trouble in paradise, probably more by accident than anything, of first and third coming together after working together to go to the inside of the first 2 rows. Alexander Procunha, we saw him earlier on making some moves, shuffling up the pack. He was kind of marred in traffic, made some passes. Good final lap to go 4th, and then Marco Samet, who led that train around almost the entire session, rounds your top 5.
Indeed, Wagner, Gibson, Cagle, Procuna, and Samet top 5. Nito in 6th, Ramalho 7th, Ives 8th, held on to P8. So good job there for Parker Ives. Again, fastest driver in the first group. If you go anywhere in the top 10, you got to call that a success.
Definitely here. So for the 26 drivers in Team Benek Micro Swift, the grid is set. We're going to take a commercial break here. We'll come back with more action, but for a KA100 Junior presented by Nash Motorsports, the engines are almost fired. They'll be on the track. When we come back here live from Castle Motorsports Park, you're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour finale.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Motorsports KA100 Junior getting sent onto the racetrack here for the first of two groups, and it's a little bit bigger in total size. 41 drivers the size of this class here. We already had our reporters Kendall Hedge talk to us. She talked to Caleb Gaffera on the grid as he was getting set while the micros were on the racetrack, and he felt really confident. Oh, we got a spinner already here out of turn number 1. And I think that might be one of the RPG Cosmics that's gone around and is beached over on the infield grass out of the very first corner. So not the best start to qualifying for one of the first few drivers in group number 1 of 2, the bottom half from final practice, I believe. I think we're just in 2 groups, if I'm not mistaken here, at about 20 a pop. Headed through the cell tower, watching another one go towards the horseshoe and then the final sector on their outlap.
Yeah, the first check mark in a qualifying session, especially with a little bit of a cooler morning, stay on the racetrack. Get a little bit of heat built into these Vinco tires. Remember, all the drivers starting qualifying on fresh rubber. It does take a little time to get those tires up to temperature. It's not an 80-degree day right now, as Ed said before. About 66 degrees here trackside now, so it's a little bit cooler. Drivers got to be a little more focused on making sure they take care of the tires, take care of their entry lines into all the corners. And of course, Xander, as you said, one driver having a trouble there. And the minute you get on the grass here, you're going to slide. A bit of moisture over the evening. So yeah, the grass is going to be unbelievably slippery here this weekend.
Definitely a little bit tricky here as they work their way around, but at least they're starting to get some heat in the tires. The first lap getting underway, and while we watch them make their way around here for lap number 1 in group number 1 of 2 for KA100 Junior, presented by Nash Motorsports, Jenna Tommy's caught up down with our pole award winner in Micro Swift, presented by Team Bennick, Braden Wagner. Jenna?
I'm here with Braden Wagner, the pole sitter for Micro Swift. Braden, how are you feeling about that qualifying session right now?
Happy about that.
How do you think the racing from pre-final final is going to change throughout the day?
I think it's going to go pretty good.
Yeah, are you excited about the whole weekend as a whole?
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Solid there for Braden Wagner. Got to be a pretty happy guy starting the pre-final from the front row. Again, listen, for young drivers like this, a great experience for him. As you had said, Xander, his first ever career pole on the Pro Tour. First time starting a pre-final from the inside of front row, too.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think the nerves would be going through a little bit. I have to imagine maybe that was why he was a little bit shorter with his words, and it doesn't help, again, as quick as you go to end up in the spin cycle about 2 corners later. But nonetheless, Braden Wagner, your pole award winner, and like you said here, gets to start on the front row for the Pro Tour. Got to feel good. Good start to the day. Beautiful weather. I mean, that's a nice little boost of confidence, as you said. And we talk about confidence. Let's see who's confident so far. First lap around. Emma Kate Scarborough right now is your fastest driver off the bat at a 109.741. Oliver Weldon, not the best Friday afternoon. He ended up down in the slow group along with Ivana Richards, who's also been quick throughout the year. They are second and fourth with William Rasmussen in the middle. They're in third. Jackson Glendenning currently rounds the top 5. We've had one go around. One of the U-Race Tony karts, I think, spun on the second time lap. Here's this group led by Oliver Weldon. There's Ivana Richards, and I believe that's Scarborough as well. So some of your quickest drivers in this group together. Scarborough going to go by Richards in the final 2 corners. That'll upset lap number 2. And as they come across, that'll give Weldon the upper hand. He goes to the top.
Yeah, Scarborough was actually in the top 10 yesterday afternoon, I believe, in the final practice session of the day. So that gave her some momentum coming through. Had some good speed throughout the weekend here so far during Friday. We'll see how it plays out here now. Obviously, Weldon on top with a 108.989. Scarborough a 109.159. It's only one driver, Xander, underneath the 109 right now. We'll see, I'm sure, a couple more fall as we do get that third, maybe potentially fourth lap in the book for the drivers here in KA Junior. Right now it's Weldon, Scarborough, William Rasmussen, Lillian Scarborough, and Jackson Glendenning rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, not sure where we'll end up for a few classes of if they'll get the full, if they'll get up to 4, if they'll be down at 3. Of course, the KA Junior's a little bit quicker than your micro Swifts, but not a ton. They are about 7 to 8 seconds a lap quicker. We're at the 115s. We're down in the 108, 109 second range here. Oliver Weldon again punching his own hole. Emma Kate Scarborough doesn't seem like she's caught up all too much as they work their way through the final 2 corners. Where do they end up across the line? Does the checkered come? It doesn't look like it did, so they're going to get another shot at it. Should be 4 laps in total for them, and across the line, Weldon will not stay on top. Jackson Glendenning goes quickest. Cameron Reed jumps up with him, and so the Racing Cajun goes to P2. Weldon third, Alexander Gonzalez into the top 5 as he splits up Richards. Here's a big group, and that, I believe, has both Reed and Glendenning in it as they head towards turn number 2.
And indeed, Glendenning went from 5th up into P1, so solid there for Glendenning. Finding more speed. As I said, a couple of drivers able to get down into the 108s. Yeah, 4 in total. Glendenning, Cameron Reed, Oliver Weldon, and Alexander Gonzalez now have got below the 109 mark. About, 14 drivers within a second here now, down to Lillian Scarborough in 14th spot. So, again, this is the first half of qualifying. A big field for KA100 Junior, 41 in total set to go. So we'll see the quicker drivers in the second group when they get ready to roll out. But the provisional pole time, a 108.876, Jackson Glendenning. And we had mentioned able to get one more lap potentially in here, significantly quicker than the micro Swift classes. So it'll be 4 laps here. Now Ivana Richards to the top of the charts with a 108.069. Checker flag, I believe, being thrown here at start finish now. So let's see everybody else come through and put lap number 4 down. Richards goes P1. In fact, a couple of young ladies, P1 and P2. Ivana Richards first, Emma Kate Scarborough up into second. But a big lap there for Richards, Xander. She went 0.6 faster than Scarborough, a 108.069. That is a fast lap for Ivana Richards. That may hold up pretty nicely when the remainder of the group comes out.
Yeah, that's a burner right there. Again, a major lap on lap number 4 for Ivana Richards. And like you said, that we'll see if it holds. But the session coming to a close here for group number 1 of 2, I believe. I don't know if they'll get one more. It doesn't look like it. They're headed through the cell tower hairpin here, and as they come on out through the horseshoe, that first group led by Richards will go in, and so that was it. 4. They got one more than the micros. That's all they will get still, though. 4 opportunities, and Ivana Richards takes full advantage of hers in the 8:10, and we'll see where that one slides on out. Well, she'll be the first one to the scale line, so Jen and Kendall will be able to try and get a word with her to get her idea of how that lap came together, because that was, again, a major lap time here from the first group. 6.5 tenths of a second on Emma Kate Scarborough.
We were talking about drivers getting below the 109s, and she almost got below the 108s there. So a really strong lap for Ivana Richards. Maybe a little bit of draft in there as well. Nonetheless, cart coming together absolutely perfectly on lap number 4. 108.069, your provisional pole. That will set the mark for the remainder of the group. Drivers coming out here in KA100 Junior. Again, for those of you tuning in, here is your lineup. We just had Micro Swift. KA100 Junior, of course, already midway through their session. KA100 Seniors will follow. Then we'll have Mini Swift, Pro Shifter, X30 Junior, Master Shifter, and we'll cap everything off with X30 Senior. And I expect that'll be a great way to cap off the day, Xander, as well. That'll be the final main event scheduled to go at 4:30 this afternoon. We'll see the big dogs of single speed racing going head to head.
Yeah, it should be massive. Again, we looked in final practice yesterday, 2 tenths separating the top 9. Obviously, Ryan Norberg looked super stout. Hayden Jones made a pass on his quick lap, but he was in the tow a little bit. Norberg was not. Jeremy Fletcher also no tow whatsoever, 400ths off of Norberg's time. So he looks like he's got pace to contend as the lone RPM or Tony Kart inside the top 10. And he's been strong with the Ryan Perry guys. Every weekend looks like he's been a little bit more in his own element. And as the second group for KA Junior begins to make their way around, we talk about some new drivers finding their element here. Aiden Ingrata's only had a few races on his Speed Concepts Racing CRG. At the moment, he's just ahead of Caleb Gaffera, chasing Elio Meza. They're going to start their first lap in a pretty good position, although Gaffera will go around Ingrata. He'll go through to second in line overall, and he's going to be in a really good spot, I think, for the second lap around, depending how quickly he's able to run down the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart ahead of him.
Yeah, pretty good group up front, as you said, with Elio Mays out there as the rabbit. Gaffera, we know, very quick so far, was very fast yesterday. Aiden Ingrata on that CRG, a very strong driver. The Canadian has really dialed himself in as one of the top young junior drivers in North America. So, again, Ivana Richards setting the pace of 108.069. These drivers knowing they're going to get 4 laps on the racetrack, and I love the pressure that lays down. You have 4 laps to get the job done. It's not this big run where you can bang in a bunch of laps. You have to get the job done within 4 laps.
You got to be right on it here. And right now, Caleb Gaffera is right on Elio Meza. He's already tracked him down, so we'll see if he wants to push him for the whole session or if he's going to lead the way around, because at that level of pace on the opening lap, I mean, you would think at most racetracks, all right, go by him, pull away. Here at Newcastle Motorsports Park, that is much easier said than done. I think we may ride behind him for a little bit longer as they have 1 lap complete. First lap coming in for the first group. Gaffera with a good opening lap jumps to 3rd. He's not able to top the initial time, though, set by Ivana Richards. She's down with the rest of our crew here. Your current quickest driver overall and quickest from the first of 2 groups in KA Junior. Guys?
That was a really impressive lap. Can you walk through how you put 6/10 on the field?
Well, it was good, like a good spot, and I got draft, so I was fast enough to make a good lap. So I think it was great.
Is racing in this class more aggressive, or do you find the racing easier?
And now I think it's really aggressive because it's like too close, and I think it's really fun because you can make like passes and be fast.
What are your predictions for the pre-final for the top 3?
I don't really know because it's a really competitive class, so it's gonna be really fun, and let's see how it goes.
Who do you want to thank for helping you out this weekend?
I want to thank my dad, my team, my family, and all my mechanics.
Thank you so much. Good luck in the pre-final.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
I'll tell you, that's a tough question to ask even you and I, who's going to be in the top 3. There are, like Ivana said, it's so close in this category. We could throw a couple of names out, but you could throw 3 different names out, and depending on how things shook down, those would be the drivers up front. That's how close it is in KA100 Junior.
Again, just take a look at the second lap here for this first group. Caleb Gaffera was 3rd overall and was 2nd quickest. He's dropped down to 10th. Diego Ardiles, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Cameron Brinkman, Charlie Smith are the new top 5. Ivana Richards, quick time on lap 4, still holding overall. Very impressive, like she said. She got herself in a good spot, got a little bit of tow, felt like she was pretty fast, was able to pull it off. And here's Ardiles in the Tony Kart, the Super Tune USA entry. He's kind of on his lonesome, but he's got at least a couple rabbits in front of him. He's trailing this bigger group, so his 4th lap could be a super one, and behind him looks to be Oscar Ilef. He's also in a good spot here as they begin lap number 4, put a close on lap 3. Let's see where they all shake out as they come across the timing loop.
Yeah, Caleb Gaffera goes to P1 from 10th, a 107.735. Again, this was a long way from being done. P5, challenge Gaffera potentially for P1.
Yeah, we'll see. He's got 2.5 tenths, like you said. Ardiles could be in a good spot this lap. He hasn't gained too much on this group that he's trailing right now, but they're coming to the checkered flag this time by. So here they come on the short chute towards the scale corner. He's right behind the nitro kart of Spencer Conrad, who's inside the top 10 as well, currently 6th. That first group across the line, led by Ingrata, will not be able to best Gaffera. He goes 2 tenths quicker again. Steven Eisert, late there across the line, jumps to P2. Ingrata back to 3rd. Alex Mercado into the top 5 for the first time here in qualifying. Diego Ardiles 5th. Meza does not improve at all in the final lap. I think he might have led that group across the line, but Gaffera digs deep, finds himself some more time. A 107.71 for Caleb Gaffera. 2 laps in a row, he puts 2.5 tenths, or at least 2 tenths on the field.
Yeah, only 2 drivers in the top 10 not going quicker on the final circuit. That was Spencer Conrad in 10th and Elio Mesa in 6th. Everybody else going green or purple in Gaffera's case on that final circuit. 0.18 the gap between first and second. Caleb Gaffera and Steven Eisert, the North Carolina versus the Californian. Aiden Ingrata, the Canadian, in 3rd spot. Mercado 4th. Diego Ardiles jumping up. He had a better lap there as well. In fact, he found quite a bit. Only a thousandth of a second behind Alex Mercado. That's the difference between the outside of row number 2 and the inside of row number 3 for the pre-final. But Gaffera, who had told obviously Jenna, that he felt comfortable was going to be fast, able to back that up. You got to back it up when you're going to talk the smack. Good job there for Gaffera, 107.715.
Yeah, heck of a run there for Caleb Gaffera. And again, 2/10 from P1 to P2, only 2.5 from P2 to P12. So while Gaffera was able to put out a nice lap, position himself well, like you said, Rob, a lot of confidence coming into qualifying. Seems like just another day in the office here for Caleb Gaffera, but for the rest of the field, it could have been one little bobble, one difference in one specific corner, or whether or not you were a little bit closer, a little further away to the driver in front of you from a toe factor would be the difference from row 1, row 2, back to about row 6 or row 7. Again, Ivana Richards, still impressive that she put that lap down because that keeps her inside the top 10, so she leapfrogged about 13 drivers in that session that were in the faster group after final practice. So she'll be in a great spot to start. And then you go back from some of the drivers that were right around her. Emma Kate Scarborough, Oliver Weldon, they're back on rows 11 and 12 and 13 in 21st, 22nd, and further on down. So they've got a little bit more work to do here in KA100 Junior. But a great run for Caleb Gaffera. We'll get a word with him here when he works his way through the scale line. In the meantime, KA100 Senior presented by Ryan Perry Motorsports set to go on the racetrack. Biggest class on the weekend, 43 drivers. Again, 2 groups for this one here. And we looked at championships coming into the weekend, Rob. This is another one, just like the Microswift class, that has a lot up for grabs here. Alex Stanfield, Jeremy Fletcher, end of the weekend. Former teammates that's at the start of the year, then now against on rival teams here at Utah. And, of course, that was all about Jeremy Fletcher when we were in Salt Lake City. A 9-second margin of victory by Sunday afternoon. He was phenomenal, and it made up for what was the mechanical failure on Saturday at NOLA with the drops. I think it goes back in the favor of Fletcher at a 50-point deficit.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to look back at every session, every race to see what's going to happen in terms of being able to run up front and to be able to run for a championship, right? There's going to be a drop, and the key is the drop. What's your worst race of the year so far? You come into this particular weekend, you know what your drop is, you know what you have to do. Stanfield versus Fletcher is going to be great come Championship Sunday.
Well, it's going to be great for Championship Sunday here in Senior, at least for KA100 Junior. Caleb Gaffera is looking to catapult himself and maybe come away with 2 junior titles. He's got some work to do, but he's starting from the easiest place to do it. Your pole award winner from KA100 Junior is down with us here.
Thanks, Xander. Sorry, hard to hear over all the go-karts. Caleb, positioning was key in that qualifying. You said you could put it on pole, and you did.
Yeah, it was just I was quick in the beginning, like right when we went out. I knew I was like quicker than most of the guys, and then I just got in front and I pulled away and just got the perfect lap.
Well, I mean, confidence is key. Who do you think your biggest competitor is in this class?
Probably either Helio Meza or Aiden Ingrata.
Do you think they're going to give you a fight in the pre-final and final, or do you think you'll walk away?
I think it'll be a fight. It just depends on how the race plays out. If I get a good start and get away, then I'll be happy with that, but I think it'll be a race.
Well, that's awesome to hear. Good luck in your X30 Junior qualifying.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
You know, probably a pretty straight-up call there for Caleb Gaffera. This is one of those tracks that it is tough to get away on. The only really opportunity to do that is if guys behind you get into an incident, they kind of collect each other, they start battling. Otherwise, the big draft on the opening couple of laps allows people to stay close. You may see that pack pull away. Hard to have just one driver pull away, as Caleb had said. The draft does play such a big role. Great job for him, though, getting the day underway with his first potentially of 2 pole runs. He'll try to do the same thing in X30 Junior, as Jenna had said. He'll be back out on the racetrack later on this morning. But right now, for Caleb Gaffera, he'll go back to the paddock with a feeling of, you know what? I felt good in the Cosmic. Everything was great from the get-go. It's always nice to have that to begin with.
Had problems here for one of the RPM Tony Kart drivers that's going to be pulling up the hill to the scale line with a dragging right rear bumper, broken right rear bumper bolt for one of them. They'll head over behind the hill. We'll give you an idea of who that is in just a moment. In the meantime, the first lap's getting underway. Josiah Tracy is your quickest driver here at the end of lap number 1 on the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. So the 941 to the top over Mick Gabriel, Lydia Small, who has found herself a new operation with the Nash Motorsports Group, and the tutelage of multi-time SuperKarts USA race winner and champion in Matt Johnson. Timothy Carroll is 4th. Adam Rylance is 5th here so far out of this first group of 21 drivers. And again, we'll give you an idea of who we just lost in a moment. Oh, might have been Andrew Chapman there in the 950. So good call, Rob, there, finding out who we had. And it's unfortunate, of course, to start from the rear in any class. It's most unfortunate to have that happen in the biggest class, 43 drivers here. He's got a long way to go.
Yeah, that's your day just got really, really tough, especially when you know you could have had some pace to potentially win up, 4 or 5 more rows. It's going to be tough for Chapman. But again, it'll be fun. Coming from the tail of the field, be smart to the pre-final. We've seen this happen at this racetrack. One of the things about Newcastle, it's length, number one, the overtaking abilities. You could come from the very back of the pack and still be a factor up front, especially with the pre-final and final still lining things up. So we'll see what he's able to do working his way forward. 2 laps in the books. Adam Rylance still on top in that number 939, a 107.930 for Rylance. About 3/10 quicker than Keegan Clark. Diego Ramos currently in the 3rd spot. Timothy Carroll in 4th, and Grant Vogel rounding out the top 5. We expect 4 laps here as well, just like we had in the KA100 Junior. So again, you got to get the job done quickly. You got to keep building the temperature up. You got to position yourself correctly on track. Lap 4, Xander, we've seen has been the best for essentially a majority of the drivers here in qualifying thus far.
Yeah, so far, Adam Rylance at least here, lap number 2, should be in a good spot for laps 3 and 4. He's positioned himself well. As we go down here, looks like we got the geese are out here at Newcastle Motorsports Park getting chased off the racetrack by one of the quarter marshals. In the meantime, as they get pushed off to the side, those things, they have no fear at all. We talk about drivers not having fear. The geese just about ran on in the middle of qualifying. In the meantime, we've got a report here. Kendall Hedge, what do you got for us down by the Avinco Tire Tent? Kendall?
I talked to Jeremy Fletcher down on grid before he heads out for the KA100 Senior Group 2 qualifying, and he's pretty confident in his ability to put it on pole. He thinks he's able to set a very quick lap, and he doesn't think the track has changed much since morning warm-up, and he doesn't think it's going to develop throughout the day, so kart changes are going to be pretty low, and he's looking for a quality day today in KA100 Senior.
Thank you, Kendall. And again, that's kind of what we've heard a lot of the story the last 2 seasons, or last 3 seasons, I believe, with this new addition to the Avinco tire. Doesn't lay down as much rubber as what we were used to in the 2010 era, the mid 2015 to 2019. We come here and you could get your shoe ripped off your foot if you put it in the rubber. We're not seeing as much of that in the last few seasons.
Indeed, with the new tire compound, as you had said, not quite the rubber down. And again, we've had some rain, as we said as well earlier in the week. So all that rubber that went down last weekend at the warm-up race, not playing a factor here this weekend. We had a little bit of wetness last night as well. I love the way this track's going to evolve throughout the day. Mick Gabriel's taking advantage of it now as well. He's gotten to P1 with a 107.807. Zach Meyer now on top, 107.756 for the time. Slowly falling down. Gabriel comes back again. So Gabriel and Meyer going back and forth here now. Gabriel back to P1, 107.665 for Gabriel, 107.756 for Zach Meyer, 107.773 for Jack Doyle. So just a 1/10 of a second separating first, second, and third. Adam Rylance and Daniel Ali, all those drivers going fastest on their final circuit to be able to go into the top 5. I think we're done for this. I think we have seen the checkered flag, so that'll cap everything off. And surprises, still a couple of drivers deeper in the field, not going quicker on their final laps, Xander. The guys outside the top 10 not able to go faster.
Yeah, definitely interesting, Rob. And again, I wouldn't say that a lot of that was due to traffic. They all were decently spread out, so I don't think there were a ton of passes on those final 2 laps. But again, you're seeing some drivers like Timothy Carroll, although Carroll, I believe, only got 2. He pulled in early. The rest of them, though, their quick lap was on lap 2 or lap 3 outside the top 10. Diego Ramos is pulling double duty this weekend with PSL Karting. He has been off here in KA100 Senior, unfortunately here, and again, a little bit out of character. 10th in the slow group out of 21, and not a solid lap really overall, half a second off. So you'd have to imagine he could be down in the mid-20s, maybe even down to the edge of 30 here to start the pre-final. A lot of work for the Brazilian who was just coming off a podium a few weeks ago.
Yeah, his fastest lap was lap number 2. Wasn't even able to go quicker lap 3 nor lap 4 when we would have expected everybody to dial things in. So I'm sure that the crew there with Diego Ramos will sit down. They'll go over some data, figure out exactly what they want to do, and potentially changes to be made. So he'll have a better raceable car when we get going for the pre-finals later on today. Again, Ryan Perry Motorsports, the sponsor of KA100 Senior. As you can see, the next group is already rolled out. And yeah, here's that gamesmanship we've talked about already as they come through the 4th or 5th corner. No, we're going in the other direction, so dial back in. It's probably turn number 6 or 7 here on this direction. Everybody kind of dialing in, all playing with each other. Nobody up to speed as of yet. Cruising around. I love it.
Yeah, this is all it is here right now. Mind games, a game of chicken. Who blinks first? Who says, you know what? Forget it. I'm going to go. And then everybody else goes out right behind them. So there they go. One of them just went to the front of the group, then dropped off. That was Oliver Calvo. He's his first weekend with the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. And now a few more kind of shuffling through the final two corners. We'll watch this big group lined up about 20 deep. All the drivers in group number one. Finally, someone's decided to go, and it looks like it might be Jeremy Fletcher who has gone to the front of the pack, but we'll confirm that here in a moment as the big group heads towards turn number one on the first lap of 4. At this point here, if you're an experienced driver, in my experience, the best thing to do when they start playing games like this, lead them around on laps 1 and 2 and then go back. It might be a little bit awkward to kind of pull yourself out of it because when you start going slower on the pace lap, you kind of lose your rhythm for a second, but if you're good enough, you can gain that back quickly. Lead them on the laps that normally are not that fast. Go lap 1, lap 2, I'll be the leader then, and then I'll pull over when you guys are already in your zone. And there we're seeing him do it, drop back there midway through lap number 1. He goes behind Parker DeLong. DeLong, just not even 14 years old yet. Double duty in Senior KA and Senior X30. He drops to the front. Fletcher back to second.
Obviously, the Tour de France just capping up, and it's kind of like that peloton. When guys are playing around before the chase group forms up. Everybody kind of dancing around to try to see where they want to be. Pick up your partner. Which driver do you potentially want to be behind? He was quicker, whatever it may be. Maybe it's a teammate. Everybody kind of dialing as you had said, Parker DeLong jumping out there as the kind of the rabbit early. Fletcher slotting back into that position. And we'll see what happens as the drivers finally starting to put that first lap in the books. We'll expect to see drivers jump their way up into the top 10, potentially lap number 2 or lap number 3. As, of course, the bigger group means the fact that drivers that were in that first group on the racetrack were 20-plus on back. So we expect to see lap 2 be the lap where a number of these drivers already break into the top 10. Will it be Fletcher? We'll see who it is that works up. Will it be Stanfield? Obviously, a couple of great drivers up front in the championship battle. Cedric Lupian, Caleb Schrader. Schrader was very quick yesterday, too. For Rawls Performance Group, he could be a driver to watch potentially for the pole position here as well. But again, lap number 1 already in the books for the first group.
Yeah, here's Aiden Levy. He was the quickest out of the group so far, but that was really because he was the only one who really hadn't played too many games. Parker DeLong led across the line, dropped back. Jeremy Fletcher now is back at the front of the group with Frankie Mossman and the Team Benek EOS kart second in line. And they've got a nice little 4-kart train with Oliver Calvo at the tail of it. Here's the pack led by Levy. I think he's made a pass this lap on one of the Franklin Motorsports OTKs, and there they go. They'll start jumping into the top 10. Alex Stanfield looks like he's one of the other ones in one of those first 2 groups. He goes to 9th, so a good second lap for Stanfield. He now becomes quickest of this group, and he is right there, I believe. Is that Peyton Phillips third in line here in this group? And indeed it is. So that group we're watching, Oliver Calvo trying to go by Phillips into turn number 2. He will. And easily get let go. That'll put Phillips into the pack. So the first group of 4, and then here is where Parker DeLong has found himself midway through the field. He dropped way back to find some dancing partners.
Yeah, a number of drivers just getting into the tail end of the top 10 on lap number 2. First it was Mossman, and then it was Calvo, then it was Ferris, and it ended up being Stanfield in 9th, Ferris in 10th, Calvo, Mossman, and Phillips right there from 9th back to the 13th spot. Fletcher was 14th. That was only on lap number 2, and you see a little bit of games being played, some more positioning, a little bit of strategy, and you watched Oliver Calvo make a move by Peyton Phillips, as we had said, and that was over in the turn 5 corner, the hairpin left-hander that leads back into the 6-7 combination. Expect to see some movement here now, and indeed Oliver Calvo goes to the top. Purple on this lap, a 107.329 Calvo, about 800s quicker than Frankie Mossman. Jeremy Fletcher right there, Cedric Lupian, Mick Gabriel still holding on to P5.
Yeah, and I think Alex Stanfield even ripped out a good one too. It looks like, at least on my monitor over here, we got 2 different monitors right now, all looking at the same time, but there we go. Stanfield, a 107.32, 7 thousandths of a second quicker than Calvo, and he's in a completely different group on the racetrack right now. So super tight for all of them. Only 5 thousandths between Mossman and Fletcher. That's to be expected. They're in the same pack, though, so that's why you're seeing that group be 3rd and 4th so tight together. Look at Stanfield right now. He is in the middle of a hornet's nest, and again, he's about to catch up to another group. Looks to be maybe another one of the RPM Tony carts out of him, if I'm not mistaken, and Connor Ferris is trailing him. Ferris that time was 6th. I think Connor Ferris could be in a really prime position here on the final lap to throw something together, because I think, oh no, they only got 3. They waited too long. That was it. So Alex Stanfield is your pole award winner. They burned themselves on lap 4 by playing those games on the outlap.
Wow, we've seen that happen many times. 7 weeks in, they start playing those games on that first circuit so slow on that opening lap, they're not able to get through to get that one final circuit, and that changes everything. Alex Stanfield, we thought, as Xander was saying, there were guys lining themselves up to potentially pull the trigger and optimize the final circuit, but instead it's Alex Stanfield, and that is key. We haven't really talked about it yet, but there are bonus points, obviously, for qualifying on the pole. 10-point bonus. Alex Stanfield comes in with the point lead, ends up qualifying on the pole position as well. So pretty solid run there for Alex Stanfield as he is P1. Oliver Calvo ends up in second. Frankie Mossman third. Jeremy Fletcher in fourth. And Xander less than a tenth of a second separating the top quartet.
Yeah, very tight. Again, they were able to get their deal together on the final lap. But, again, a lot of the drivers from the first group are going to hang on pretty well because they got 4. Mick Gabriel ends 9th overall, so he leapfrogs quite a few. Daniel Ali, Zach Meyer, 13th and 14th. So they were able to get over a bunch of the drivers in the first group. And some of these drivers in the first group, they only got 3 laps in. You look way down the order. Gavin Griffin, Gia Cicero, 25th, 26th. It looks like Lucas Zabo also down 29th. So some of the drivers in that first group, with all the shuffling and only 3 tries at it, couldn't get themselves in a good position. They're going to be down the order with a lot of work to be done. You look at the rest of the top 10. Connor Ferris, Caleb Schrader, Josh Campbell, again, Gabriel in 9th, and Aiden Levy, who was quick early, still hangs on to the top 10. But that right there, that will mix up the bag of drivers here. When one group plays games, the other one doesn't. The one that didn't ended up having more drivers, I feel like, punch above their weight class.
I think the 2 winners on that qualifying session for KA100 Senior, of course, Alex Stanfield on top, but most definitely Mick Gabriel to be able to go P9. What a huge improvement. When you're qualifying in that first group that rolls out the slower group, you're just hoping for the absolute best. You're not even around guys that have a lot of speed that you could potentially work with, right? That's the second, the double-edged sword there. But for Gabriel to be able to get out, clean air, and be able to put a good lap down, a 107.665, he was able to get the 4 laps, as was Daniel Ali, as you said, in 13th spot. Big for those guys to change really the overall complexion of the remainder of their day.
No doubt about it here. And normally we like to say that the kids' classes can learn from the seniors of what to do. Well, I think that was a little bit of what not to do. So we'll see what the Mini Swift drivers presented by Parolin USA get set for as they get set for action here. We're going to go off the air for a moment. We'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you back in at the end of the first lap here for the first of 2 groups in Parolin USA Mini Swift. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races.
With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back to Newcastle Motorsports Park here. The first lap completed, working on lap number 2 here in qualifying. And you're watching the first group head on through, led by Asher Augstein, one of 2 big names in the first of 2 groups, the unofficial slow group here, Rob. Your championship leader, Jack Iliff. A terrible ending to Friday put him down in this group as well. He's trying to make up for it. Currently your quickest driver at a 112 flat.
And there are a couple of quick drivers in here you can potentially dial in with, right? If he gets a hold of Asher Augstein, as you had said, that's an opportunity to pull away. Getting that open racetrack will be key for Jack Iliff right now. He is the quickest driver so far, 2 laps in, maybe 3. I don't know that we'll get 4 laps in for the drivers here in the Mini Swift Classic and Parolin USA, the sponsor of the category. A 112.004 for Iliff, 112.190 for Max Christia. Then you got Edward Kennedy, Asher Augstein, and Sam Tutwiler rounding out the top 5. Travis Pettit, Max Weiland, Fionn Shee, Tyrone Kemper Jr., and Caleb Tarter to cap off the top 10. Big group coming afterwards is have a solid 32 kart field here in Mini Swift. But again, Iliff up front here with another lap to go.
Yeah, he made a pass that time on Travis Pettit in the 128 machine as they go through and out of the horseshoe towards the short chute and the back sector towards the scale tower corner here. They'll make their way on through, this time by one more lap around, maybe. They also waited a little bit, so we'll see if the checkered flag comes this time by. Does it come? It does. Checkered flag in the air. So that was the final lap, and across the line, Iliff, Max Weiland, Edward Kennedy go to the top there. A 111.86 for Jack Iliff. He's doing everything he can. Goes with a pass on the final lap. 3 only for these kids, and that was probably going to happen regardless, as they're about 4 seconds slower than the KA Juniors, Rob.
That's what we expected, right? So, yeah, indeed, 3 laps for the drivers in the cadet categories. We'll keep that in mind tomorrow as well. They got to get the job done super quickly. But for Jack Iliff, a 111.868. We'll see where it stacks up. Max Weiland, pretty strong. Only a 1/10 of a second behind the point leader here in qualifying, but still lots of drivers to come.
Yeah, lots of drivers still to come. Like you said, Rob, you look at the big names still yet to go. Of course, Lucas Palacio, what a great ending to the day yesterday, and what a amount of speed he's had all year long. He's on the way. Turner Brown had a breakout weekend just a few weeks ago in Wisconsin. He should be really, really good. And then, of course, you got everyone else that's been in the mix here this year. Isaac Malkett calls Newcastle Motorsports Park home. He could be impressive. Keelan Harvick, Michael McCaughey, lots of big names to come in the second group. However, before they get onto the racetrack, let's talk to our top qualifier in KA Senior. It looked like a madhouse to try and navigate and put yourself in a good position. Alex Stanfield looked like he was in the hornet's nest for a lot of the session, but he was quick enough. He was quickest overall. He's down with our pit lane.
Our pole sitter, Alex Stanfield. You guys got so bunched up together in the front. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's just waiting up for a draft. And for the first full lap, I mean, it was just being smart, getting behind like 5 go-karts, and then I got a tow off all of them, and I got pole.
How are the track conditions today?
Honestly, not bad. It was a little slick in the warm-up, but as the heat goes down, it's getting a lot better.
And it is going to heat up. How do you think it's going to go in the pre-final?
I think it will go well. Just got to stay out in front and just, yeah, defend my position.
Awesome. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you guys.
You know, Xander, everybody comes into these races has a different focus, right? A different different approach coming into the each race. And for Alex Stanfield, qualifying on pole key, he's got a different mindset, thinking about he's going after a championship.
Yeah, again, he's got to be smart. You could tell right there. That might be about as focused as I've seen Alex Stanfield. He is, right, really neutral. He didn't, he wasn't overly excited about that pole. He said, I did what I needed to do. I got myself in a good spot, just stayed smart, kept my head cool. He seems very, very focused and very collected right now. Doesn't seem like the nerves are getting to him too much, but he's definitely not getting too hyped up over that run either.
And that's it, right? He's been around long enough. Alex is, you consider him one of the younger guys coming up through the ranks, but he's been around a long time on the national level. Very talented driver out of Texas, and impressive to see him where he needs to be now and potential to win a championship. 10 more bonus points for that pole position. He's got to do it again in the pre-final and the final. But I love the mindset. I love how calm he was. And really good insight on the racetrack as well for us and those watching at home, that the fact that the track was a bit slick to start the day. And it was cooler, too. It was only 60 degrees, I think, when people rolled in here this morning for the warm-up sessions. It's starting to warm up. Rubber's going back down. We're cleaning off a little bit of that dampness from overnight. So the track definitely starting to come in. It could help the sessions that continue to come here through qualifying.
As we watch Lucas Palacio and Keelan Harvick working together here in the opening lap of the session for group number 2 in the mini Swifts, that's a good point. Again, they had practice. Many drivers came in, ran a warm-up race here last weekend, hosted by Newcastle Motorsports Park, an unofficial club race with all the Pro Tour classes and the Pro Tour tires. And then we come here this week. Thursday was super hot. Friday, still really, really hot. Ambient temperatures, obviously, because of that hot track temperatures. This is the coolest day that we have seen yet. And again, like you said, Rob, I don't think there's been, really any point this weekend they've been on track with the temperature in the air below 75 to 80 degrees. So it's 65 degrees, of course. The track, you'd have to imagine, a little bit slick, and the first time they're getting to see it. So you're seeing veterans like Alex Hanfield. He's becoming a veteran. Second year in the senior ranks. He's competed for a Pro Tour championship before. Came away with that the number 3 plate in X30 Junior a few years ago. And again, this weekend comes in knowing what's at stake, knowing that he's been in this position before. It's not totally new to him to be fighting for a national title.
Yeah, and that's where you take all the lessons that you learned battling the first time as a junior, come up into the senior category, a little more heavy hitters, a bigger stage as well, being on the national level in the senior categories. And again, good impressive run so far for Alex Stanfield. 71 degrees is the ambient temperature now. It's been coming up throughout the day. They're saying potentially low 80s, calling for 81 or 82, but that's later on this afternoon. So really comfortable temperatures trackside as we watch these drivers here dial things in with that second group. Jack Iliff still on top right now, 111.868, but we're looking for that second lap to come in for the faster group from yesterday afternoon's final practice session of the day. Let's see who challenges up top. Tyler Roberts on that Parolin went to P2 on that first lap with a 111.909, just 41 thousandths of a second back. Roberts only on that first lap, 2 more laps to build the heat into the tires.
And he's got a great spot here for lap number 2. He was lined up right behind Isaac Malcutt, still is coming across the line. So he'll go to 4th. Ultimately not quick enough overall. Turner Brown on the 136 Speed Concepts Racing CRG to the top. Harvick and Palacio, they were glued together that entire lap there. They are currently 2nd and 3rd. There's Brown coming in. So it looks like he's going to have, I don't think, much toe on this final circuit around. The 2 drivers that are quicker, that were just a little bit slower than him last time by, are too far up the road in Harvick and Palacio. And the driver he may have worked with the lap prior is behind him now. And I'm trying to identify who we've got behind the 136 of Turner Brown and see where they are exactly. Headed through that, I believe, was Michael McCaughey. He's down in the 6th position, got passed on that lap. He'll be in a better spot than Brown this time, but by himself, where does he go on lap number 3? Hard to say. The second lap was good, a 111.27.
That was Gage Bailey, who is behind Turner Brown right now in that CRG. Bailey currently P5. Here they come through the final section of this racetrack. The right, left, right combination. Oh, what a driver is spun.
Good.
That was Malcutt dropping the left rear around that corner. We've seen it happen a couple of times, Xander, already. Drivers overcooking it coming through the first corner of that final complex. Gage Bailey leveraging the draft from Turner Brown goes to P1. So Gage Bailey taking full advantage of the fast drivers in front of him, 33 thousandths of a second quicker. He puts it on the pole. Bailey in the 169. Over top of Turner Brown, Keelan Harvick in 3rd, Tyler Roberts 4th, Lucas Palacio rounds out the top 5. Let's go down one more to Michael McGahey as well. Less than 900ths of a second separating the top 6 drivers. Unbelievably tight on top. Isaac Malcutt not able to capitalize on that final lap to get that third lap pace. He ends up 7th with that spin coming into the final complex of corners. Jesus Benito in 8th position. Ashton Woon in 9th. Alan Bonilla in 10th. Still a decent one for Jack Iliff, ends up P11 as the fastest driver from the opening group.
That is about as perfect as you can be there. Turner Brown getting the tow on lap number 2. He ends up second overall. Gage Bailey getting the tow on lap 3, jumps up, goes first overall. So a perfectly timed, perfectly set up session for those two drivers to work together to go to P1 and P2. Harvick and Palacio work together the whole session, 3rd and 5th. And like you said, Rob, down the order, I mean, we are less than a 10th for the top 6. We should be in for one heck of a show here come the pre-final later on today. The Pro Shifters have the track next up. You won't see nearly as much gamesmanship in terms of trying to follow each other, but you will see them take their time on the outlap. And then we talked a little bit with Jake French and Marian Kremers at the end of the day yesterday in the PSL Karting Pro Shifter class. They were talking about how crucial it is to be able to just kind of get one good lap. You could maybe cool the tires again, make a second run, but really the wear is so massive for them with how heavy the go-karts are and, of course, how much horsepower they have, that no matter what, they don't get a whole lot more. Jenna Tommy went down and talked to a few of the Pro Shifters before they got suited up, and they're down on the grid. Jenna, what do you got for us so far?
Thanks, Xander. Just talked to our points championship leader, Marn Kremers, and he said he's really confident going into this weekend. He's not worried about having to gain any points himself as opposed to just stealing it away from people. Him and AJ Myers got into it a little bit in Utah, and I asked him if it happened again, and he said if necessary, it will, and he will act on it. He was here for the test weekend last weekend. We talked about track conditions, and it seems to really be really consistent. Excited for what's happening, or excited for what's going to happen in Pro Shifter today.
Thanks, Jenna, here. And again, Marian Kremers, like you said, that's, kind of his mindset coming in. He's got such a big lead, as much as he may be ready to go at it with anyone, he's just got to kind of manage going through here Saturday and Sunday. It's a solid season he's put together as he chases a first American title.
Jenna trying to throw a little fuel on the fire there between Kremers and Myers. I like that. That was some pretty wild action. Of course, those guys going at it at Utah. Again, two talented drivers, right? We got a world champion and a multi-time SKUSA champion. Number 1 ranked driver in the country. Kremers is adding on the results he needs to work his way up in the EKN driver rankings. This is a good battle between the two of them. Then you throw Wick in, and French, and Gulick, and everybody else that wants to come and play, and then Bodozo coming in as well this weekend. So this is really amping up to what could be one of the best shifter races we've seen throughout the season. But again, as you said, Marian Kremers, with that gap he has, is going to be able to manage the way he handles this entire weekend.
And with that, we got to obviously talk about some of the other Pro Shifter storylines coming into the weekend. Danny Formal, first weekend with the RPG Cosmic. He's going to be looking for a little bit of speed. Talked to him a little bit yesterday. He says the go-kart, they left it stock all day long. They've just been chasing carburation. He said they were already on 25 different combinations by about midway through Friday and still looking for a little bit more, just trying to get exactly where they need to be. He said when you hit the carburation right on the Vortex KZs, they can be phenomenal, but the window is super small. So he's been working, obviously, with Alex with AVP Engines and the RPG group to continue to try and find that. And in the meantime, while he gets set for that, we'll go down to our top qualifier here in Mini Swift as we send it on down.
I'm here with Gage Bailey, who just took pole in Mini Swift. How are you feeling right now, Gage?
I'm pretty good. It's my first national pole, so pretty happy.
Well, with this being your first national pole, how do you feel going into leading the class into the pre-final?
I feel pretty confident. I've had the pace all weekend, and yeah, just pretty confident.
Well, I see lots of love here in the paddock right now for you. Who do you want to thank right now?
I want to thank the whole Iron Rock team for their support, and especially Charlie Swain for his coaching, and also my dad and my mom for all their support.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today, Gage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick young driver, Gage Bailey, starting on the pole position. Later on today, like you said, his first ever career national pole. Always big for a young driver. Great for the momentum. Seemed really calm as well, as was Stanfield. So I like seeing that for the drivers going to be up front. But here we go. This is Pro Shifter. Their opportunity to go qualifying. We'll see who steps it up here to be the front row starters for the pre-final later on today. Marian Kremers, will it be him? Could it be, as we said, AJ Myers? Interesting to see what Danny Formal is going to be able to do moving over with Rawlson Performance Group, as you had mentioned. A lot of great storylines throughout this Pro Shifter category, brought to you by PSL Karting. But this is kind of where all the gamesmanship's done. We do practice. You have all the warm-up weekend. This is when it's real. This is when you're coming out. The points are up for grabs right now. Let's see which driver is able to step things up.
Jacob Gulick right now getting a perfect lesson on how to exactly get the tires to the peak temperature, not too hot, not too cold, and make that one lap. I talked to Marion as well, joking with him at the end of the day. I was like, man, you need to get nerfed because how good he is on the one flying lap when he has to put it together is unreal. So this is where it's going to come down to it. You saw him slow down in the horseshoe, then bring it back up to full song here with 3 corners to go. And here we go. It's time to start the first flying lap. This might be the money lap already for the Pro Shifter drivers as Kremers heads up the hill. He's got a nice gap back to second place overall yesterday in Jacob Gulick, who also was quickest in morning warm-up. He is looking really, really strong in the GFC karting GFC.
Yeah, not unlike the track at 16th in Georgetown, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the warm-up lap when you're qualifying for the 500 is just as important as all the other laps you're actually getting timed. That's about bringing the tires up to temperature. These Avincos need to be handled correctly. You mentioned that he's able to get the job done. It may be lap 1. Maybe that's all it's going to take to get the fastest lap in these tires, and that's why that warm-up lap, although not an official lap as part of the session, is crucial to being able to lay down those laps. We'll see who is able to come out of the gate quickly, and indeed, will it be Marion Kremers? Does he continue the momentum he's had throughout the season, or do we see another driver potentially dialing things in? Coming through the final corners, this final complex, the right, left, right, leading onto the short front straightaway. We'll see what happens as the drivers come around. Jake French, a 101.755, just about a 10th quicker than Danny Formal. Kremers slotting into third. Hannah Greenmeyer, last year's champion in X30 Senior, into P4. Jacob Gulick, fifth. Andrew Berdozo, sixth. Amy Rule, seventh. AJ Myers, Talon Yokel, and Hunter Pickett rounding out the top 10.
Jake French went by Jacob Gulick there down the start-finish line straight, so he's got a good toe to start the lap. Gulick kind of let him go. Jacob Gulick looks like he's struggling a little bit for grip right now as he now falls to the front bumper of Danny Formal, which is going to hurt Formal a little bit, I think, on this lap. Jake French could be keyed up to maybe go even a little bit quicker as Formal stuffs it down the inside on lap number 2, and the cell tower on Gulick goes by there for that position. Jake French trying to close up to Marion Kremers. Kremers with no toe. French with a little toe this lap. Is that enough to keep him on the top step? Right now, it is French, Formal, Kremers, like you said, 1/10 between the three. Greenemeyer with a good lap. Her teammate there on screen in Formal. He's going to have to try on lap number 3 for something as that time by Kyle Wick out of left field to the top, and so does Hannah Greenemeyer. The 208 to the top of the boards on lap number 2.
Hurricane Hannah Greenmeyer to P1 by a 10th of a second over Kyle Wick on the Track Magic. So Greenmeyer on that LN chassis for Rollinson Performance Group goes on top. So indeed, it's not lap number 1. Lap 2 is the best. Will lap 3 be a little bit better? Hannah Greenmeyer, fastest driver on the racetrack, a 10th faster than Wick. Kremers back by only 5/1,000ths of a second from Wick. Pickett moves from 10th up to 4th. Talon Yokel, great job as well, up into the 5th spot. AJ Myers currently mired back in 6th. Bedozo 7th. Lap 1 was Jake French. He's back in 8th after lap number 2, Xander.
Asked Hannah Greenemeyer here. This is her second, obviously, Pro Tour weekend in a Pro Shifter class. Do you feel like you belong here yet? Do you feel comfortable? Obviously, her nerves are not nearly at the level they were last year when she was competing for her first national championship, but at the same time, she feels pretty good. And obviously, it's a big boost to be able to have Danny Formal under the tent. As they come across, Marion Kremers, though, finds a little more pace on lap 3. He goes quicker. Now you'll start to see them drop back. So just pulling off to the side was Kyle Wick. Looked like, I believe that was AJ Myers doing the same. Kremers on the 3rd lap, a 1:86. 10th and a half up on Wick's time. He goes back on top.
The only driver to get below the 61-second mark is Marion Kremer, 60.863, just a 10th and a half faster than Kyle Wick. Hannah Greenmeyer not able to go faster on lap number 3. Not that much slower, to be honest, about 6 or 7/100ths of a second, but she still holds on for P3. Jake French back from 8th up now to 4th, 101.055 for Jake French. Hunter Pickett in the 5th spot. Myers 6th, Yokel 7th, Billy Musgrave on his factory car chassis up into 8th ahead of Jacob Gulick and Andrew Bedozo. A couple drivers already pulling off the racetrack and moving their way through. Checker flag flying to end the session for Pro Shifter. Anybody else with anything here on lap number 4? Gulick doesn't go faster. Neither does Pickett. Everybody so far lap number 2 or lap number 3. Indeed, that window did not keep getting better on lap number 4. Kremers did a 4th lap as well. About a 10th of a second off, Xander, but we wondered what lap it was going to be. Let's say pretty much lap number 3, the fastest. In the top, 6? Only one driver did not go quicker on lap 3, and that was Hannah Greenmeyer on lap number 2.
Yeah, she put together a perfect lap, and I think she got a really good position and kind of got held up, it looked like, a little bit on lap 3 behind the PSL karting barrel art of Hunter Pickett, who I talked with his mechanic, Harrison Mills, yesterday. He said, man, it's just kind of been up and down. We were so good. Then as soon as we got to the official time practice at practice 3, just seemed to struggle, and they've been looking to find that pace they didn't have. Danny Formal mired in traffic, 14th there at the end of that session. Not the session, I'm sure, that the Costa Rican would have liked in his first Pro Tour start of the season. But for Marian Kremers, it's a great way to kick off championship weekend. 5 rounds in, 5 pole awards so far for Marian Kremers, with Wick, Greenemeyer, French, Pickett with a good lap on lap 3 was able to go to 5th. And then you go down A.J. Myers, 2.5 tenths back right now for the national number 1, just ahead of his teammate at least, so he's the highest magic card. But we know AJ here, the top nationally ranked U.S. driver on your EKN rankings. 6th place, that's not going to cut it for him to make him happy today.
He will not be happy with that at all. Neither will Danny Formal, being down to where he is in 14th position. And a little bit of a surprise to me as well, Jordan Musser, all the way at the very tail of the field, the last in the grid. We talked to him yesterday. We did one of our tent talks at PSL Karting, and I think he will be very surprised with the pace he put down. I think he expected to be a lot faster. He was running with the guys on his team in PSL Karting, ends up laying down a 102.919. So look for Musser, who is a multi-time Masters champion and planning to head over to the KZ Masters Super Cup, the World Championship event this year, trying to run with the big dogs here in Pro Shifter. I think we'll see him move forward pretty quickly.
Yeah, I joked with Jordan on the grid on Thursday. I said, well, with you going back into the senior classes, does this count as a midlife crisis? He said, Xander, my whole life's been a midlife crisis. So he's had an awesome run through practice. And again, he was only maybe within a second, I would bet, of the best guys. Was hoping he could get down to about a half second. So I'd have to imagine they're chasing something more than just the nut between the seat and the steering wheel to be 2 seconds off. We'll see where he ends up. In the meantime, with X30 Junior presented by Rawlison Performance Group on deck, they'll get set to go. And, of course, they had one of their drivers in Hannah Greenemeyer, champion last year, with a great result here to put herself inside the top 3 in qualifying, and sporting a brand new suit there with offset and M-squared karting. Of course, Mike Beanie and Bonnie Moulton, they've been phenomenal in her development throughout her career, and they've got her rolling pretty good. Her second Pro Tour start was a couple top 5s in Utah. She is 3rd at the end of qualifying, and she's caught up now with our Jenna Tommy. Jenna?
Thanks, Xander. Hannah, you're back in a shifter. How's it feel?
Feels really good. The OTK go-kart's working really well around this track, and I think that we got some good pace for the long run, so I'm hoping that goes good.
Yeah, shifter has definitely been entertaining and a show this year. Did anything entertaining happen in your qualifying?
Yeah, on my fast lap, I decided to hit a rumble strip on the entry, and that did not help me get down to the apex. So I left a little bit of time out there, but I mean, I'm happy with how I guess I qualified, but just knowing that I left that little bit of time out there stings a little bit, but I'm still happy. I'm still learning, and it's not like I'm around, untalented drivers.
Yeah, and you definitely still have that time to use in the pre-final. What are your predictions? Where do you think everyone will end up?
I think Kremers is pretty hard to beat. He's really good, and yeah, I mean, everybody I feel like is pretty close. It's just, I think, about tire management. I think in the pre-final, it's a very long track, and 18 laps in the final is going to be a long time to hold on to everything.
How do you think the track conditions are this weekend?
I think they're really good. It feels pretty grippy out there, so it's not as grippy as in past years, but I think you got to get underneath the grip, so I think that's helping some other drivers more than others.
Well, we hope to see a show. Go put up a fight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jenna. And again, Hannah Greenemeyer, interesting to hear that she felt like she left a little bit on the table there, only a 10.5 off of a world champion. That is a very, very impressive performance here to kick off her Saturday morning.
Yeah, 3 different chassis in the top 3 as well. Hannah, of course, carrying the OTK flag, P3. Kyle Wick on the Track Magic GFC machine. And, of course, the Burrell art for Marian Kremers up front. Listen, let's just be real. This is a fantastic opportunity for all of the drivers here right now to get a chance to go wheel to wheel with a former world champion, right? That's exactly what Marian is, and we expect the most out of him when he comes racing. Put a great lap down, a 60.863, just about a 10.5 quicker than Kyle Wick, who's been really strong throughout this season as well on that Track Magic. But for Hannah, man, it's the momentum coming from the success she had in Utah. More time in the kart, more time driving the shifter. big for her there. She had said a little issue there in her quick lap, then got held up, as you had mentioned, behind Hunter Pickett on what probably would have been a faster lap, number 4. I like her chances of being able to potentially work her way onto the podium this weekend.
I think so. And again, another thing about Marian Kremers that's interesting to note here for this weekend, obviously he's pulling double duty, X30 and Pro Shifter, the only driver to run in both headline classes, the two most physically demanding classes you could make an argument for here as well. And he's struggling with some neck pain. He had a kink in his neck he kind of got at the end of the day Thursday. Talked to him yesterday. He said to turn around and see who's behind him, he literally has to lean forward and completely shift his torso just to check the gap behind. So he's hanging on right now. He's doing obviously a phenomenal job so far. Pole in the first of the two classes with X30 Senior on deck and to come later on. But just another thing to note here of what a world champion is battling with and still putting a 10th.5 on the field.
See, that's the stuff that's normally reserved for guys my age, not a guy Marian's age. I get that all the time. We all get that when we're 50 or older. But yeah, that's tough. Something obviously happened, maybe a little tweak, whatever it may be. But again, that's a little thing that over the course of an 18-lap main event could play a bit of a factor. This track, as you know, quick track, lots of G's as well. I'm sure that it'll be something that he'll be able to overcome. He needs to get into town and get a massage or something. That's the key, I think, for him right now.
That's what he needs. Something there to help the poor man out, because again, I mean, he is working through it. I know after NOLA Motorsports Park, where he got tapped at the last minute to be able to get in the go-kart, he got out of the weekend, even though he dominated in Pro Shifter and had some decent runs in X30. Said, man, I'm tired. I am not in shifter shape right now. Put a lot of laps in here since then. He's gotten closer and closer. Now feels good physically, but again, other than that, it would have been a smooth weekend. It's unfortunate with a little kink in the neck that's hurt him here. That said, he's not the only one that, of course, is coming into this weekend with a shot at the title. Kyle Wick broke through, got his first Pro Tour win of the season back at Utah Motorsports Campus. He's down in the Avinco tent and qualified on the front row as well.
I'm here with Kyle Wick, who qualified P2 in the Pro Shifter class. Kyle, you had a really solid weekend in Utah. How's the momentum carrying over this weekend?
This weekend's going good so far. We just got to keep up working hard, and hopefully we get the same result.
So going into the pre-final, sorry, there was a bug in my face. Going into the pre-final, how do you think all the drivers are going to stack up?
I think it's going to be a really tight field. There's going to be a lot of hard racing. This track provides really good racing for the shifter, it's probably the best racetrack for shifter that we've gone to this year. So it should be an exciting race.
Do you think the track is going to develop more throughout the day, that you're going to have to make changes?
No, as the tire degrades, we'll just go slower, but no big changes.
Well, sounds good, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Xander, that's going to be a big talking point, isn't it, throughout the day here for the shifter drivers and throughout the entire weekend, is the tire degradation that they're going to have. It's not that they're going to be chasing the grip. It's the lack of grip that's going to be coming away. They're going to have to do those little bit of chassis changes just to make sure they maximize what little grip they're going to have by the time we go main event racing.
Yeah, I think no doubt. And again, that's 2 for 2 on drivers answering, saying, you know what, track's okay. Not a big deal about the conditions, but my goodness, tire degradation, that'll be the name of the game. They know how long the sessions are here. A quick look so far at the Rollison Performance Group X30 Junior class. They're coming to a close. 2 laps completed. Max Garcia is your quickest driver. He's in a great spot right now, trailing this group of 3, headed towards the Turn 2 scoreboard hairpin. So as they go on through, he's 4th in the group and only about 2 car lengths back. I believe that group led by Sebastian Weldon, along with the RPG of Caleb Gaffaro, the Speed Concepts Racing CRG of Aiden Ingrata, and they're working their way through towards the cell tower hairpin here with just a few moments to go. In the meantime, while they come to a close, we do have our pole award winner, Marian Kremers. They talked to him. He said he felt like he had a really good go-kart before the qualifying session. Obviously, took him a little bit to get going. Maybe came in later than where he would have hoped, but he is still on the pole, 5 for 5 to start the year. Jenna?
Marn, you're running double duty. You must be tired already. How's the day going?
Been pretty good so far. Yesterday was good. It was tough running all those sessions back to back. But yeah, we found some good pace in shifter, which is important for the championship chase. So yeah, happy to get on pole, get out in front and just score as many points as possible. And X30 has been really good so far this week, but unfortunately in happy hour we made a small mistake in the setup and put me back into the slow group. So it'll be tough to get out from there. But luckily on this track, with the race being so tough, I think even if you qualify bad in X30, you'll still be able to get to the front. So that's what I'm hoping for there.
Talk to me a little bit about the shifter championship. Do you think you have it?
No, because anything can happen. Like you only have to have one more bad race, and all of a sudden everyone's really close again. So luckily my drop isn't that spectacular. So if I have like a DNF or something this weekend, it's not the end of the world for me. So yeah, I'm going in relaxed, just trying to steal away as many points as possible from AJ and Kyle, because those are my main contenders. And then yeah, just go from there, and we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Xander, that's the key right there, right? Stealing the points away. When you're on the pole, it's really a 20-point swing. He gets the 10 points. AJ Myers and the rest of the competition don't get the 10 points. That's the big swing of it. And again, I like the mindset for Marian Kremers right now. He's really managing the situation. He knows that he has a drop. He's going to be fine still. It's all about taking points away from his competition.
And again, another interview here with a championship contender that seems to be focused and ready. There's no question, obviously, Marian Kremers knows what's at stake. He's fought for bigger titles. He's fought for smaller titles. He's won and lost at both. He knows exactly what it's like to be in this scenario here. Of course, winning the European Championship in the KZ class as well. We look for the X30 Juniors as they've come to a close here, Rob. And, well, there was a little bit of passing on the final lap that kind of shuffled some things, but Garcia still looking pretty good going into the pre-finals.
Yeah, interesting the fact that only a couple drivers in the top 10, and we'll say 3 or 4 in the top 10 actually got a faster lap on lap 4. Everybody else lap number 3. And you need a 105.376, the fast time for Max Garcia. So he'll put the power card on the pole position, the number 702. Sebastian Weldon on the last lap jumping up into the second spot, able to pip Caleb Gaffera. Gaffera had held that second position when the checkered flag flew, but Weldon went just a little bit quicker, about 43 thousandths. He's able to take over second. Gaffera, who's on pole for KA100 Junior, not able to back it up with the pole in the X30 Junior category as well. Aiden and Grotta right in there again, as was Max Taylor. That's your top 5. Alexander Chartier, Cameron Brinkman, Stephen Miller, Charlie Smith, and Elio Mesa rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Elio Mesa there, at least a good run for both in the junior classes. We're going to take a commercial break as we have wrapped up most of our sessions. 2 more to come. Hardin Motorsports Group Master Shifters on deck. X30 Pro Senior will follow, and then it'll be time to go racing here for round number 5 of the SKUSA Pro Tour. I'm Xander Clemens alongside Rob Howden. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage here from New Castle Motorsports Park.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
back here to Newcastle Motorsports Park. The Hardin Motorsports Group's Master Shifters are headed onto the racetrack here while they begin the outlap. We'll send it on down to Kendall Hedge. She's caught up with our pole award winner in X30 Junior, Max Garcia. Kendall?
I'm here with Max Garcia, who went pole in X30 Junior. Max, can you walk us through that quick lap of yours?
Yeah, starting out the lap, I gapped myself really well to Sebastian, Caleb, and Aiden, and I just used them as my reference in a draft through the whole lap.
Yeah, and the top 4 for the championship in X30 is very close. Do you think you've set yourself up well enough that you can pull off the championship this weekend?
Yeah, of course. With Tay working on my bag, anything's possible.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck this weekend, Max.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Good confidence there for young Max Garcia, and it seems like he had a really good handle of what he wanted to do in that qualifying session. Had the rabbits out in front of him, knew exactly how to gauge the pace he needed. So tremendous job for Garcia, who will start on the pole position, as we've said, for the pre-final. On the racetrack now, our master shifter drivers, a good group of 13 here this weekend. Hardin Motorsports Group, the sponsor of the category. And as we look at the championship coming into the event, Robert Feige leading the way over Ken Schilling and Vincent Cassard, both Feige and Schilling here this weekend. I don't think we have Cassard with us. So drivers to watch for, of course, here, John Crow being one of the drivers we expect to be up top. Michael Gouache could be pretty quick as well. Larry Pegram, former AMA Superbike rider here with us. AJ Now subbing in to do some driving here this weekend as well. Good to see Johnny Crow back with us, though, a driver we know that knows this track very well. Lives now in Indiana here and has won a number of races here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. One of the things for him, though, running for Musgrave Racing Company, I talked to John yesterday, new to the KZ power plant. That's the big thing for him right now, Xander, getting a feel for the fact that window of where you need to keep it between that 10,000 and 14,000 RPM area. It's tough to do that here, and that's something he's learning right now.
Right, again, the Musgrave Racing Company with the factory carts, they were running the 175s for quite a while, so they were running those for so long that it almost put them maybe a little bit behind the curve to get onto the KZ power plants that the rest of the field switched over to sooner, so it puts them at a bit of a disadvantage that they've been kind of fighting back from, but we've been seeing that throughout the year. Billy Musgrave found, I think, his best form he's seen all of 2022 at Utah Motorsports Campus. At one point on one of the pre-finals, he got the whole shot, first by P1 or first by turn number 1 from 4th. So he's had some good launches on the KZs. He's been quick on them. And of course here for John Crow as well in the Master Shifter class, that it'll be his first Pro Tour start, I think, of the season. To find that kind of balance, it's pretty good already because he was half a second up and wanting more up.
Yeah, and really liking the factory cart as well. That's the chassis that Billy Musgrave actually designs and manufactures himself. They've really been working that over the last couple of years. And Crow was telling me that they're very similar the way they drive, and they're kind of bringing the same feedback in. So they're making changes to dial these carts in the way they want. They had a couple of corners where there was some mid-corner understeer, having some trouble getting the thing to rotate. So some adjustments to the front of the car there for sure. And I guarantee you they're going to be dialing things in. Brian Chatfield was up on top for a bit there in the GFC, number 619. But Justin Kelly now on the CRG goes to P1 in the number 686. Kelly, a 102.863. Chatfield now second. Larry Pegram in third. John Crow fourth, and Michael Gouache rounding out the top 5. Mike Rivera currently 6th. Robert Feige in 7th. Then it's Ken Schilling, AJ Naud, and Luis Quinones rounding out the top 10. But a 102.863 Justin Kelly right now, P1 in the 686.
And we'll see if that changes here again. We saw that the money lap for the pro shifter drivers was lap number 3, it seemed. No one really going quicker on lap number 4. Looks like we've already got one driver coming on in the 686 to the scale line, so that'll bring one out just 2 laps in. But Justin Kelly, a good second lap. He's happy with that. He'll save the tires as the third lap gets completed, this time by the start-finish line. Straight away, headed over through down the front stretch now. Any other changes? Not a ton. Pegram does not improve in 3rd. Crow does not improve from 4th. Little improvement from Mike Rivera and Robert Feige. They remain 6th and 7th, and Brian Chatfield cannot best it either. Kelly, 4/10 up for Justin Kelly in the 686, so I can see again why he was happy with that. I'm not sure if he knew how big of a gap he's got, but he probably hit that second lap, knew it was money, and pulled it in.
Well, the great thing about it is this is a cool story we'll talk about throughout the weekend. Justin Kelly, his wife Tiffany Kelly racing with him here. They're both on CRGs. They're going to go run the Supernats this year. They did a bunch of car racing in NASA for many years. They had the CRGs in the shop, but they're actually on the IME 175s. And the idea was let's come out and try the Summer Nats. We're going to go do the Super Nats as well. I've known Justin for a long time, but not between the time. He actually ran with my IndoorKartingNews.com all-star team at the Machismo 500, which was part of the Super Nationals back in, I think, 2009. Great to see Justin again, and great to have them here. A husband and wife team, and for him to lay down the lap like he did. 102.863. He'll be very pleased. CRG driver. He's got Ronnie White on the phone. Of course, you and Jeffrey from CRG Nordam is here this weekend, but he's been talking to Ronnie White, CRG, longtime CRG driver, going to run with Ron. He and Tiffany are at the Super Nationals this November. So a great start to the day here for Justin Kelly. 4/10 quicker than Brian Chatfield, Larry Pegram, AJ Nowd, and John Crow rounding out the top 5. 7/10 for your top 5, but Kelly nicely out front here in qualifying for Master Shifter.
Very solid performance there for Justin Kelly. That's a great way to kind of make a comeback, is to go straight to the top, and that's exactly what Justin Kelly did. So with that, folks, we'll take another commercial break. When we come back, the final group for qualifying, the second of our 2 headline divisions, X30 Senior, is coming your way here live from Newcastle Motorsports Park. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the SKUSA Pro Tour.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com. Welcome back here to Newcastle Motorsports Park as we get set for the X30 Senior Division presented by Speed Lab Racing Engines.
We talked to Marian Kremers, obviously, after his Pro Shifter pole award in qualifying. He is one of the many drivers that will be unfortunately going out in the first of the two groups after a dismal happy hour put him down at 17th overall. It cuts him down below the cut line as 30 drivers strong, 15 apiece. Our Jenna Tommy has a bit of reporting here for us, and she's talked to a few of the drivers getting set for quali. What do you got for us, Jenna?
Thanks, Xander. Talked to Ryan Norberg and Paul Bocuse, two teammates on RPG. And I was talking to Ryan, there's not really much to say. He's basically got the championship locked in unless he said, and I quote, he dies. So I don't really know how that would work technically if something were to happen, but he feels super confident. The track's feeling good, and so is his kart. As for Paul, had a really interesting day of practice yesterday and has a brand new go-kart today. Had warm-up this morning. It went okay, but he's putting all his effort into qualifying now.
Well, that's what it is, Xander. Qualifying is key here in this particular category. Again, you can work your way from the back, but we know the level of competition right now. If you qualify somewhere in the top 10, number one, you're going to be able to get into the lead pack, which is key. And the second thing, maybe stay away from some of the chaos we may have in the opening couple of laps.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you got to be able to get away from it. That's, of course, been a huge key for Ryan Norberg for a good part of this season. And, again, you talked about the record-setting year, this best year ever. Probably a lot of that comes from how good those guys are in qualifying. When you get to start every race from pole, and really, I think more than anything else, we saw it a lot in play in Utah, is how good he was at tire management, at exactly knowing when to push, when not to. He's had so many races this year where he's been by himself out front for 90%, if not the entire race, on a flag-to-flag victory, whereas every other driver in the field, yeah, they kind of get an idea, but they also get sucked into the battling. He's had every session basically be a test session of a full main event, and when you factor in we only get practices at best maybe half the distance of our mains, I mean, he's got more laps in a focused, I think, single-car format than anybody else this year, and that comes down to how good he's been in qualifying.
Yeah, you know, and away from just the sheer outright speed that Ryan Norberg has, I think it's his ability to kind of manage any situation, whether it be the full race distance, the way you take care of the tires. Even if he doesn't come out of the gate, ends up falling back to P3 or P4, he's got that focus. There's the maturity level that he has, of course, with the experience he's had throughout the program, being in this, at this level of competition for so many years. But, man, he's just got just so much poise, understands the situation consistently, and you're never worried if he falls back to even seventh. You know he's going to potentially be able to battle his way back forward. Ryan Norberg, of course, again, like I said, maybe his best year ever in national competition.
Well, we talk about great years, again, a great debut or return, however you'd like to call it, for your man Justin Kelly. He is down in the Avinco interview tent, and we'll talk to our top qualifier here in Harden Motorsports Group, Master Shifter.
I'm here with Justin Kelly, who went pole in Master Shifter. You're the only driver in the 102 bracket. How do you feel like you've set yourself up for this weekend?
I feel good. This is pretty early in the weekend, but, the kart did everything that I wanted it to do. George Tavares, Ron White Racing, and the Musgraves helped me this weekend get here, and, the kart just did what it needed to do. I drove hard. Kart felt good. Looking forward to the rest of the weekend.
How are you going to, keep your momentum going into the pre-final and the final for the rest of the weekend?
I think the name of the game with the 175 engine is going to be tire management. So really going to try to take it easy, not burn the tires off, and, just pace myself. It's a long weekend. Today's only Saturday. So.
Yep, that's right. Well, sounds good, and good luck the rest of the weekend. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
You know, Xander, awesome for Justin Kelly to be here. Him and his wife, Tiffany, as I said, the first ever time running the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. They ran the Quincy Grand Prix. They did some street racing as well. They did the Lake Garnett street race running with the kart group. So a bunch of different experiences. Their first time here in the Pro Tour, running the 175, working with George Tavares, Billy Musgrave helping him out, Ron White as well. Great way to start the weekend. And I like his mindset. Didn't sound like he was, maybe too over anxious, really pretty calm and really focused, realizing it's going to be a long day still.
Yeah, again, that's a great way to remain, humble, and obviously you don't want to get too hyped up over qualifying. You know that everyone else is probably coming away from that session feeling like they left something on the table, whether it's driving or setup. You need to try and make sure that, while, yeah, it's great you were the best of everybody that session, that doesn't mean you were the best you could be. So you can always find more. They're going to be chasing you. You need to be finding some kind of rabbit to chase and hyper-analyzing your pull lap, seeing if there's some way it could be better. Even with the gap that Justin Kelly has, again, like he said, tire management management. He could try and work on his race pace overall. He hasn't, done a Pro Tour Master Shifter main event yet this year, obviously. So, he doesn't know exactly what to expect, but he knows that that's going to be coming.
Let's add this in as well. We see all the big trailers that are here. Tiffany and Justin rolled in with their carts on a flatbed trailer rolling here. They got a couple of easy ups in the back part, in the back 40 of the paddock, and he puts it on the pole in Master Shifter. Pretty solid effort for Justin Kelly out of the gate.
No better way to do it, Rob. And now let's take a look here as the first group gets out onto the racetrack for the X30 Seniors. Ed Ports is the first driver we see here. He's just ahead of this man right there and Marion Kremers. Both of them, again, they were 16th and 17th, the first two drivers below the cut line after Friday practice. Louis Westover in the solo kart entry. He is behind the group led by Kremers, so Ports working his way through the horseshoe. Then a three-car group led by Kremers with Westover in tow and Zachary Clayman DeMello. ZCD, you covered it on your Paddock Insider, Rob. Yeah. Those guys are well into 2023 development, hoping to have a really good chassis when we go to Las Vegas here for the Supernats.
I talked to Yannick Rowland yesterday morning about the fact that they have a new kind of a prototype chassis they're working on. They run the parallel Le Mans chassis in the senior categories, and that's what Zachary Clayman DeMello has been working on. But they've been making some changes, doing some work with the Parallel factory to have that 2023 chassis they want to have. They're going to debut it potentially at the Super Nationals. So that's kind of the focus right now. But again, Parallel USA, we know what they've been able to do in the cadet class. Is one of the dominant chassis in cadet racing, that Parallel machine, but they're trying to make sure it keeps working here in the senior categories as well.
Yeah, I mean, they really have been a team that has come on and developed nicely and grown year after year in a very short amount of time. Impressive for all them. It's we're hearing rumors of how many drivers they may have aboard Parallel machines at the Supernats this year. They could take up an entire row on their own for the red and white guys. So we'll see how ZCD can do here. It's been kind of a hit or miss season in X30 Senior competition for Clayman DeMello, but now it's his second official weekend under the Parallel banner aboard the Parallel chassis. They've done a lot of testing. They've tried everything they can to get him going, and from two opposite ends of the continent, from him up in Montreal to come down to the guys and girls on Parallel USA in Miami, Florida. Hey, you know what? Looks like the partnership could be pretty good. He's had some good runs throughout practice yesterday. Let's see how the first lap looks. It doesn't have him on the top, though. Has a different driver out of the RPM Tony Kart 10.
Yeah, I've got Julian DaCosta on top here right now, but let's just go back quickly to Zach Clayman DeMello. He's a Super Nationals race winner in the X30 Senior category, and indeed, on the side of the go-kart, they still have the decal, the name decal, for Alessandro DiTullio. Obviously, Ali's part of the Parallel USA team. He's racing in the USF Juniors race at Road America this weekend, but you've got, you pulled DiTullio out, who's a top-ranked driver, and then you throw in a Supernats winner and a former IndyCar driver as well, and Zachary Clayman DeMello. That's a great compromise to have him working on chassis development as well. But as you said, Julian DaCosta was the fastest driver, a 105.402 opening lap for the first group. Jacob Hoover slotting in second. Riley Ramroop in the third spot. Marion Kremers and Parker DeLong, another double-duty driver, currently P5.
Now, I will give Marion Kremers a pass on that first lap. He let the group go to drop on back in line, and there they go. That group that was looking to be potentially the quickest. Kremers still struggling on lap number 2, but Louis Westover, now your newest fast driver, out of 104.79. 2,000s up on Edward Ports. DeMello right there as well. All three drivers working together nicely as they move up, and we see a little pass back there by Timothy Carroll on the 325 of Hunter Perry in the TB kart.
So Louis Westover, the solo kart driver, coming over from the UK once again. We've had him here for a number of races with Solo Kart USA, a 104.790, just 2,000ths quicker than Edward Ports. Zachary Clayman DeMello, P3. Justin White now up into the fourth spot, and Julian DaCosta still rounding out the top 5. Look for Kremers to try to roll one down here pretty quickly. He's down in 11th position right now, as Xander had said, trying to gap himself to the point where he has some open racetrack. He'll need to do it here momentarily. They are going to get likely 4 laps in the books, 2 already done. Westover on top of the 104.7.
Yeah, Westover looking maybe a better lap this time. It is better. Kremers will go even a little bit quicker than him. He finds his footing here on lap number 3, which could be the money lap. It was in shifter. Westover going to drop back at the end of this one, and he's going to go all the way to the tail. I don't know if he knows that he's already at the time and is happy with his lap or not. Marion Kremers at least took the toe on the front straightaway. Looks like he's still digging to try and make the most of lap number 4, and it looks like they'll get the 4th lap. And behind him, ZCD in a good spot as well. If he can hang on to Kremers' coattails, he might be able to go a little quicker. He's got 2 more tenths to find in this group at a 104.86 to Marian Kremer's 104.67. Clayman DeMello closing up here into the cell tower hairpin. Could be a really good lap for the Paralyn USA driver.
Kremers did drop the right side tire off of the exit of turn number 5 just a little bit, threw up a bit of dust. Not sure whether or not that hindered any forward momentum coming out of that corner, but indeed, as you had said, Clayman DeMello right there on the Paralyn, right behind the Burrell Art of Kremers. 104.6 for both those drivers last time by as they come to the stripe. Do they go any quicker on lap number 4? They do not. Neither driver goes faster. In fact, Kremers about a half a second off. Lap 3, still the best for Kremers, a 104.676, 21 thousandths of a second faster than Louis Westover. Edward Ports ends up in 3rd. Clayman DeMello in 4th. Justin White 5th. Julian DaCosta, Daniel Ali, Riley Ramroop, Jacob Hoover, and Parker DeLong capping off the top 10 of the first group. Still another 15 drivers rather set to go. Big dog still to come. Ryan Norberg, as we know, Paulie Massimino, Diego Ramos, Hayden Jones, Paul Bocuse, Frankie Mossman. Man, keep them coming. Austin Garrison, a lot of big dogs still to come here in X30 Senior, the Speed Lab Racing Engine sponsored category. This will cap off qualifying. 15 more drivers to take times. After that, Xander will go wheel-to-wheel racing with our first pre-finals.
Yeah, we'll see how it all turns out for the X30 Seniors. Again, the second group will go out right after this one, so we'll stay nonstop here with the coverage from group number 1 to group number 2. We talked a little bit again at the beginning of the show about Norberg and Jones and how dominant they were with that warm-up session. Again, it has been an RPG Cosmic on top of every single timed session so far this weekend. All 3 time practices yesterday, as well as the morning warm-up here this morning between either Hayden Jones or Ryan Norberg. They're 2 apiece. Austin Garrison was pretty quick in warm-up here this morning, and Jeremy Fletcher was the best of the rest yesterday, 3rd overall in happy hour, 400ths off the point. Now, we all know, again, how many games have been played so far in all the faster sessions here today. Will we see more of that here on the first lap in X30 Senior? I think Norberg is trying to get away. He knows that he's got Jones behind him, and it's kind of been a bit of a buffer for him this year, but he's already got a nice gap. I don't see him dropping back at any point. I think he's going to try and run away from everyone else.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. He's been able to pull away quickly, got down some throttle, had the car chucking around a bit, coming out at 3 down to turn number 4 and 5, down to the hairpin, the left-hander. So he's got the heat built into the Avincos. He's got an open racetrack in front of him, and Norberg will try to put the hammer down. And to be honest, that's really good for Hayden Jones as well. Jones is behind him, sitting P2. He'll be able to use Norberg as the rabbit, and that's what Mike Rollison's going to want out of his 2 young guns or top guns up front. Let's not say young guns anymore.
Yeah, you can't really call him that too much anymore, can you?
He might like it if we call him a young gun, but no, he's the veteran in the field, no doubt about that. Ryan Norberg, as we said, looking for a big championship number 5 here in the SKUSA Pro Tour, the drive for 5 we talk about. And again, we'll see what he does as we get things rolling here. Time to beat a 105.197. That is Marian Kremers on the PSL Karting Burrell Art machine, a 104.676, his fast lap, 21 thousandths of a second quicker than Louis Westover, with Edward Ports, Zachary Clayman DeMello, and Justin White capping off the Group 1 Fast 5. Let's see what happens if the drivers get themselves back around here again. But first and foremost, Ryan Norberg, open racetrack, pulled away from those in front of him. That's a check mark to start out the qualifying run. You want to get yourself away from everybody else, then you can go to work.
He's doing what he thinks he needs to do now. Again, Hayden Jones is, I'd say, borderline on the drafting window right now, about 5 to 6 car lengths back. Good first lap here for Jones. Is he going to be close enough? We go back just a few weeks ago in our last broadcast from Road America. Hayden Jones would be better in certain parts of the racetrack than Norberg, and then vice versa, and they'd end up about the same. That first lap for Jones, a 104.17. He goes to the point. Norberg second, Frankie Mossman third, half a tenth back. Austin Garrison fourth, a tenth and a half to find. Then John Burke, who's had an up-and-down year, is fifth. Diego Ramos, Laurent Legault, everybody's dropped already. Marian Kremers down to 12th here on the very first lap.
Yeah, Marian Kremers is going to be listening to the PA or watching live timing saying, ouch. this hurts already, all the way down to 12th position on lap number 1. So Jones goes P1, as we said, a 104.173. Most drivers, Xander, in that first group are going, lap number 3, essentially the fastest. A couple guys on lap 4, but a lot of them on lap number 3 being their best. So still a long way to go for Jones and Norberg to find more pace. So it's Jones, Norberg, Mossman, Garrison, and Burke, the current top 5, and that top 5 separated by just about a tenth and a half.
I don't see anyone right now in a better spot than Hayden Jones. You saw again coming across the line. He looked like he was gaining. He's into the 1:03 bracket. A 103.92 for Hayden Jones. Austin Garrison with some heat. A 103.93. So change that up. 2 drivers in the 103 second bracket. And Blake Nash. What a lap on lap 2 for Blake Nash to go to 3rd.
Norberg falling all the way to 6th position on lap number 2. Garrison, Nash, Bonilla, and Bocuse all able to go quicker. Then your current point leader, Diego Ramos, sits in the 7th spot. Frankie Mossman, 8th. Laurent Legault in 9th. And John Burke rounding out the top 10. Kremers falling down to 15th. So essentially only one driver he is quicker than in that first group. So again, tough one for Kremers. Petro Hiltbrand is back in 22nd right now on the Burrell Art machine. Only 2 laps in, of course, to Hiltbrand, who's in this first group. But indeed, you mentioned that Jones was in the best spot. Indeed, he was. The rabbit in front of him, Norberg, able to use the draft to catch right back up. And indeed, maybe flat out, Jones may be quicker than Norberg.
I'll be honest, I am very surprised with Ryan Norberg this lap. Had he not checked earlier in the lap and offered maybe to let go Jones go on lap number 3 to get a 4th lap behind him, because now he just let him go here on lap number 4. I don't think he gets 5. I think that's going to do it here for Norberg. Even going full blast out of the pit lane, I think he's waited too long to drop back behind Hayden Jones. He's been pushed all the way down to the 8th position right now. So Jones, quick lap, a 103.92. That time did not go quicker. They both dropped a right rear tire off this corner right here. This lap a little bit better. Now Jones did get a good tow here to start it, but the checkered flag will fly. So we'll see if Jones can go any faster. Can Austin Garrison find any more pace? He was pretty much even to Jones, where they both went a tenth slower than their best last time by. 9 thousandths off for the Speed Concept CRG. Paul Bocuse, that lap, was the only one to make a big improvement. He's jumped into the top 5, a little bit further down, and there they go into the scale line. Yep. Jones is in, Norberg's in. Who stays out for the 4th lap? Massimino leading the group there through turns the final few corners. Here's John Burke and Bocuse. Is Bocuse in a better spot? Lap 4? No, nobody goes quicker on lap 4 inside the top 10. They will all stay neutral. And Hayden Jones, I believe his first SKUSA Pro Tour pole, if I'm not mistaken, Rob.
That's big.
Yeah, that's a nice one and a very consistent run all the way through.
Only 9 thousandths of a second quicker than Austin Garrison in his second lap was his best. Hayden Jones, though, 103.922, one of only 3 drivers able to get down under the 104 mark. Maybe more importantly, you got to go outside the top 10 to anybody who went quicker on lap number 4. Pedro Hiltbrand on lap 12. He's 12th spot, rather on lap 4. He's 12th. 13th, Paulie Massimino, lap 4, his best. Same with Wes Duchak, 15th on lap number 4. Everybody else up front, in fact, first and second, lap number 2 for both Hayden Jones and Austin Garrison, the 2 drivers on top. And with that, we cap off qualifying for round number 5 of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour here at the Summer Nationals at Castle Motorsports Park. Grids will be set for pre-final action. We've got 4 pre-finals coming before the lunch break today. Micro Swift, KA100 Junior, KA100 Senior, and Mini Swift to go before we cap and have a bit of break in the action. Qualifying, Xander, pretty exciting for a number of the drivers. A number of our top championship contenders showing the speed they need as well to be able to cushion their gaps going into round number 6.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Marian Kremer's obviously getting the pole and pro shifter. We talk about some of the other drivers that have had really good runs throughout that session, but a few new names. You know, you got Braden Wagner going to be setting to lead the field to the green here in the Micro Swift category for the very first time. Hayden Jones leading the X30 Seniors to the green for the first time, and of course Ryan Norberg's been a storyline in that class all year, and what has been no doubt one of his worst qualifying runs at 8th. When 8th is your worst qualifying run of the season, that's obviously pretty good, but still, that'll be interesting, and the field is tight. I mean, we're talking 2.5 tenths back to Norberg in the 8th position. Between him and Jones, there's Diego Ramos on the PSO Karting Burrell Art, John Burke, Super Tune Tony Kart, Donovan Bonilla in the RPG Cosmic, Blake Nash in the Nash Motorsports EOS kart, another RPG group in Paul Bocuse, and then a Speed Concepts Racing CRG for Austin Garrison in second. But Hayden Jones, picture-perfect session. Starts back, closes up, and on the money lap, lap number 3, he gets a perfectly timed toe. He's down with Jenna Tommy here, a first-time SKUSA Pro Tour Pole Award winner. Jenna?
Here with Hayden Jones, our pole sitter. Before we talk about you, everyone was saying Norberg's going to be on pole, Norberg's going to be on pole. He's P8 and you're P1. What was the difference?
I mean, he definitely helped me with the draft. He pulled me around the track, probably 2/10 with the draft. So that helped me get there.
Well, definitely grateful for him. What does it take to be fast at this track as opposed to other tracks?
Just carrying a lot of speed, being very precise on the brakes, and getting on the gas right when you need to.
What do you think we can expect as a viewer in the pre-final?
It's definitely going to be very close. It's probably going to look like some KA racing with the draft. So it's going to be very interesting.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank for helping you get this pole?
I want to thank the whole team at RPG, obviously my coach Ryan, Mike, Joni, Alex for the great engines and great chassis, Julio for the best mechanic this weekend, and just everyone that supports me, like my mom and dad watching, and just everyone.
Thank you so much, Hayden. Good job.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Xander's so interesting, right? You hear what Hayden said about maybe getting a couple of tenths of a second help. If you look down live time and you go 2/10 of a second, that's Ryan Norberg. Everybody in that top 8 all within 2/10 of a second. That's what he needed. He needed that little bit of help. Norberg, as you said, wasn't able to get back around to kind of get the favor redelivered. So bottom line is, let's see if number one, Jones leaving from P1. He's going to have a great start alongside Garrison. He's got his teammate Paul Bocuse right behind him, so a couple of RPG guys on the inside there in the first 2 rows. But then I talked about Norberg just being the guy that can manage any situation. This is classic Ryan Norberg starting in 8th position. We'll see where he ends up by the end of the pre-final.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Again, like Hayden Jones mentioned, he's thinking it's going to be a lot like KA racing, a lot of pack racing. I think he knows, again, like you said, Rob, 2/10 is really the draft difference here for the X30 guys. It looks like more or less, maybe as much as 3. That puts anyone inside the top 10 right now in contention. Going back to Frankie Mossman in 9th and Jeremy Fletcher in 10th. And Fletcher, I think, is one of those guys that it looked like he was struggling a little bit more than I think he actually was, because instantly he dropped back from Jones. But then once they kind of got up to full song, he's only half a tenth off of Ryan Norberg. So for Jeremy Fletcher down to the 10th spot, Mossman, you go back further, like you said, Hiltbrand. Massimino's really the biggest gap back at about a tenth and a half off of Pedro Hiltbrand in 13th. But the entire top 10, depending on how the start shakes out, depending on how everything shakes out, we'll see how they all look. Now, let's go ahead and send it down to Paul Bocuse. Another great qualifying run, picks up where he left off in Salt Lake City, Utah. 3rd overall for the 371. Kendall?
I'm here with Paul Bocuse, who qualified 3rd in X30 Senior. You finally got your speed rolling today. What changes did you make overnight?
We got a new go-kart. There might have been something wrong with the other one. That's not for sure, but I drove a bit better, just put everything together.
Yeah, starting 3rd, how do you expect the pre-final to go for you?
I'm hoping pretty good. I'm just going to try to not crash and just stay within the top 5.
All right, well, sounds good, and don't crash, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Great strategy. Don't crash.
Don't crash.
Don't crash.
Well, especially, when the boss gives you a brand new set of tubes overnight, you definitely don't want to put those in the meat grinder on the very first race session of the day in their 3rd session of life. But nonetheless, we're set to go for racing action here from Castle Motorsports Park. Team Bennick Micro Swift getting set for racing. And let's go ahead and take you to the starting lineup here, Rob.
Yeah, Jackson Gibson starting on the pole position alongside Matthew Cagle. Row 2 of Alexander Pocuna and Marco Samet.
Antonio Pizzonia Nito will roll off to the inside of row number 3 alongside Mateus Romalo to make it a all Brazil row number 3. And row 4, Parker Ives, who was quick in his group, starts to the inside of the number 91, Rocco Simone, who is tied for the overall championship lead.
Yeah, row 5, row 6, Nicholas Orbezo on the inside, Brandon Wagner on the outside. Julian Sanchez will start 11th and a driver P3 in the points right now. Royce Vega rolling off from P12.
Interesting to note again with Braden Wagner, he'll have to start all the way that far back after what was such a good qualifying session for him. Julian Sanchez, Royce Vega, like you mentioned, then Drew Waltz, of course, in row number 7. Then Troy Ferguson to the outside, a deep starting position for the number 43, who is fighting for this title. Colton Schneegenberg and Christopher Utzi will make up row 8.
Field working its way now through the final couple of corners. We're about to go green flag racing for our first wheel-to-wheel action of the 2022 SuperKarts USA Summer Nationals. Again, Gibson and Cagle on the front row, Procuna and Samet on row number 2, ready to spool things up and go racing. They'll work their way on the short chute here. We'll give them the green when they get back through turn number 1. The run through 1 down to turn number 2. As again, running the clockwise reverse national layout here at Newcastle this weekend. Field set, looking good here for the Micro Swift drivers. Big, long run down, and we're at it. Green, 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 and racing through the kink. Into turn 2, into turn number 3 now, the I-70 hairpin, and away we go. 2, 3, 4 drivers off the racetrack, a number of them well off of the grass. A lot of contact, Xander, here on the opening circuit.
Yeah, you can see the mad scramble here. Drew Waltz in the 19 involved. Pasha Ali is involved. One more we'll try to identify, and a few more slowly making their way around. So quite a few casualties on the opening corner as we've got a 5-kart breakaway beginning to form behind the number 11 of Jackson Gibson. He'll lead them through the green corner and towards the back sector for the very first time. Procuna with a great start through to second has remained there, and they'll go single file into the back cell tower hairpin.
Yeah, nice work here for Jackson Gibson, of course, getting out cleanly at the start. Everybody else very smart to settle in. Opening lap here, crucial here. Remember, 10 laps for the pre-final for the drivers here in Micro Swift. So the opening circuit, if you're in the front-running quintet, those front 5, 6 drivers, hold your position, get a feel for where you are, get cleanly through, and then go to work on lap number 2. You can see what's happening up front now. Potentially 2 drivers trying to see if they can't work together to pull away a little bit here. Jackson Gibson looking good out of the gate. Alexander Procuna in the number 66 sliding into P2.
Yeah, Alexander Procuna locked onto the rear bumper as they go down the front straightaway. He'll stay on the bumper through to turn number 1 at the end of the long I-70 straight through the corner and towards the next sector of the racetrack. That's not to be surprised at all here. We've seen and talked about the tow and the draft being such a big factor in these divisions here, the micro and the mini Swift classes. You'll see a lot of teamwork early on to try and separate, but not a great exit for the top 2 coming out of the scoreboard hairpin. That'll bring some more drivers into the mix. Antonio Pizzogno closing that gap, and a little bobble for Procuna out of the green corner. He gives up a car length by dropping the right rear off the outside into the circuit.
I was through turn number 7, that left-hander there, and as you try to track all the way out to the outside of the racetrack, there is the exit curbing there, but you'll see drivers will drop a wheel here and there. That's essentially what happened to Procuna. Got to stay clean coming through. They'll work their way back around here to turns 12, 13, and 14. It's that short straightaway. And again, Jackson Gibson setting the pace early, hitting all the marks. So doing a good job in the opening couple of laps in this pre-final. Remember, that is the strategy here. There are points up for grabs. So if you're in a championship fight, you want to maximize on your point haul. But you're also thinking about the start for the main event. Where do I need to be for that main? Let's not make a mistake to put myself deeper in the field in the race that will actually pay off the big points. So again, Gibson leading nicely. Procuna runs in the second spot. Pizzogno in third. Cagle fourth. Ives in fifth. Stoner 6th. Utsi in 7th with the purple lap. Schniegenberg in 8th. 9th. Orbezo 10th is Marco Samet.
AJ Stoner and Christopher Utsi, big-time movers so far. 10 spots gained for AJ Stoner, 7 spots gained for Christopher Utsi. They are up quite a few already here as they work their way up towards the top 5, just on the outside edge there. Little issue with the timing shows Rafael Canas and Jose one more at the top of the order there, Jose Diego Garciars. They are actually a little bit at the end of the group. I think they crossed the timing loop right after the green flag was thrown, so they are shown at the top, but it's Jackson Gibson who leads over Procuna and company. They'll put 6 laps to go this time by.
And when we had that incident up in turn number 2, that's when we saw those drivers coming through super late. Those were both Canassa and Garciars, as you had said. Drivers involved in that initial incident we had talked about, Julian Sanchez, Pasha Ali, Drew Waltz, all involved in the incident up in turn number 2 and 3. Do have some yellow flags flying midway through the racetrack, but Procuna now, I believe, potentially into the lead. No, trying to find where's... Looking at live timing, it's got Procuna on top, but I believe when they come back around, we may see Jackson Gibson still in that position. We'll see as they reset, coming down here to turn number 5 again, but there is yellows flying. A driver has gone off the racetrack. We'll try to pick up the number there. A little bit of action here early running as we're now 3 laps into a 10-lap contest.
Yeah, just a little bit into this one here as we work their way through. You're watching the group in 3rd and 4th. That's Matthew Cagle
and Antonio Pizzonia-Nito that have locked together. Here comes a midfield fight led by Colton Schniegenberg in the number 17. They are back in the 8th position on back. This 3-car group here with Schniegenberg, Nico Orbezo, and then Marco Samet. That's 8th, 9th, and 10th on your screen with a little bit of a gap, but not a big one back from the edge to the top 10 there. We watched 11th and 12th further on the order. This time by 6 laps to go here. 4 laps complete. Working our way through. There's Samet just ahead of, I believe, Royce Vega. So that's 10th and 11th. And Samet with a big-time run here on Christopher Utsi. Utsi had a big start. He's slowly dropping back. He'll lose 2 more spots down the front straightaway.
Yeah, big draft move coming up the straightaway, bringing the driver behind with him. So a good pass there down into turn number 2 and 3 once again. Indeed, potential issue here for Jackson Gibson on live timing. He has fallen to the tail of the field, so not sure what happened to Jackson Gibson. That moves Procunha to the lead. Matthew Cagle in second. Pizzonia-Nito in third. Ives fourth. Stoner now up into fifth. We talked about the fact that he has worked his way up as the big mover early. 13-spot improvement for A.J. Stoner, started 18th, now into the top 5. Same with Colton Schniegenberg. He started in 15th. He's now into 6th. So a couple of drivers making some big moves. Christopher Utsi as well, up 8 spots into 10th. So a lot of movement based, of course, on the incident early, which took out a couple of drivers within the top 10, Drew Waltz and Julian Sanchez being 2 of them. But otherwise, these drivers on the move and really making some headway here in this pre-final. So great effort so far by both Stoner and Schniegenberg to kind of set themselves in better positions for the main event this afternoon.
Yeah, no doubt. They've at least got themselves into what should be the first 5 rows. We are 5 in, 5 to go. Halfway here in this one, and look at the gap here. What a massive gap built up by Alex Procunha and Jackson Gibson. That's the group second and third. Then here's this group on the outside edge of the top 10, shuffling again. Schniegenberg battling with Orbezo. He goes by Orbezo, brings Marco Samet with him. Royce Vega looking on as they head towards the scoreboard hairpin. While no change up front, Jackson Gibson, Alex Procunha working their way to the green corner, continue to lead the way. Another pass there. Vega down the inside on Orbezo. That'll change just at the outside edge of the top 10, just inside the top 10, I should say. I think that was for 8th or 9th overall.
So obviously the issue with Jackson Gibson right now, potentially with the live timing. So those of you watching live timing, it sounds like they're like 1 lap behind because they're trying to catch him back up. He indeed, live timing showing him 25th. He is still leading Procunha. So now that we've got the camera back on, we can see the leaders are still fine. Not sure, indeed, what it is in terms of the transponder for Jackson Gibson, but he is the leader over Procunha with a pretty solid gap, too. Almost 2.5 seconds back to Pizzonia-Nito, who runs in that third position with Matthew Cagle. So laps winding down. 6 now in the books, 4 to go. And again, just getting our way into what will be the first 4 of our pre-finals before we go to the lunch break. We'll come back with lunch at 12:35 and go with the remaining 4, and then, of course, all 8 main events. Pro Shifter, X30 Junior, Master Shifter, and X30 Senior all set to go after the lunch break. We have Micro Swift on track now. Both of our KA100 categories coming up, and then we'll cap off this morning action with Mini Swift, rather. 8 laps, I believe, is what we're supposed to have here. It says 10. It had 10 laps. It says 4 to go. We may have only 2 to go now, Xander. I know it says 4 to go on live timing, but based on the schedule, an 8-lapper here for the drivers in the cadet categories.
Yeah, that's correct here, Rob, indeed. So it's set for 8 for the micros. So we, like you said, if we're on time, if the timing's all correct, we'll see the white flag coming this time by. And that would make sense as to why Alexander Procunha has gone through to the lead over Gibson. So he's pushed him away, built that gap nicely where the 2 of them can battle on their own. And again, our first final lap battle going to be a 2-way fight between Procunha and Gibson. Across the line here this time by. There's the white flag. 1 to go here. Alexander Procunha leads them down the Long Pond straightaway.
Yeah, nice job for Procunha. Right there behind Jackson Gibson. Held the position, showed the patience. And here comes Gibson coming back on the inside. I like it. Gibson goes back down to the inside to the kink turn number 2, into the hairpin turn number 3. And lots more opportunity for Procunha to return the favor. Does he do it down in turn 5? They're locked and loaded up front. He'll try the outside. It's going to be an inside run there, maybe an over-under. Can he have the run through turn number 6 over to 7? Not quite. Gibson holding the spot. Back to the left-hand turn 7. Procunha right on the rear bumper still. More opportunities to overtake before this lap's all said and done. Cell Tower, a nice inside move as well if you want it. Does not take it in that corner either. Xander Procuna showing really good patience here in the final circuit.
Yeah, he's taking his time, looked at him around the outside again, couldn't get by it. Final couple corners here. This will be the first time through. There's only a little bit of fireworks in the back 90s as they know it's the last chance to get by, but it's still tricky. The braking zones are relatively short. You've got to really stick it down the inside. Jackson Gibson doing a great job. Center track, tries to hold it. Final turn, not going to happen. Gibson, your pre-final winner in Micro Swift.
Procuna had to look to the inside of the final corner. They thought, maybe I'll think about it. Nope, backed away, and probably wise in terms of the fact that both those drivers will now be on the front row for the main event this afternoon. Again, the main event for the drivers in Micro Swift set to go at 1:35 this afternoon. Procuna ends up in second, Cagle third, Pizzonia Nito in fourth spot, Ives in fifth, Vega, a good run for Vega, up 7 spots to go to sixth. Marco Samet in eighth, Colton Schniegenberg, and AJ Stoner and Nicolas Orbezo rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, nicely done by Jackson Gibson on that final lap to retake the lead, put himself back out front, and then defend just enough. Didn't get caught out in any way. There was no really opportunity for a crossover, no real opportunity at all for Procuna in the final sector. He protected that beautifully. And again, like you said, Procuna was very patient, didn't force the issue, but hey, at least now he's seen exactly how Jackson Gibson will defend for the race win on the final lap. He can put that in the notebook and see where he can come up with a plan maybe to outdo him in the main event, given that opportunity once again. For now, though, one of the 4 pre-finals before our lunch break is completed. 3 more coming your way. You're watching Car Chasers coverage of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. Rob Howden alongside myself, Xander Clements, here in the booth with all the action. We'll talk to our race winners and some of the headline drivers coming up here after this.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back here to the SKUSA Pro Tours, round number 5 of 6 at Castle Motorsports Park. KA100 Junior, presented by Nash Motorsports, getting released onto the racetrack here. Was tight for most of the field through qualifying, but a nice gap for our pole award winner, Caleb Gaffera. He'll get set to lead off the front row alongside Steven Eisert, with Aiden Ingrata and Alex Mercado making up row number 2.
Row 3 will have Diego Ardiles on the inside and Elio Mesa on the outside, while Cooper Shipman and Charlie Smith will occupy row number 4.
We move further back. Finishing off your top 10, Ivana Richards, who was quickest in her group. The Mexican driver starts the inside of Spencer Conrad. In row 6, Oscar Iliff and Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Further back before we go, green flag racing. Santiago Duran starting 13th. Cameron Brinkman 14th. Mason Walters 15th. And Luke Powers rounding out the top 8 rows of drivers. Everyone kind of settling in here again as they work their way out of turn what will be the final circuit, then turn number 1. Turn 1 on the racetrack leading on to the start line. We'll use the big Long Pond straightaway as the start line. Drivers will work their way into the staging lanes and set to go. Caleb Gaffera and Steven Eisert, who battled it out actually out at Pat's Acres Racing Complex a couple of weeks ago on the West Coast. Going to do it again here as well on the East Coast. Newcastle Motorsports Park, the 13th running of the SKUSA Summer Nats. And we are green, green, green for the pre-final for the drivers here in KA100 Junior, brought to you by Nash Motorsports. Let's see if we get a clean start, stacking them up in the hairpin. Drivers having a bit of trouble. We saw it in micro, saw it again here in KA100 Junior. Everybody trying to storm into that right-hand hairpin, stacks everybody up. And Xander, if you're up front, that's not the worst thing because everybody's stacking up behind you. We saw the front 4 drivers able to get away pretty cleanly.
Now this one will be the full 10 laps here, like you said. Not too bad for the guys up front, but it's still a mad dash further through the field. Everyone about got single file coming out of the scoreboard hairpin at least, so we're one long train of 30-plus headed through the cell tower corner. Gaffera leads over Ingrata and company. He's got a couple car lengths already built up as they head towards the short chute, but a good start for Aiden Ingrata from 3rd to move up to 2nd, and he's got a pusher behind him in Steven Eisert, I believe, who dropped down in line. Actually, no, that's Ardiles from 5th, so Eisert's dropped even further back. Where will he come in across the line for the very first time? Maybe 4th, maybe 5th. 1 lap complete. Eisert 4th at the end of the opening lap. And a little bobble from Ingrata. He was trying to signal to Ardiles to push him. Ardiles not going to do that.
Yeah, that was interesting, right? They're seeing Caleb Gaffera stretch away just a little bit early here. And indeed, as you said, a minor little mistake for Ingrata. And Ardiles said, hey, you know what? I got to make a move here. I'm going forward. In fact, Ardiles closing up on Gaffera already. Actually, he's going to make a move to the inside. A turn 5, book it. He is through. Ardiles like shot out of a cannon on the opening circuit.
What a power move by Diego Ardiles in the Super Tune Tony Kart. And look at that, Rob. We're back up to about 10 drivers deep here on lap number 2. 8 laps to go this time by. And Diego Ardiles leads them into the cell tower corner. Who goes for the move? Ingrata does. He takes 2nd away from Gaffera.
Wow, a lot of action here early on in KA100 Junior. This is the pre-final to set the grid for the main, and they are dicing it up. And I think a little bit of a foreshadowing from Caleb Gaffera told us he figured there was going to be some pretty good racing in this class. And we know that with the lower horsepower of the KA, the long straightaways of this racetrack, draft will play a key. It did for Diego Ardiles, and everybody kind of settling in right now. Ardiles, lap number 2 in the books. Ingrata 2nd, Gaffera 3rd, Charlie Smith up 3, Ivana Richards up 4, Elio Mesa holds station P6, but fast lap in lap number 2.
And Ingrata now going to take the lead away. Ardiles drops back to P3 as he brings Gaffera with him. Settled out for the moment here. Gaffera will push Ingrata. They're going to look for 3rd. Ardiles, whoa, way down the inside, nearly clobbers Gaffera in the scoreboard hairpin. And that'll give Aiden Ingrata a big-time lead as Ivana Richards has gone up into 2nd. She just turned in front of the field in the green corner. Around goes Ivana Richards. The chaos is not stopping anytime soon here, Rob.
Yeah, there's a lot of contact coming through 5, 6, and 7. Guys are banging each other. Ivana Richards got essentially pushed down the inside. She looked to the inside at turn 5 and got help going through. Everybody was on top of each other. The amount of contact there, I wouldn't be surprised to hear of some pushback bumper penalties before it's all said and done. But the real kind of end result is the fact that Aiden Ingrata's got probably 4 or 5 tenths of a second, if not more now, as the leader over Caleb Gaffera.
Yeah, Gaffera here. So let's see how much time he can make up without any bit of help. Jesus Vasquez Jr. has evaded chaos into 3rd. More drivers lined up 4th, 5th, and on back, but it's at least settled out for the moment. Gives us a chance to talk to our winner from the pre-final in microslip, Jackson Gibson. He's down with Jenna Tommy. Jenna?
That was an awesome race, and you blocked like a champ. How did you hold him off that whole time?
I don't know. Just like blocking.
Who taught you how to block like that? Do you have a coach or anyone that helps you out?
Yeah. RPG, Kellen, and Luke.
What else did they teach you? Or like, what was your favorite part of that race?
The the last lap in the start.
Passing that checkered line in first is definitely fun, and I would assume that was your favorite part. Who do you want to thank for helping you out this weekend going into these finals?
My mom, my dad, RPG, Kellen, Luke, Ryan, and my grandparents and everyone that supports me.
Awesome. Is your whole family here this weekend?
Yeah.
Well, that's super cool that they just saw you win a pre-final and hopefully get a win in the final too. Thank you.
Okay.
Back to you guys.
Good job there for Jackson Gibson. All about the training, right? A little bit of interview training early on. I prefer to call it defending as opposed to blocking. But again, that's part of it. Defending and being able to place the cart in the right spot in certain areas. You got to defend to be able to keep your lap times up still. So it may not be a full move to the inside, maybe a half lane. You cover someone over on a corner, whatever it may be. Whatever it was, he lost the lead and then got it back. That's one of the things I really like to see for young drivers when they're running up front, when I don't want them to move up a category too early, Xander, is to have the ability to lose that lead and then come back and get it again a couple of laps later.
Yeah, he was very mentally neutral there, even in the after the win in the interview. Just, I blocked, I enjoyed the race, had a good first lap, had a good last lap, did what he needed to do. Now, we look back here at the time charts. Of course, Caleb Gaffera has gone through to the lead. He started this lap half a second back from Aiden Ingrata, and it is unreal for these KA juniors to see about halfway down both the Long Pond straightaway and the straight going into the scoreboard hairpin how much of a suck-up they can get to the driver in front of them from about midway on that straightaway on, and the motor starts to kind of run out of power, and the draft takes over. Look at this right here. Ingrata starts this lap 3 car lengths back from Gaffera. Where does he end up by the end of I-70? Where does he end up by the scoreboard hairpin? He'll close up into the I-70 corner to about a car length away, and I bet by the end of the scoreboard hairpin he should be closer. Well, maybe not. Gaffera, great exit there out of turn number 1.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I expected to see the same thing, but I think what we just saw there was Gaffera's got a great hot rod. He was able to get out of turn number 2, or 3, I guess we're calling it, the 2 kink, the 3 hairpin.
There you go.
Getting away all the way down into turn number 5, and Ingrata, even with the draft, wasn't able to pull with them. So I think that speaks volumes for how good Gaffera is right now.
Yeah, so through 3, through 4 in the high-speed sections, pulling away. Jesus Vasquez Jr. was kind of on pace with Caleb Gaffera for a good bit, or only within a tenth or so. He's kind of closed back up. And again, Caleb Gaffera taking a page kind of out of Ryan Norberg's book a little bit here in this pre-final. Get past, get shuffled early, not get rattled. Know that you've got a really good hot rod, like you said, Rob, and he starts to work his way back up the grid. As we're watching Cameron Brinkman right now, he is currently 4th, up 10 positions from the start of the race. 9 up for Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Spencer Conrad, following Brinkman here inside the top 5.
Yeah, that's that Brinkman-Conrad battle, 4th and 5th right now. Brinkman with a big move forward. We've got a driver off the track. That's the number 832. An issue there. Driver coming to the tail of the field. William Rasmussen, the Southern California driver on that Cosmic, out of the race. He'll fall all the way back to likely 37th on the grid. Tough one for Rasmussen. Charlie Smith as well, I believe, out early. We're seeing here on live timing. Up front, though, as we said, Caleb Gaffera and Aiden Ingrata have things kind of their own way right now, although Jesus Vasquez Jr. not done. He's trying to see if he can't reel those leaders back in as well.
Yeah, a little work to be done here as we go further down the order. Oscar Iliff, Alex Mercado, Valentino Garbarino. This is the group 7th, 8th, and 9th headed through the cell tower hairpin. All single file, trailing the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony card of Iliff. He's only about 7 or 8 tenths back from Cooper Shipman, his fellow teammate. And again, all these drivers kind of the fallout from what was a 10-car pack before Ivana Richards got turned in front of the field. And now they've kind of gotten separated, slowly coming back together, though I will say Gaffera, a 108.7 to this group right here, a 108.4. They're all closing back up. Ingrata even finding some late race pace here. He picked a 10th back off Gaffera's lead.
Yeah, the leaders digging in, trying to see if they can't reel back in Caleb Gaffera. We talked about Ivana Richards going around. Ivana, I believe, able to get back rolling. Yeah, she's back on track, was able to get rolling, but back all the way to 34th after having made some really good inroads early in this 10-lap pre-final for KA100 Junior. We're 7 laps down. When they get back around to the stripe, there'll be only 2 more laps to go. And while Gaffera was able to pull a gap a couple of laps ago, you can see they have reeled back in again. Aiden Ingrata in that CRG looking to the inside. That's the cell tower corner. Book it. New leader. Ingrata slides in there, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. saying, thank you very much. You guys keep battling. We'll make it 3 drivers up front, a full second back or more to Brinkman now running P3, or P4 rather.
So Aiden Ingrata will lead his second lap of the session with a little bobble there coming to the scale tower corner. Kicked up some dust. That'll choke him up a little bit, and the more they fight here as they come across the line, 2 laps to go. Ingrata will already start to go down to the inside. He knows right now he doesn't have the top-end speed, it looked like, because he couldn't pull up to Gaffera, and he got past on the straightaway not long before. Gaffera picked him up half a second, so he's all the way on the bottom side, defending with a lap and a half remaining.
Yeah, big defense to the inside at turn number 3 for Ingrata there. He'll run the bottom as well coming into turn number 5. Maybe a good thing here for Jesus Vasquez. He'll try an over-under. He'll go side by side with Gaffera. Can he hold the outside of 6 to the inside of 7? He does. So move Vasquez now up into second. Gaffera goes back to third. And all this racing here for P1. Look at those guys right there. Yeah, Spencer Conrad, Cooper Shipman, and Cameron Brinkman, 4th, 5th, and 6th, ready to line up to try to battle it out here for a position in the top 3. They're closing up here over the last couple of laps. It was Brinkman leading the way at one point, Xander, but it was Spencer Conrad able to finally get by. And look how much closer they are here coming to the white flag.
Yeah, Cooper Shipman now has gotten to the bumper of Caleb Gaffera. He's right there in 4th. Conrad's followed him through in the 5th spot. Ingrata, white flag in the air, 1 to go. Can he low line for another lap? We're 10 drivers deep once again. Here they go down to the grass.
Gonna say we went 3, then we go 6, add a couple more. 8 drivers in the lead group right now. Let's see what happens as they come to 3. A big defense move to the inside for Ingrata. That'll stack everybody up. This changes the storyline here. Final circuit for KA100 Junior. Gaffera thinking about the inside. He does. Going to muscle his way down the bottom, and he may go to the lead. No.
Whoa.
He kind of clears him out a bit, went to the inside of Vasquez. That allowed both Conrad and I believe
Cooper Shipman.
Yeah, to come through.
4th and 5th to the lead there for Shipman and Conrad as they all went wide into the dirt and probably got a lot of marbles on the tires. Gaffera's half a second back. Final time through, look at Shipman. He was completely 40 degrees sideways there going into the cell tower hairpin. Last couple times through, it's still not over. Gaffera's making a late race run. Garbarino was 8th at the start of the final lap. He's up to 4th here, Rob.
Wow, what a final circuit here. And we said they maybe started racing a little too early. They had a good front-running group. Thinking about an over-under here. Shipman and Conrad going at it as they work their way to the final couple of corners. Everyone's scrapping for whatever they can get in the last lap here. Shipman ends up with the victory. 0.07 of a second ahead. Cooper Shipman with the win. Spencer Conrad second. Caleb Gaffera fighting back to third. Valentino Garbarino up 15 positions. Started 19th. This is a massive win for him to go to P4 outside of row 2 starting spot for the main. Oscar Iliff and Jesus Vasquez Jr. both up 6 positions, though. Xander, for Vasquez, he was second for a time. They were thinking about the lead, ends up P6. That was that final run down to turn number 5 with Gaffera making that move to the inside because he was kind of pinching down a bit. They all kind of cleared each other out, and that allowed Conrad and Shipman the opening that would have been, hey, what's happening? They slide through to P1 and P2.
Yeah, what a wild slide all the way down, up, and over. We look back at Leo Meza with a purple lap time. He goes 11th. Ahead of him, 10th, Steven Eisert and Aiden Ingrata at the drop of the checkered from leading at the white flag to 9th there. And again, that's the risk you take. He knew what the consequences could be of him trying to run the low side, and the black and checkers were waved, obviously. There is no surprise there from Richard's spin, which seems like long ago here, with that being early on in the race, to the way that last lap unfolded. I'm sure there will be a lot of official intervention and a lot of eyes reviewing all the footage here from the SuperKarts USA officiating system and Bo Barfield and the team up there. They're going to have their hands full, and we're only 2 pre-finals in.
It was wild how things shook down because obviously the front 3 drivers were kind of battling it out, but that last couple laps they got real aggressive in some of the areas where it can really slow you down. Ingrata went on the defense. That brought 3 more drivers in to make it 6, and literally on that last lap, 7th and 8th back there able to come in, and eventually, like you said, Garbarino was 8th. He ends up P4. What a fantastic final lap for Valentino Garbarino. It kind of shakes everything up based on the starting grid that we had for the pre-final. We'll see something completely new with Cooper Shipman and Spencer Conrad on the pole, depending on how it shakes out. Still, obviously, we could have some race control decisions changing the grid, but otherwise, Shipman and Conrad will be on the pole position for the main event this afternoon.
Well, everyone's already getting ready here as we get inch closer to the afternoon to find themselves a place to watch. You saw the grandstand starting to fill up. The PSL Karting Bureau Art Big Rig has a little nice place up on top. to get a good bird's eye view of what's about to go down, because KA100 Senior is coming your way, presented by Ryan Perry Motorsport. We'll take another commercial break and come back as Alex Stanfield and Oliver Calvo are set to lead the field of the green. Welcome back here. Ryan Perry Motorsport, KA100 Senior, getting set to go green. Alex Stanfield and Oliver Calvo will make up row number 1. A pair of OTKs will follow them in Frankie Mossman and Jeremy Fletcher for row number 2.
Looking for row 3 and 4 now. We've got Cedric Lupien on the inside, Connor Ferris on the outside. Caleb Schrader's been quick all weekend. He'll start 7th alongside Josh Campbell.
We move further back to the edge of the top 10. Aiden Levy and Vinny Muskelis will round off the first 5 rows. Then we go to Daniel Ali and Zach Meyer in row number 6.
Row 7, Jack Doyle alongside Adam Rylance. Row 8, Drew Chappell and Mick Gabriel.
Adam Maxwell in the AMAX Racing OTK starts 17th. Abby Adams and Parker DeLong. Then Kieran Rogers, your final few drivers inside the top 20 as they come onto the front straightaway here. And we get set to head to turn number 3 with a nice and slow start. Alex Stanfield, Oliver Calvo, a little bit of games as they get towards the acceleration box on the power, and we are green and away up the hill for the first time in KA Senior. 43 drivers. Do they all make it through the hairpin? It's been a couple casualties in the first 2 pre-finals. They're 2 and 3 abreast so far. Oh, we had 2 get together right at the back of that shot, going wide. One of them looking to be the 954, one of the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony karts, as we have a pass for the lead. Frankie Mossman in the Team Benek EOS kart went by Alex Stanfield in turn 4. He gets through. Calvo is 3rd. We're underway halfway through lap number 1.
Yeah, Timothy Carroll, I think one of the drivers involved in that incident in turn number 3 at the start of that race. First time for all these drivers. Every time we go through the pre-final, it'll be the first time that these guys have had a chance to go wheel to wheel up into that corner. So everybody getting a feel for how much room you have to give each other. Frankie Mossman, as Xander had said, though, coming out on top of the opening circuit, coming out of 5 over to 6 and 7. He'll lead it down to the 12, 13, 14 combination. Ooh. Yeah, there's a bunch of contact there through turn number 8 and 9. That's that double apex left-hander. There's contact there for the number 998 issue for that driver. He'll fall down the order.
That's one of the Ali brothers, I believe. That is Adam Ali there. Yeah. He started in just around the midfield, right in the hornet's nest. As up front, it's gapped out as they pass for 4th, and now they're passing for the lead again. Stanfield goes through. Calvo follows. Mossman back to 3rd. Cedric Lupien going to lose the 4th spot to Jeremy Fletcher. He gets in line just ahead of Connor Ferris inside the top 5, and it's Alex Stanfield in the GWR Tony kart doing everything he can here to try and keep more distance between himself and Jeremy Fletcher. 100 points up for grabs here in the pre-final. Right now, it's about a 30-point swing in the favor of Stanfield.
I always find it very interesting how things kind of shake down, everybody's mindset for the first couple of laps. You know that once we get past those lap 2, lap 3, lap 4, everything's going to shake out a little bit. But everybody gets super aggressive. You saw that Mossman had taken over the lead early. But after qualifying on the pole, I think Stanfield's like, I need this. I need to be up front. I want to be leading the way. Quickly went by. Instead of sliding in behind Mossman and potentially pushing away, he's gone aggressive. He's gone to P1. He's got Calvo right behind him. Good move for Calvo there to the inside of 13. First time we've seen that on the weekend, Xander. That's a pass I think we'll see a lot. that over-under move to the inside of turn number 13.
Yeah, very nicely done by Oliver Calvo. Now does Stanfield go back on him in turn 1? He does not yet, and he'll lose the second spot as Mossman's going to go. Fletcher's trying to go. He will as well. And Stanfield being hesitant, being smart, maybe. You could call it smart.
The one thing about turn number 5 there, you can hang around the outside. If someone dives you on the inside, doesn't fully get the job done, you can hang the outside of 5 and still beat them into the turn 6 apex, which is the kink that leads back over to turn 7. So you just see a lot of gamesmanship right now. Mossman's got back to P1. But the bottom line is this, scratch off the fact that anybody's going to be calm up front and try to stretch away. If Calvo would have thought more long-term, he would have stayed second instead of trying that pass in 13. That's what's brought everybody back in, and that's why we have, 8 drivers currently in the lead group.
And I think a lot of these guys watched that KA Junior race, and they saw that Caleb Gaffera, had the pace been a little bit better for him, he would have been able to stay away because he got to the lead of that group at just the right time when the pack exploded. And when the pack's this big, in my opinion, being first is the only safe spot because someone's going to make an aggressive move somewhere in here. And with them all stacked up, it's more so not a matter of if, but a matter of when it's going to get split. The higher you are up in the pack, the better your chances are of not getting left behind.
That's it. 8-driver breakaway right now. And we'll see them settle back in here. Mossman leading, but here comes a move there for Jeremy Fletcher. He knows, as Xander had said, he needs max points here. He's got to claw his way back up to Stanfield, and there are lots of points up for grabs. There's Calvo looking to the inside of Mossman in turn number 7. Tossed her in there, got her to rotate a bit mid-corner. We got some aggressive racing early, and Frankie Mossman on the Bennick machine for Team Bennick, on the EOS rather for Bennick, right there on the back of Fletcher. Can they pull away? Because look at Xander, this is some aggressive racing, 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Yeah, look at that. Alex Stanfield, they're able to really just squeak by on Josh Campbell. Campbell tried to close the door and pinch him tight. Couldn't keep him at bay, but that move there by Calvo, that's exactly what I'm talking about. He tried to move on Mossman. Had that gone a little bit differently, all of a sudden Jeremy Fletcher could have been gifted a second-plus lead, and that is all that it takes here on these short pre-finals. But nonetheless, 6 to go, 4 complete. Fletcher leading with Frankie Mossman in tow, and Calvo is going to go back on Cedric Lupien for third. This time, not nearly as chaotic as that attempt on Mossman, and if they are smart here, no pass back, they'll stay close enough that they won't have to worry about losing touch with the top 2.
Yeah, agreed. Be smart here. You don't need to keep dicing back and forth, although Lupien is another driver in the championship fight. He's thinking about getting max points as well. So our championship contenders in this KA100 Senior category, all right in the scrap here right now. We talked about how Alex Stanfield comes in as the point leader in the category, but Fletcher's right there, Lupien's right there. We'll keep an eye on Caleb Schrader as well.
Yeah, there's another pass there. Oliver Calvo was able to break up the top 2 train. Frankie Mossman has been dropped back to third. Nice move by Calvo as he claws his way back to the lead. Oliver Calvo in the last couple of years has run a partial schedule as we see more passing further back between X30 Racing and KA Racing. Just a handful of events through the year, and we've got a big crash over here coming out of the scale tower corner. One driver has pounded the outside retaining wall, and it looks to be one of the TB carts, I believe. Nonetheless, back to the front of the field. We will pick up our leaders here with 5 in, 5 to go. Oliver Calvo's lost the lead, still second as Fletcher leads.
Keegan Clark, I think, Xander the driver off in turn number 12.
Thanks for the update there, Rob. So Keegan Clark, unfortunately, one of the Newcastle Motorsports locals in the barriers in the scale tower corner. Nonetheless, Fletcher and Calvo still first and second. 5 drivers roughly together. A few more stragglers outside the top 5. Aiden Levy's up. Parker DeLong's up 10 spots here to 9th. He's kind of caught that second group with Josh Campbell and Connor Ferris in it. And as they work their way out of the cell tower hairpin, Oliver Calvo was aggressive early and aggressive to get himself back to second. He's yet to pull the trigger on Jeremy Fletcher, coming to see 4 to go this time by.
Yeah, Xander, listen, we've done this long enough and watched these drivers to know that when they feel like they got a really good kart, they're going to be really aggressive. A lot of times, if the kart maybe not as good, you're going to scrap what you can to salvage the best you can. Right now, I feel like Calvo's got what he thinks to be one of the best, fastest karts on the racetrack. He went purple last time by. He wants to be P2. He wants to go to the lead. Right now, he's going to see if he can't stretch away a bit here with Fletcher. But that is a very fast Speed Concepts Racing CRG right now, and he is pulling away from the drivers behind him, tucking right in behind Fletcher, though. Hey, Fletcher's doing the job he needs to get done as he leads here on lap number 6.
Yeah, it took these guys about half the race to finally just become okay with where they are all at, whether they're first or fifth. I will say, though, shout out to Nicholas Terlecki. He started at the tail end of this field in 36. He's up 18 spots, went purple last time by, and he's got another driver in his sights, and Adam Rylance, who has started to fade there in 17th. Ball up front. Look at that, Lupien trying the inside on Mossman, and Mossman for the second time, this time with Lupien instead of Oliver Calvo. We're seeing Frankie Mossman get his elbows out, hold the outside, kind of crowd the guy down. They're cutting him brakes early. I don't know if I'd be doing that this early in the weekend, but right now it's working for Frankie Mossman.
Wow, there is some aggressive racing here in KA100 Senior. I'd mentioned that Calvo on the CRG on the red speed for Speed Concepts Racing. But still very, very comfortable where he's running now. A little bit of a 3-driver breakaway coming now. Mossman, all that aggression that he's been laying down, is trying to pull away a bit here from Cedric Lupien. 3 drivers potentially stretching away. We've had to move as well. Lupien's gone back another spot, I believe, into the 5th position. That's Stanfield, I think, into the spot there. So Stanfield 4th, Lupien 5th. But again, big moves up, as you said, from guys like Nicholas Terlecki and Peyton Phillips, Diego Ramos, all making moves forward. But the guys up front really doing a good job holding on to where they started.
Yeah, we look at them all going through the green corner right now here. Mick Gabriel's up 7. Parker DeLong, we talked about him a moment ago, up 11. And they were working their way by Drew Chappell, who was purple last time by. All the while, the top 5, still no changes here. Fletcher, Calvo, and Frankie Mossman. And again, it goes back kind of on the either you get thrown to the Wolves or you throw someone to the Wolves. And Frankie Mossman decided to hold the outside on Lupien, and that broken momentum gave Alex Stanfield the opportunity to go by. Lupien, I would say, probably the weakest driver it looks like right now out of the 5. He's continuing to lose some speed, and he hasn't been able to keep a lot of those guys' trust to push him. They've all passed him as soon as he's gone by them. And down the front straightaway here now with 2 laps remaining, Jeremy Fletcher. Does he see Calvo go to the inside yet? He does not. And a normal line so far for the RPM Tony Kart driver.
Xander, top 5 drivers in the group. They're pulling away by over a second from Parker DeLong. All 5 of them going green. Their best lap of the session. Everybody essentially right around a 107.6. Go down to a 107.2 for Alex Stanfield. He was the quickest of the group there. Here's Mossman's move to the inside. Turn 7, book it. Frankie Mossman goes to second, drops the hammer there on Oliver Calvo. So Mossman, who has shown well, led for a time, gets the move to the inside. Here comes Calvo back on the bottom.
Whoa.
He gets up on the curb. Yeah, he got up on the curb on the inside, shot him over into Mossman, and that allowed Stanfield to go from 4th to 2nd.
He'll throw another haymaker there coming out of the horseshoe, and that's going to throw them way back here. Oliver Calvo, I believe, probably not too happy with Frankie Mossman from earlier in the race. I think was paying him back a little bit, and that has cost them both dearly. White flag in the air. They are now half a second, nearly a second back from the lead. Jeremy Fletcher has about 4 car lengths back to Alex Stanfield. It'll come down to those 2 for the race win as they head towards turn number 3.
What I like there from Stanfield, Xander, was I think he probably saw it happening. Obviously changed the entry into the turn number 7 there, was able to come back underneath. A great over-under for Stanfield, and he is digging now to try to get himself back to where he started, P1. These are the 2 drivers who are in championship contention, and they run 1-2.
And there's a reason why, because they're not letting the emotions get to them here. You saw Mossman and Calvo go at it again. Cedric Lupien's now in the mix, and Parker DeLong up 13 spots in his KA Senior debut. He's now looking to make himself into the top 5 as Lupien drops a wheel. Watching this fight here for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. DeLong is going to throw the wheel to Oliver Calvo, and the veteran holds on the outside. He'll stay in 5th and say, stay behind me for now, rookie, as we go through the final few corners.
Exactly that. You know, you're up there fighting with the big dogs. Earn the respect. Hold on to your spots. Final lap, as we said in the books. We'll see the checkered flag this time by Stanfield. Not quite enough to close right back up on Fletcher. So it's a pole position for Stanfield. Pre-final win for Fletcher. These guys are going toe-to-toe, nose-to-nose to try to win this championship. And again, Fletcher with the win by 0.2 of a second. Alex Stanfield, who was back as far as 5th, fights his way back up to 2nd. Frankie Mossman and Oliver Calvo really duking it out throughout that 10-lap pre-final as well. Cedric Lupien, I think, maybe getting the benefit of that. As Xander had said, seemed to be the slowest driver in that top 5. Was in danger of losing the top 5, maybe falling back, losing the top 4 rather, but somehow fights his way back up and gets up P4. Parker DeLong strong, up 13 spots, as Xander had said, into the 6th position. Josh Campbell and Aiden Levy both up 1, 7th and 8th respectively. Mick Gabriel up 7. Midway through the race, Gabriel actually had gone purple. He was the fastest driver. He goes from 16th up to 9th, and Drew Chappell as well up 5 spots, able to work his way into the top 10. Some, I don't know, maybe unnecessary excitement. Good for us, but there was definitely some good racing there in the pre-final for KA100.
Lots of entertainment there for the KA100 Senior drivers. Again, presented by Ryan Perry Motorsport, and his driver, Jeremy Fletcher, picks up 3 spots, comes away with the pre-final victory to start on the point for the main event. And the 2 drivers that enter the weekend less than 50 points apart will make up your front row later on this afternoon. Mossman, Lupien, Calvo, the top 5. And we've got one more session to come before the lunch break. The Mini Swifts are on deck here, live from Newcastle Motorsports Park. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the SKUSA Pro Tour.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back here to Newcastle Motorsports Park as the Parallel USA Mini Swifts begin to make their way onto the racetrack. Gage Bailey, with a fantastic performance in qualifying, has put himself on the point here to start the pre-final. He and Turner Brown work together beautifully, and they'll make up row number 1. Keelan Harvick will start to the inside of row number 2 alongside Parallel's own Tyler Roberts in the number 199.
Row 3, Lucas Palacio on the inside alongside Michael McGahee, while row 4 will have Isaac Melkett and Felipe Jesus Benito, 7th and 8th.
Ashton Woon and Alan Bonilla will make up row number 5. Your championship leader, Jack Iliff, had to go through the slow group in qualifying. He starts 11th on the inside of row 6 alongside the 111 of Tristan Murphy.
Row number 7, the 120 of Max Wound and the 144 of Edward Kennedy. And then row number 8, the 139 of Max Christia and the number 194 of Asher Ockstein.
Devin Waltz will start to the inside of row number 9 alongside Travis Pettit in the solo cart number 128 with Ty Fisher and Sam Tutwiler rounding off the top 20.
20 drivers set to go. Row number 11, we'll see Derek Wargo and Cade Yeager. Row 12, Fionn Shee and Caleb Tarter.
Moving towards the final few rows of the field, it'll be David Ramirez in the number 142 Abreu Racing Team entry on the inside of Johnny Stamps in the 181 with Juan Jose Paramo and Tyrone Kemper Jr. aboard the PSL karting Charles Leclerc Clark in row number 14.
Capping off the field, Jensen McKelkey, Bristol Bourneman, and Mason Berry. 32 drivers in total here in the Mini Swift class, brought to you by Parallel USA. Our final pre-final before we head to the lunch break and cap off the morning show here on Kart Chaser. Dialing things in. Again, up front, Gage Bailey and Turner Brown, first pole. Very quick start for Gage Bailey. They get the green, and we're underway. Through turn number 2, over to the hairpin. Turn 3, we've seen a lot of chaos here. More contact there mid-corner. Couple of drivers bumping and banging. One way off into the grass. Make that 3 in total, including looks like maybe the number 142 of David Ramirez involved as well.
Quite a few there. Alan Bonilla started 10th in the 192. He's gone around, and it looks like one of the CRG entries might have been included also. I don't want to say names just yet. I don't know where Turner Brown's locked himself into, but either way, Keelan Harvick has evaded the madness as the leader, and Lucas Palacio in his second. So your front row has been demolished already. A wild start here for the Mini Swifts presented by Parallel USA. Let's go down to some driver here. Jeremy Fletcher came into this weekend needing to get some good points for the championship. Comes away with a pre-final win in KA Senior. He's down with Kendall.
I'm here with Jeremy Fletcher. Jeremy, you had to work for that one a little bit. What was going through your head when Calvo and Mossman were on your bumper?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely nice. Me and Calvo worked great together. I thought we were pulling away a little bit. You know, I think, I don't know if him and Mossman got into it, but it gave me a gap, and I was happy with the finish.
Yeah, at the end, Stanfield started to catch up to you, and you two are really close in points. What's kind of your mindset going through the rest of the weekend?
I mean, obviously, I'm not going to sit there and race him for 4th or 5th. I still want to win. I mean, if I get 1st and 2nd, I mean, we're good friends. I'm not going to wreck him for a championship, so.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys in a bit.
Always great to see the respect between a couple of drivers there. These guys are going to fight it out, right? They're not. You don't need to wreck for it. The whole concept of going racing here is to respect each other and see who comes out on top, man. Who's got the better kart in the weekend? Who's driving better? Make the right moves. I like that call there from Jeremy Fletcher. I think we're going to see some great racing throughout the remainder of the weekend.
Right. You go back again, the first round of the weekend, they worked together beautifully. They were working together even in Utah and then over here in Newcastle Motorsports Park. Lots of clean racing, lots of respect between them. Not so much clean there as we got one driver way off over at the cell tower hairpin, and a little change in the lead as Keelan Harvick has been passed for the top spot, then passed back for it. Michael McCaughey back and forth with him, I believe. If not, maybe Isaac Malcutt as it shuffled around a little here this time by Malcutt into 3rd. Who do we got up there? That's Tristan Murphy. Murphy up in the 111. They're up into 2nd. So they've spread back out now. 6 to go with 2 laps completed. Let's send it down to Oliver Calvo, get his thoughts. We obviously saw things get a little bit hairy in KA Senior.
Oliver, Frankie was not too keen to talk about the situation that just happened, but you guys got into it at the end of the race. Can you walk me through it?
I mean, I made some moves out there on him, and he didn't want to give up the outside. You know, I'm not going to run him off the track in the pre-final. That's not how I race. And it's kind of bumping heads. I don't know where his head was, but it's whatever. You know, I just do my race, and he can do his.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Aggressive racing for sure. Both those drivers, you had mentioned it, that whether was it a payback from contact early. He made the move to the inside at turn 7. The cell tower got up on the curbing a little bit, pushed him wide. That's what allowed Stanfield to come through. But again, like Oliver said, he's not going to push him off in the pre-final. He can do that in the main.
Again, that goes back on it, right? And all those drivers were making aggressive moves early on. We saw a lot of passing. And then Mossman, it was about lap 2 or lap 3, going through the green corner here, which I guess, like we've talked about, would be about maybe corner 6 or corner 7. 7 yard, because while they were all throwing haymakers at each other, nobody was holding the outside early on. If someone was dive on them, they let them go. They passed them maybe back to the next corner. Mossman was the first one to hold the outside. Looked like Calvo was, again, trying on him. Mossman held it on him again. And like he said there, just going to run his race. At the end of the day, he's not trying to crash out of a pre-final, but it looked like both of them ended up as the losers out of it, losing some spots and not fighting for the win on the last lap.
And Xander giving it up in the green corner, turn 7, when someone's on the inside of you. When you give that up, that's what allows you to pull away. When you don't do that, when you're hanging the outside, that stacks everybody back up because neither driver is getting good exits out of the corners. So I'm sure they'll maybe have a chat before it's all said and done. Didn't seem like it was real good coming off through the scales, but again, cooler heads will likely prevail by the time we get ourselves into the main event this afternoon. Some tremendous racing going on here right now as well in Mini Swift to cap off this morning show here as we'll go to the lunch break after this. One of the drivers making big moves up right now. In fact, 2 of the guys coming up big time. Number 1, Ty Fisher, started in the 19th spot. He's got his way up into 8. Same goes for Derek Wargo. He started outside the top 20 in 21st. He's fought his way up to 10th now. So good moves forward by both of those drivers early on in what will be an 8-lap pre-final.
Yeah, it'll be a short distance. We're already halfway through it here. 4 in, 4 to go. Keelan Harvick leads the 3-car group up the hill. Back behind, again, Michael Mackay and Jack Iliff, 4th and 5th. Iliff's already gone up quite a few spots from his starting position. They're only about a second back, so a little bit of teamwork and some good lap times. They could get there. They need a little more pace than where they were. They give up a half-tenth to the leading trio last time by. Ty Fisher, 13 spots gained in the 138 from 20th to 6th. We look back at some of the, is that Mackay?
I think that was the battle between Murphy and Palacio up front. That was in that lead group, I think. I think that's Tristan Murphy potentially off there. Murphy in the 111. Yeah, that's Tristan Murphy from P2. He and Palacio going for the same piece of asphalt coming through that turn number 7. We just talked about that, the inside-outside. Those two drivers getting connected right essentially, Xander, at the apex. Tristan Murphy getting the worst of that exchange.
And Tristan Murphy was up 10 spots from 12th on the grid. Had a great run going to the lead pack. And just like that, Keelan Harvick gets a heck of a gift here. He's ahead of both of them as they went side by side for second. And right there, again, that corner, a trouble spot. We talked about it already, caused the issues between Mossman and Calvo in KA Senior. And now here in the Mini Swift class, some more chaos at the green hairpin.
Yeah, big benefit for Michael McGahey and Jack Iliff. They've been able to close up. And in fact, McGahey has made the move to second. Inside of turn number 3, McGahey to the inside of Palacio. He'll take that spot. Lucas right there still with them, though. Palacio runs in third. There's the move back to the inside, so he'll go back to P2. And big save there for McGahey. Dropped the wheel on the X5. We talked about that, too. Not hard if someone's on the inside here to try to roll the outside. You drop that wheel. That thing almost went around. That allowed Jack Iliff to slide through for P3.
Yeah, and again, I think McGahey was just thinking, okay, I've got one guy going by. I can just kind of lose one spot and drop in. And now with dirt on the tires, he's getting eaten alive. We go back a little bit further. He's lost 2 more spots, unfortunately, to both Ty Fisher and the 138. Is that a Race Lab Atomica entry, I think, for the 138 machine? He's normally with the TB Kart Race Lab squad, and indeed he is. So he's now gotten to 4th. Malkett followed him through, and they have shuffled Michael McGahey all the way down to the 6th position, just ahead of rookie Ashton Woon, who's up to 7th with a solid run on his own, moving up to the Mini Swift class here over the summer.
Yeah, some pretty good action here. You see a number of the drivers pairing off for the final couple of laps here. Just 2 laps remaining in the pre-final for Cadet. An 8-lapper for Cadet. Harvick, Palacio, Iliff, Fisher, and Malkett, top 5. We'll see how they shake down in the final couple of laps, but Malkett's trying to work his way forward onto Fisher. But right now, it's almost a full second for Keelan Harvick. Xander, everything else happening behind him. He's focused forward and stretching away right now to try to lock onto that pole position for the main.
Yeah, although I will say he gave up 3/10 to that second group last time by here. They are closing in again. McGahey Jack Iliff on the bumper, Lucas Palacio. So they are closing up now to 3 to 4 car lengths away. The white flag will wave this time by. You can see how good Iliff was on the bumper. He helped push him all the way to the cell tower hairpin. Now they're well within the draft. So Harvick's going to have to fight for it. Might have been good 1 lap early, but they've got 1 more to go.
And remember, Jack Iliff coming through the slower qualifying group as well. He has scrapped his way back up here now. Started 11th. He's got his way now up into 3rd. This is the final battle. Let's see if they work coming down the back straightaway. Palacio got that draft. Remember, the the layout of this racetrack, 2 big draft areas all the way down into turn number 3, and there goes Palacio to the inside of 3. Book it. So Harvick goes from P1 to P3 as Palacio and Iliff shot out of a cannon here in the final circuit. Here goes the over-under again. Keelan Harvick going to try to get them both coming over to turn number 6 and 7. Palacio to the lead. He goes back to third. Around the outside. This is good racing on the final circuit.
What a great final lap there. Jack Iliff, he's already, again, had that little bit of contact with McGahee, and then it looked like him and Harvick pop wheels coming out of the scoreboard hairpin. He's going to stay to the inside. Palacio goes to second. Harvick back to third. Jack Iliff still leading the way here. Through, he runs a little wide. Palacio going to give his own little hip check to Iliff, and Iliff's off in the dirt. What a save by the 144. Here comes Isaac Malkin out of nowhere. Iliff's going to block for more.
Wow, big final lap here. Palacio trying to hold on. They're scrapping back for 4th, 5th, and 6th as well. Palacio trying to hold them off. Coming to the line. What a crazy race there. Palacio made a great move to the inside of Iliff. Coming out of turn number 9, took the position. Black and checker at the start finish, so this one will be under review. Lucas Palacio with the win, 0.08 of a second, the margin over Keelan Harvick. Isaac Malkin getting a gift there, able to work his way back up. He ends up third. Ty Fisher up 15 positions. He took full advantage as well. He slides by Jack Iliff, so Fisher goes to 4th. Iliff 5th. McGahee in 6th spot. Asher Osteen 7th up 9. Derek Wargo up 13 spots. He goes to 8th. Tyler Roberts going the other way down to 9th. And Johnny Stamps up 16 spots to 10th. We had, 3 drivers, Xander, with 13 or better position improvements in that race.
Yeah, lots of comers there at the end. And a few goers, of course, unfortunately losing out. We had Alan Bonilla, Felipe Zeus Benito, and Tristan Murphy all dropping back. Gage Bailey laid down to 28. So lots of drivers going backwards, lots going forwards. Ty Fisher, 15 spots. Wargo, again, like you mentioned, Stamps all the way to the top 10. And then a little bit of shuffling in the midfield. Turner Brown, unfortunately, just a terrible start from the front row. He gets knocked all the way outside the top 25, drives his way back up to 17th. So at least he'll get the inside, barring any penalties, but I think we are going to see definitely a few. There was some more elbows up racing. That's to be expected. This racetrack has quite a few corners going this direction that you definitely could see some contact. We've seen some already here this morning, Rob.
We saw drivers back and forth. You open up the line to get in, especially over in turn 7. You try to open up the line to get a good exit. Guys are throwing it down the bottom. You can get up on the curbing there. That was a great move by Palacio, the double apex left-hander there. 8 and 9 was able to work his way down the inside to take the spot away, and I think Iliff probably caught him off guard a bit. Iliff had a little bit of a hip check, as Xander had said, dropped a wheel. Luckily to get back on, he lost a couple of spots, but to see Palacio working like that, real aggressive, man. I think he wants to find his way to the front and wants to get another race win here this afternoon.
Again, Lucas Palacio is one of the youngest drivers. You can see by his size and stature there. I think maybe just turned 8 years old in the Mini Swift class. But for him to get his elbows out with Jack Iliff, who has spent so much time this year racing overseas in Europe, leads the championship. Doesn't matter who it is. Palacio is willing to put his elbows out and race him hard. And I think he saw that Iliff, again, was racing hard with Keelan Harvick because they came together coming out of the scoreboard hairpin. That's what broke Harvick's momentum. Otherwise, Harvick's over-under would have taken him from third to the lead.
Yeah, agreed. I think a precursor of things to come. We saw through all these pre-finals the guys we expected to be up front, but a couple other drivers diving in saying, hey, you know what? This is the Summer Nats, an opportunity for me to get my win. I haven't got one potentially yet this year. We're going to see a lot of different drivers, I think, in the mix when we get things done this afternoon.
No doubt about it here. And again, like Rob said earlier on, 4 sessions for pre-finals here before the lunch break, 4 coming after. We're going to go to commercial break and play some more footage here from around the horn on the racetrack. When we do come back, we've got a stacked class load still to come. Of course, Pro Shifter will kick off following the lunch break. X30 Junior. We've got the Master Shifters and the X30 Seniors, and then everybody back again for main events. So for Rob Howden, for myself, Xander Clemens, and the Kart Chaser team, we'll be back in just a little bit once we get some food here for all the hardworking team from the Superkarts USA and Newcastle Motorsports Park track staff. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAMI, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAMI, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Hi, I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAMI, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Hi, I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Back to your live with Castle Motorsports. You're watching.
Pushes her back to P5. She starts to the inside of the reigning national champion, AJ Myers, on row number 3.
Great qualifying effort for Talon Yokel, the number 224. He'll start 7th alongside multi-time Super Nationals winner Billy Musgrave in the 203.
Jacob Gulick was the fastest driver in morning warm-up today. He qualified 9th overall, just inside the top 10, alongside Andrew Bajoso, who makes his return to the Pro Shifter class, his first Pro Tour start of 2022.
Row number 6 will put Andy Rule on the inside. On the outside, David Greco.
Row number 7 will be Ayrton Hernandez, and started to the outside of him after a broken ring in qualifying on the engine for Danny Formal in the RPG Cosmic.
Gabriel Cower and Jonathan Vitolo will be on row number 8. Cower on the inside, Vitolo on the outside.
Michael Costello makes his Pro Shifter debut, his second ever start to the inside of row number 9, alongside Philip Niemkowicz, Kyle Kennedy, Charlie Steins, your top 20.
We'll have Josh Conker, Jordan Musser, and Victor Jimenez to round out the field. I don't know that Jimenez is here. I think we'll have just the 22. Field sets to the flags. Green, 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 and a hole shot for Kremers. Big run down into turn number 3 now. Kremers going to roll out there nicely. Wick loses a bit from the outside. He'll lose one spot. I think that might have been Jake French getting able to up into the second spot. Billy Musgrave trying to get some positions as well. Side by side coming through. Look at the action here early on. Kremers still with the lead, but everybody holding on. There's contact further back in the field.
Hunter Pickett went through to the lead there. They went wide, as you called it, Rob. It was a madhouse. Marion Kremers completely missed his braking marker going into turn at number 4. He's dropped back to second. Pickett almost followed him off the cliff, went around him, got through to the lead. And Hunter Pickett, after what was an abysmal Friday afternoon, a decent qualifying run put him in the top 5, got to second off the start. He leads, headed through the scale tower corner for the first time with Kremers quick, and look at them battling for fourth. A.J. Myers around the outside, nearly gets by on Jake French.
What a hectic opening lap. Would you believe that Kremers could have overcooked it into the turn 5 braking zone? That shooken everything up, and we'll go too wide. Everybody lining up to get around here, coming up into turn number 3. Again, Pickett goes to the lead early. Kremers slotting into second. Wick, French, Myers the top 5. Musgrave 6th. Gulick 7th. Bedozo 8th. Andy Rule 9th. Hannah Greenmeyer falling down into the 10th spot. And the driver you saw early there on the screen go off track, that was the number 210 of Felix Shedimkevich.
Jake French right now is getting eaten alive. He's all the way down to the 9th spot. You see him side by side with rookie Annie Rule. Sorry, not rookie. Her second season on the Pro Tour in the Pro Shifter class. She ends up losing a spot out of it, but French got passed around the outside as Musgrave pushed A.J. Myers by him, and now he's down behind Danny Formal in the RPG Cosmic, who has already cracked the top 10.
You got to wonder if something's wrong with Jake French mechanically to follow that far down the order. We'll see if he's able to reset, but man, like you said, dropping like a rock all the way behind Danny Formal on that RPG Cosmic machine. Formal back up on the wheel. They'll come across the line 9th and 10th, so just inside the top 10. But differing situations here. French down 7. Formal up 5.
Marion Kremers was able to get back around Hunter Pickett that time by, retake the lead, pull half a second away as A.J. Myers takes a look back. Billy Musgrave is starting to challenge for the 4th spot. He'll look to the inside, doesn't pull the trigger as Myers goes a little bit narrow into turn at number 4, and it's a 3-driver break up front. Kremers followed by Pickett and then Kyle Wick, and it's about 7/10 back to find A.J. Myers. Here's the group behind Billy Musgrave, led by Jacob Gulick, up 3 spots from 9th on the grid with Bedozo and Hannah Greenemeyer right there as well. And there again, they head out of the cell tower corner. Little mistake out of Boydeshow. He loses a couple car lengths to Gulick, stacks up to the front bumper of Greenemeyer, and Jake French, the next driver in line, he's at least gotten his way around Danny Formal, clawed his way back to 9th.
Back to 12, 13, and 14, and Kremers, despite that minor miscue on the opening lap, has found himself back up front, able to get by Hunter Pickett, as we had said. So he is back to where he needs to be and pulling away a little bit. Pickett still trying to salvage a strong pre-final after the issues he's had so far this weekend. Kyle Wick in the beautiful black and yellow track magic machine right there. Easy to pick up on screen. P3. Wick comes in 3rd place in points as well. So he's still looking for a national number plate, running in that 3rd position. But with A.J. Myers in 4th, Billy Musgrave having a good run here. You got to give Musgrave a little bit of kudos for the fact that he's kind of just made the move.
Hannah Greenemeyer.
Yeah, it's Greenemeyer off the racetrack, folks. Some trouble early. We talked about the fact that she went back into the 10th position. This looks like mechanical. They were trying to get her refired, but she just waved them off.
Yeah, Hannah Greenemeyer braking over at turn number 4. Meanwhile, we'll pick back up that battle for second. Hunter Pickett is losing ground to Marion Kremers, and Kyle Wick is bearing down on him. 2 car lengths back for Kyle Wick and the Track Magic machine as they go through the final 2 corners. It'll be this time by 4 laps complete here. 6 laps to go already. Coming up on the halfway mark in the pre-final. Wick is going to be within striking distance in a lap or less.
See whether or not he closes up coming down the back chute there. But again, just to get back to cap off the Musgrave conversation, this guy was big time into the stock Honda deal, was all over the 175, fully supported the IME 175, finally has made the transition to the KZ power plant. So for him, he's kind of getting a feel for this KZ, learning what it wants, what it needs in terms of pace, how to gear it to be where it needs to be in the RPM zone. So for him to be running P5 right now, I think really solid start to the weekend for Billy Musgrave.
Really impressive. And again, of course, on that same token, look at Andrew Bajoso. I think Bajoso must have come together with Hannah Greenemeyer. They were running together, and Bajoso's front nose cone makes you think that maybe Greenemeyer went up over the top of him trying to get by. So we saw a lap prior that Greenemeyer was all over Bajoso. Now he's dropped back behind David Greco. He's right ahead of another one of the Magic entries that I believe is Talon Yockel, who is, again, this is all right now, right around 10th, 11th, and 12th, trailing Danny Formal, who leads them on through.
Yeah, Formal able to work his way forward enough here, at least to get into the top 10 at this point. Now into the 8th position, ahead of Greco, Bedozo, Yokel, and Annie Rule, who turned her fast lap last time by on lap 5. Jake French is the fastest driver on the racetrack, so that answers the question whether or not he had some kind of a technical issue there with the Burrell number 202. He is fast, just for some reason, whether he got out on the outside of the racetrack and a lot of rubber on the tires, whatever it may be, he fell like a rock at the start, but he's digging back in right now, P7.
Yeah, it wasn't a great start for him. Then he and Myers went side by side through the second to last corner, and I think that kind of threw him off all the way to the straightaway. He tried to block, just had no power. As we watch this group now coming together, A.J. Myers and Billy Musgrave have tracked down Kyle Wick and Hunter Pickett. Looked for a moment like Wick might have been able to fight Pickett. Now he's got company on his back doorstep. So they are starting to close together here as we'll see 4 laps to go this time by. Everybody chasing Marian Kremers. This is kind of a flip of the story from last year when A.J. Myers was so dominant that the only day that he wasn't out in front was the day he blew a motor. And now we're watching the same story, except this time it's not Myers far and away. He's actually going to lose a spot to Billy Musgrave as they go up the hill to turn number 3.
Yeah, Musgrave's trying to throw it down the bottom. Can't quite get the job done, and they've invited a couple more players to the action. That is Jacob Gulick rolling up with Jake French. They have closed right up. And in fact, look at this move here. They're going at it side by side. They are both trying to find a way by Billy Musgrave. He'll defend, covered off to the inside at turn number 7. A lot of action right now, and give it up for French. He's back another spot. French has gone by Gulick, so he's up to 6th. And he's the man on the move right now. Xander putting a lot of pressure on Billy Musgrave through turn number 10.
Yeah, I'm sure when Jake French comes off the racetrack here, he will be absolutely frustrated as, again, he'll see right now he still has the fastest lap time of the session working their way through towards the scale corner. That's given A.J. Myers some breathing room the way they were fighting through the scoreboard hairpin. You see Danny Formel there at the edge of the screen. He's got decent pace, not too great, though, as Marian Kremers has started to back his pace back up, start to manage the tires a little bit. We mentioned tire degradation was a big key, and, of course, carburation, finding the exact settings for their KZ power plants, important as well, as one of Marian Kremers' mechanics there with the PSL karting group, blocking our shot a little bit, but not much to see for the driver out front. It's smooth sailing. Meanwhile, here's that fight back for 5th. French to the outside on Musgrave. Can he get clear? Around the outside, Jake French to the top 5.
Wow, French's Burrell Art is hooked up right now, able to go around the outside, keeping Musgrave pinched to the bottom. You don't see that a lot, but this corner, as we talked about this morning, if you get to the outside, if you're the first driver essentially to the exit point of that corner, you've got the inside for turn number 6 and enough of an advantage to take it through turn number 7 as well. So I'll tell you, after falling early, he is fighting his way back, and it's Jake French up into P5 on the PSL karting Burrell. He leaves Musgrave to battle it out with Jacob Gulick.
Yeah, so now Billy Musgrave here. He knows Gulick was there as well. Obviously, Gulick nearly got by him around the outside a lap prior. Let's see what he can do as he pulls to the rear bumper. 2 laps to go. Billy Musgrave just trying to hang on at this point here. Beyond Gulick, there's still a big cushion back to Danny Formal, who sets his best time of the race that time by. But nothing to worry about beyond the 2:15. This fight for 6 is what we're focused on, as everything else is kind of stabilized. Marian Kremers backed the pace up tremendously from a 101.6. Last time by was 0.6 slower for the second lap in a row. He's taking it easy here. Hunter Pickett went quicker to pull the gap on Kyle Wick and manage his tires as well as he can in second. Wick third, and then a 1.5 back to A.J. Myers in the 4th spot. As there's your leader. Headed to the horseshoe here. White flag coming this time by for the 296 of Marian Kremers. And a picture-perfect start to championship weekend. A good day today. Could just about put him out of reach by tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. All he's got to do is keep locking the points down. He's got the 10-point bonus. Looking to try to get the full points here, the 100 points for winning the pre-final. I mentioned Victor Jimenez. Wasn't sure whether or not he was running this weekend. He indeed has. Was out early, though, to lead the group that has pulled off in attrition. Jimenez out early. Vitolo and Greenmeyer, as we know. Kyle Kennedy not able to start, so 19 remain on the racetrack. But Kremers out front, as we had talked about. Here's a good battle, though. This is that second-place fight. Hunter Pickett has done a good job for second. Kyle Wick, who started on the outside of the front row, still holding on to that 3rd position. So still up where he needs to be, although not in a place to potentially dig in at all to try to challenge for the championship. This title really belongs to Marian Kremers as he continues to lead. Final circuit on the pre-final, looking to complete a perfect day so far. He leads last time by just under a second.
Yeah, nice and easy here for Marian Kremers, just managing the tires, managing the gap, managing his stamina, obviously running both X30 Senior Pro and Pro Shifter. And as they go to the scale tower corner for the final time, it'll be a smooth cruise to the finish. Wick will not get to Pickett. They'll stay second and third, and Marian Kremers collects the pre-final flag to flag from lap 2 on, as again he lost out on that opening lap with that little mistake in the scoreboard hairpin. Kind of got away with one there as Hunter Pickett got by. Could have been a lot more.
Kremers wins by just 0.6 of a second, backed it off on the final circuit. Kyle Wick's last lap actually his best at a 1:01.821. So it's Kremers, Pickett, Wick 1, 2, 3, AJ Myers in 4th. French, who'd fallen back to 8th, scraps his way back up to P5. Billy Musgrave 6th. 7th, Jacob Gulick. 8th, up 6 spots. Good run into the top 10 and an outside row 4 starting spot for Danny Formal in the main event. David Greco up 3 spots to 9th, and Talon Yokel dropping back into 10th. Other big movers, Josh Conker from 21st up into 12th. And then we've got Jordan Musser as well, Xander. Started 22nd. He works his way up to 15th.
Yeah, so good run forward for Jordan Musser. Like we said, it looked like the pace wasn't nearly as far off in for him as it really showed in qualifying, as we see the damaged go-kart of Hannah Greenemeyer able to get back under power. So indeed, I believe reports were that there was an incident between her and Andrew Bajoso. They were battling for the 8th spot on the racetrack. Unofficially here, Bajoso drops back to the 13th position with probably a damaged Magic Kart, and Hannah Greenemeyer will roll off 22nd, tail end of the field for the main event later on today. So unfortunate for those two drivers. You see Bajoso messing with the bent front fairing, just trying to get over the hill into the scale line. Lots of controversy all around. While all this is going on, more racing still to come. X30 Junior is getting set to go green here. Argenta Tommy went down and talked with a few of the top X30 Junior drivers to get their thoughts going in after what was a little bit tame up front towards the second half of this pro shifter main. What can we expect here from our X30 Juniors, Jenna?
Thanks, Xander. I started off by talking to Caleb Gaffera, our pole sitter, and he's felt great all weekend. He was here for the test last weekend. It went great. He's had an awesome season. There's not much to report. As for the kid who drove his kart around the Brickyard this weekend, Sebastian, also feeling good. He noted that the track conditions are definitely getting hot and grippy, but he's excited for the race and how it's going to turn out. Aiden Ingrata, starting P4, said he's nervous that it's going to drive like a KA field. Before lunch break, we saw some of the KA brutal racing, and he's hoping it doesn't turn into that. Max Taylor is also excited, and he is closing to Caleb Gaffera on the championship and hopes he can get it done by the end of this weekend.
Lots of great stuff there, Xander. Thank you so much from Jenna being down there on pit lane to get some insight from all the drivers. And indeed, that common thought of how wild that KA100 race was, that pre-final. There was a bunch of penalties came down, guys getting moved around a little bit. Hopefully we won't see the same with X30 Junior, although there'll be a lot of the same proponents in the race, so hopefully they'll have learned their lesson from penalties in KA100.
Again, the one saving grace for the X30 Juniors presented by Rawlison Performance Group is, of course, that we don't have nearly as big of a field, only 20 for the X30 Juniors, so there should be less players. But like you said, the main antagonists and protagonists of the field will all be there here. Again, Caleb Gaffera, Max Garcia, Sebastian Weldon, Aiden Ingrata, Max Taylor. You heard Taylor saying he's hoping he can get himself up into the championship fight by the end of the weekend. It's a little bit of work to be done for sure in terms of Aiden Ingrata, who leads the title fight coming into this one. Rob, you had the points pulled up here as well. You've got an idea of what we've got coming in when it comes to the Pro Tour Championship.
Yeah, it's fairly close in terms of up top, although a decent little advantage for Aiden Ingrata right now, 1,008 points to Caleb Gaffera's 932. But as we know, you got to look at the drop race. Brandon Carr, third place in points, not here this weekend. Max Taylor and Max Garcia both in it. Same goes for Ernesto Rivera. He's not here this weekend either. So we have two of the drivers within the top 6 that aren't actually here. But we've already seen Ingrata, Gaffera, Taylor's in there, but Garcia, of course, qualifying well and running well. The guys that are in the championship are there for a reason, and the cream normally always rises to the top when you come to the Summer Nationals. The guys that are in the fight for the title are all the guys we're seeing up front on the grid as well.
For sure. Now let's go ahead to that grid here. Max Garcia, as you mentioned, great run in qualifying. We talked to him after his pole award run, said he positioned himself well, backed off from the group, got himself a nice little tow, put it on the pole. The MPG Motorsports Will Power Kart branded livery here will start to the inside of Sebastian Weldon in the Lando Norris kart for JC Karting Team.
Row 2, Caleb Gaffera, P2 in the points. He'll start on the inside of row number 2 alongside the driver he's chasing, Aiden Ingrata, on the outside of the number 715.
Max Taylor, like he said in his talks with Jenna, looking to try and close that championship gap. Starts the inside of row 3 alongside Alexander Chartier, Cameron Brinkman, Stephen Miller, Charlie Smith, Elio Meza, your top 10.
Field set into the staging lanes. We're going to get ready to go. Pre-final racing, we're at it. Green, green, green. Through turn, what is number 2, over to 3. Oh, contact up front. Some aggressive contact between Gaffer. No, I think that might have been Ingrata.
Ingrata and Weldon, it looked like.
Weldon, yeah.
Yeah, Ingrata got a great start, went all the way 3 wide around the top side, and Weldon kind of got into the left rear of him. Look at that. Whoa, one way off onto the outside barrier. That is going to be Cooper Shipman and the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart going for a ride through the grass.
Yeah, thinking about trying to make it 3 wide through turn 5, but there's just no grip out there. The minute he tried to turn it in, it went straight off the racetrack. They were 2-3 wide coming through the corner. There's another driver got turned there coming, I believe, through turn number 8 and 9, but it is Gaffera slotting into the second spot. Max Garcia leveraging on the pole position to lead the way through this opening lap. They'll work their way out of turn number 11 now, the short chute down to 12, 13, and 14. Xander looks like about maybe 7 or 8 cars in the lead group.
And they're going to change a little bit further back. Jesus Vasquez Jr. is on the outside edge of the championship fight in 7th this weekend. He makes a pass on what looked to be Ingrata, who's dropped all the way to the end of the group. So a little bit of dust getting kicked up behind him. Here's your challenge for the lead. Gaffera looking inside and clear. Weldon trying to go. He'll just defend for second. Garcia back to third. And while we have that here, let's send it down to our pre-final winner in Pro Shifter. Your championship leader's got a perfect day in the works. Marion Crummers is caught up with us down on the scale area.
I'm here with Marion Crummers, who just finished first in the pre-final. Can you walk us through what happened on that first lap?
I got off to a good jump. Carl kind of bogged down, and then when I looked behind me and out of turn 1, I thought it was Jake behind me, my teammate. It was Hunter behind me, my other teammate. But Hunter's engine has been on fire all week, so if I knew it was Hunter, I would have protected the inside a little bit more. He stuck a nose in and it kind of spooked me, so I outbroke myself and almost drove off the track. And then calmed down a little bit that first lap. The end of the first lap was good. I found I had a lot more pace than Hunter, so I overtook him. And then when I pulled the gap, I just tried to control the gap from there. And yeah, it's been well.
Once you were able to pace yourself and calm down and get going again, you gapped everybody pretty well. Do you have any complaints about your piece?
No, definitely not. I think we're very fast. I didn't really have to push all the way that pre-final, so I got to conserve my tire a little bit. So yeah, we should have a good pace in the final again.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
That is not what the shifter drivers wanted to hear, that he's pretty happy with the cart the way it is right now. Just a minor bobble at the very start kind of got spooked, as Marion said, with Hunter throwing it in the bottom of turn number 5. Otherwise, once he was able to recover, it was basic Kremer settled back in, had a good cart, went back around Pickett, was able to pull away.
No doubt there. As they go through the cell tower hairpin here, we go back to the X30 Juniors. Sebastian Weldon has overtaken Caleb Gaffera to take the lead for the first time. And after what was a little bit hairy going through turn 1 for Weldon, the outside front row number 2 starter, he's at least got himself back up into the point. And they've got a big gap because Garcia has been shuffled all the way to the outside edge of the top 5. He's fallen behind Jesus Vasquez Jr., who's been slowly and methodically cutting his way up the grid. He's 7 spots gained, lost the position to Max Taylor that time by. He'll push him down the long straightaway here as all the shuffling for the juniors kind of broke that pack up pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think with the gap we have now between Gaffera back to Brakeman being a full second, you'll expect to see Gaffera just lock on to Weldon and see if the two of those guys can't pull away. No need to fight right now whatsoever. You got the gap you need, stretch away, basic strategy in trying to pull and make sure you have the points you want for the pre-final and then the starting position you want for the main event. Brakeman doing a great job, though, running in P3. As you said, Taylor in 4th. Jesus Vasquez Jr. has fought his way back up a couple of spots as well, as he now has jumped his way in front of Max Garcia. So all in all, some pretty good moves of guys coming forward. A little further back, Caleb Campbell up 5 spots. Gavin Witt up 6 positions. Oscar Iliff up 6 spots as well. So we've got drivers who have leveraged these first couple of laps, first 3 laps of a 7-lap contest, Xander, to get themselves where they need to be. That's really the goal in the pre-final, right? Improve your starting position for the main event. When you go 4, 5, 6 positions up, you've really achieved that goal.
Now, as we look at the lap times here, 4 laps in, 6 laps to go. This group we're watching, they're not making up much headway. It looked like for a moment that they were. They are not, and that's why they're going to pass right now here. Vasquez going to go by, and look at both the Maxes coming together. Garcia wheel hops there with Taylor trying to follow Vasquez Jr. through. Aiden Ingrata showing why he's the championship leader, sees the battle coming, overtakes them both, gets up into 5th.
That's good vision, right? It's just really being aware of what's happening. You see where the drivers are. You can place the cart in the right place. That was a great job for Ingrata, slipped through nicely, and that's why he's moved up a couple of spots. Your point leader, Was purple last time by as well, then just capped that with a really nice awareness situation, able to work his way through.
So he'll now close up to Jesus Vasquez Jr., and we'll watch them work their way on through the horseshoe here this time. 5 laps in, 5 to go at the stripe. Up front, no changes overall. Sebastian Weldon pulled away a little bit from Caleb Gaffera and Cameron Brinkman last time by. Brinkman's 1.3 back from the lead as of the last loop. Gaffera 0.3 back. Let's see where they are this time. 5 in, 5 to go. Gaffera lops off half a tenth. Brinkman lost about 0.4 of a second that lap alone. So not a good lap for Cameron Brinkman in the LN kart for Brandon Jarsacrack Racing and Mike Doty Racing. He's going to have company soon if he can't find more pace. Jesus Vasquez Jr., Aiden Ingrata, you can fit them all into frame now.
Yeah, last time by, Vasquez almost 0.2 of a second faster than Brinkman, only back by 0.8. There's still 5 laps to go, and they're going to get themselves, you talked about this earlier, Xander, once you get into the kind of that draft zone where you can really leverage that hole that they're punching in the air. Up front, though, I think we may have a new leader. I think Gaffera has worked his way around Weldon. Indeed, he has. Caleb Gaffera, who was able to pull away. They had at least a second and a half on Brinkman. Finally pulls the trigger here on lap number 5. Slides by Weldon to see if he can't pull away and get that 100 points that he needs here in this pre-final. So, again, great run here for both Weldon and Gaffera as both drivers have worked their way up a couple of spots, trying to improve on their starting positions for the main event this afternoon. Indeed, we'll work our way across the line. There you go. Lap number 6 in the books. Gaffera, Weldon, Brinkman. Vasquez turns his best lap as he's able to slide his way up into the 4th spot. And remember, we're watching those gaps between Brinkman and Vasquez. He was quicker by 0.3 of a second. It's only a half a second from Brinkman back to Vasquez. But here's your leaders. Although Caleb Gaffera went by, Weldon right there with him. Gaffera not able to stretch away. And Weldon, go to work right now. Go to school. Trying to figure out where you're quicker. We know that Gaffera's fast. Great opportunity for Weldon to pick up maybe a little bit of pace here.
Yeah, again, we had talked about how good Caleb Gaffera, especially in the KA class, was over in turn at number 3. That time by, from the run from 3 down to the scoreboard hairpin turn number 4, Weldon picked up 2 car lengths. So that's something, again, to kind of put in his pocket. And remember, later on here in this race, because we're coming in to the final few laps where they will begin to battle. I'm not sure if he's in any rush to go by just yet, knowing they only have a second and a half and some change back to the group for 3rd. But learning, like you said, Rob, trying to find where he's faster, where he may not be. As we pick up this next group here, Brinkman's now only got 2 car lengths for cushion space. Back to Jesus Vasquez Jr. with 3 to go. He'll have to fight for. In fact, Vasquez right there coming out of the final couple corners and then through 1.
Man, he was good through 12, 13, and 14 there, wasn't he? Able to close right up on the back of him. And again, let's see what Vasquez done. He went went green again. His best lap. They've got a little bit on Ingrata still now. But Jesus Vasquez looking to work his way into the 3rd position. He's arrived on the scene. The one thing you hope for with a young driver, you've got the pace, you get there, don't slow down to their speed. If you have the pace, go on by, unless you think you can work to potentially reel in Gaffera and Weldon.
Well, that was what was surprising there. Again, Jesus Vasquez Jr., just as you're mentioning, Rob, decided to wait there after tracking down Brinkman for the last few laps. Now, maybe he only thinks he can get to 3rd outside of catastrophe up front, but Weldon may have made that a little bit easier because he went by Gaffera in turn number 4 in the scoreboard hairpin, retook the lead. Now with 2 to go, he's got a car length cushion, double sticks in the air this time by through 12, 13, and 14, and it's still about a 1.5 to 2 second gap with Brinkman in 3rd. I think Vasquez may go by this time now that the signal for 2 to go comes out, though.
Really strong response for Weldon there. Had taken the lead. Gaffera able to get back to him, passes, and instead of just hanging with him, he was actually able to take the spot. Little defensive run down into turn number 3. You probably didn't need to pull the trigger there through the kink here of turn number 4, down to turn 5, the hairpin. Gaffera losing a bit of ground, but gets it up under the brakes. Better run out of turn 5. We're going to see ourselves in the battle before it's all said and done here. As again, big defense here for Weldon. You got to watch out for the guys coming from further back. The Vasquez, the Brinkman, and the group with Ingrata. If they keep battling too much, they may close. But we'll see the white flag next time by. It's all defense right now, Xander, for Sebastian Weldon.
Again, like you said, Rob, I don't know if he needed to go as soon as he did, but a lot of these drivers weren't really sure about where everyone's gearing was. And while Weldon's got a lot of top-end speed with the way his setup is right now, he was maybe afraid Gaffera would have that same level of closing rate. And so he blocked early. Now, that's going to bring them into it. That could pay off for Weldon. It could pay off for Gaffera, because if Weldon's able to get them to force Gaffera to fight, well, then he might get home free. But we could also see the script go the opposite way, like it did for Aiden Ingrata in KA Junior, where he started blocking with 2 to go, and he ends up crossing the line in 9th instead of in 2nd. As look at that, Gaffera trying the outside. Can't do it. Here we are, 4 deep, nearly 5 deep, final lap.
Yeah, that could have been a 2-driver fight. They've turned it into a 4-driver scrap right now as Weldon went for 2 full laps of defense. Here goes Vasquez around the outside. He's going to get 2 spots, maybe. Vasquez is going to get 2. He'll go to 2nd, all the way around the outside. Here goes Gaffera to the inside of Weldon, and this is not going to play out well for Sebastian. He probably had a 1st or a 2nd, but he let everybody come back into the fight going too early. Look at the scrap happening now. Back into the inside. This is it. Big time racing, working their way through here. 5, 6 drivers now in the lead group. Xander, throw a blanket over him, coming to the final couple of corners.
Unbelievable. Cameron Brinkman's gone from 0 to hero here on the final lap. He leads them. Ingrata's 2nd. Gaffera's 3rd. Look at that contact. Jesus Vasquez Jr. gets together. Weldon's in the wall. And across the line, Cameron Brinkman wins the pre-final. Sebastian Weldon, we said we weren't sure if it'd pay off. Well, now him and Jesus Vasquez coming together for 5th. Has him all the way down outside the top 10. And Cameron Brinkman into the cell tower hairpin, gets the lead, defends the last couple corners, and I think he might have had the worst pace out of the entire top 6 group.
He did.
He gets the win.
That was a wild finish. Cameron Brinkman wins by over 1/10 of a second. Ingrata, he's the one that gets the big gift, because Gaffera said she was going to gain some points back on him as he was back there in P4. As it all shakes down, Ingrata ends up in 2nd, Gaffera in 3rd. So Ingrata stretching that championship a little bit. Max Taylor in 4th position. But there's a little lesson, I think, for some of the young drivers around. When you're out like that in a lead group, you've pulled away, especially at a track like this. You don't need to go. If you go too early and make the move, once you get on the defense, you're bringing everybody back in. That was a guaranteed 1st or 2nd for Sebastian Weldon, but he got too defensive too early, and he ends up getting that contact. Where does he end up in total? Wrap it up. Where did he come across the line? Trying to find it here. 16th. So 1st or 2nd ends up being P16. That is not what you need to do. Tough one for Sebastian there, just trying to get too defensive.
Again, he was going for it, right? And had that, had he not opened the door in the green corner and allowed Vasquez to get down the inside, it might have worked there. But if you're going to go defensive early, you've got to go all defensive every corner. Because, again, you bring the field in, and then you just opened up a little bit. I think he was getting a little bit comfortable starting to defend a lap early, could open a lane and a half, then 2 lanes. Then all of a sudden, by going center track instead of the bottom, there went Jesus Vasquez Jr. down the inside. And, again, sucks for Jesus Vasquez Jr. as well. He comes across the line down in the 8th spot, went from back in 4th up to the lead with a great crossover move around the outside, and then to the lead, and then back down to 5th, and then ultimately there side by side with Weldon, wheel hopping P8 across the line.
And that beautiful move on the outside of the scoreboard, hairpin turn 5. Everybody else blocking to the inside. He just ran all the way around the outside, went around everybody, ended up coming back into 2nd position. That was a really nice move for Vasquez. Like you said, didn't really pay off in the end with the contact in turn number 12 on the entry to that corner. Nonetheless, some exciting racing, and again, like I keep saying, a precursor of the main events we're going to see later on today. Still more pre-finals to come, though, Xander. That was KA100, or rather, that was X30 Junior. Now we got Master Shifter before we wrap things up for the pre-finals with X30 Senior.
That's correct here. 2 more pre-finals to go before we get to main events. A quick reminder here for those of you watching on the live stream on YouTube or Facebook. Remember, the main events will be exclusive to KC Premium members only. If you haven't become one already, you can do so by going to youtube.com/kartchaser, hitting the join button, and for $9.99 a month, you can watch all the main event action here from the SKUSA Pro Tour, from all the other major series and the other 28-plus events that we'll cover here in 2022 and beyond. So make sure you do that here. You've got 2 more sessions of free racing coming, and then the main events will come after that. We're going to take a quick commercial break. For Rob Howden and myself, Xander Clemens, we'll be right back. Master Shifter coming your way here live from Newcastle. So here we are back at Newcastle Motorsports Park for the Master Shifter Division presented by Hardin Motorsports Group. Justin Kelly, a 4.5 difference for the pole position here as the privateer CRG driver rolls off on the inside of row number 1 alongside Brian Chatfield.
Yeah, looking for a great run here. Former AMA Superbike rider Larry Pegram will start on the inside alongside a Super Nationals winner AJ Now starting P4.
Row number 3 will have the 631, the Crow Show. John Crow starts the inside aboard the factory cart alongside the GFC number 622 of Mike Rivera.
P1 and P2 in the points, Robert Feige and Ken Schilling will occupy 7th and 8th, row number 4.
Row number 5 to round your top 10 will be Luis Quinones and then Carlos Lopez with Mike Gosh, Tiffany Kelly, and Johnston Irwin, your 13-driver master shifter field. We get set, visors down, we go to the flag, and we are underway here for the second of the 2 gearbox divisions. And around the outside, Brian Chatfield with the whole shot down to turn number 3. Kelly drops into second, and they'll all cycle on through as Pegram loses a spot as well. I think that might be John Crow all the way up into third here on the opening lap.
Great start, great whole shot for Brian Chatfield on the GFC machine as he takes the lead over Justin Kelly. As we had said, everybody kind of slotting in. Good start as well for John Crow. Again, just like Billy Musgrave, getting a feel for this new KZ power plant. They've been racing on that IAME SSE 175 for the last couple of years. So, again, Crow, who's running on the Musgrave factory cart machine, gets a little dice up there. He's going to go back a bunch of spots. Crow getting roughed up coming through turns number 10 or 11 and 12 rather, coming through the double apex left-hander. And yeah, a lot of drivers diving it in there, making things a little exciting with Chatfield and Kelly out to P1 and P2.
Yeah, good midfield fight here for the grouping as Crow has about 4 to 5 behind them. They're all single file, but they were doubled up going through turns 12, 13, and 14 at different moments. Down the front stretch here, we'll give you an update of where everybody stands. First lap completed, 9 laps to go. Chatfield, Kelly, AJ Now to third, Pegram fourth, and then here's John Crow, Robert Feige, Mike Gauch, and the rest of the grouping here up front. Look at that already, some defensive driving from Brian Chatfield. He knows how quick Justin Kelly was in qualifying. He doesn't want to go up that inside line anywhere soon.
Justin Kelly having a look to the inside at turn 7, thinks better of it. Settling in here right now. That's a good key right now, especially in a Masters race. Get yourself out to the lead. Get in that group to pull away a bit. Then you can go to work. Again, Kelly, we've talked a lot about him and working with Ron White Racing. It's their first ever Supercarts USA Pro Tour race. They ran Quincy in the Park this year. Did a little bit of road racing as well. And there's a move coming to the inside. Thinking about the inside of turn number 12. I like the aggressive there. But again, Kelly planning on going to the Super Nationals this year. With Ron White Racing on the CRG chassis. And it's he and his wife, Tiffany Kelly, here, our only husband and wife racing team here this weekend. Great to have them both here from Omaha, Nebraska.
Awesome to see them for sure. We'll keep an eye on Justin Kelly. Let's see, he goes through turn 3. A little bit of a narrow exit. Doesn't get a great run, but he's close. Is he close enough? Here he comes looking for the lead. Turn number 4. He's through. Justin Kelly to the point. Chatfield back to second. AJ Now still looking for a way by. He'll go to the inside into the green corner. Side by side. Can't get it done. Chatfield hangs on. And as they go towards the back cell tower hairpin, let's send it on down to pit lane here. We've caught up with our X30 Junior pre-final winner. What a way for Cameron Brinkman to get that checkered flag.
I'm here with Cameron Brinkman. Cameron, you started 7th and finished P1 for X30 Junior. Can you walk us through that last lap?
So I was like, I was thinking I was in 4th, coming out of the scoreboard turn, and I didn't have to block going to the next turn, so I stayed wide, and then I crossed over one person. I was in 3rd, and then I got a really good run coming off that little kink after the green turn, and I got to the inside before the cell tower corner, and then I just blocked the rest of the time, and it's not that hard to block the second half of the track, so I was able to do that pretty easily and get the win.
Yeah, well, you set yourself pretty nice for the final. What are you expecting the racing to look like?
I think it's going to be pretty crazy. I think especially I'm not really in the championship fight, but a lot of people around me are, and I expect it to be a dog fight. And I'm just going to try to keep it up front and do the best I can and try to get the win.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Pretty good account for one of the drivers right in the middle of the melee there. Not only do we have some great racing in that X30 Junior class, we're seeing it right now here, Xander, here in Master Shifter. Justin Kelly's been able to pull away because Brian Chatfield, AJ Now, Larry Pegram, You like to use the word haymakers, and they're throwing it at each other like crazy here right now.
Yeah, AJ now just went up on 2 tires, getting into the side pod of Brian Chatfield. He threw it down the inside, exiting the horseshoe, and they kind of hip-checked each other, and they'll come onto the front straightaway here. 6 to go, 4 complete, and we're just getting started with this fight for second as Larry Pegram takes him into turn number 3. And oh my goodness, Brian Chatfield. That right there, Rob, you're right. That's a haymaker.
And that's Johnny Crow coming to take advantage of it as well. They're going to go side by side again. Chatfield went to the inside, did not defend down the straightaway. That allows Pegram to go back into the position. And then it's Nowd running in 4th spot. John Crow up there as well, ready to scrap it out from P5. Behind him, Robert Feige, Michael Gouache. And then it's Mike Rivera, Tiffany Kelly, and Carlos Lopez, the top 10. But look at this group here. This is like second back to, I want to say, back to 8th position. I think Mike Rivera at the tail of that group.
We talk about how physical shifter racing is. That makes it all the more impressive that the masters, the older guys and girls, are throwing at it and still going at it here midway through the pre-final. As we see now side by side, Nowd again tries the inside. Can't do it on Chatfield. That'll give Larry Pegram a little bit of separation. He gets to pull about a 4-car length gap. 5 in, 5 to go. Pegram already 3 seconds back from Justin Kelly. He's long gone, but he's at least got now half a second, or 4/10, I should say, back to Brian Chatfield.
Yeah, a little breathing room for Pegram, is really working the brakes down into turn number 3. These guys are booking probably 90 to 95 miles an hour, I think, top speed. The Pro Shift is around 97 or 98 miles an hour top speed here at this racetrack. So they're booking it when they get down to that braking zone. And that's really one of the things that a lot of the younger drivers coming to Pro Shifter and Shifter Car have to feel. Even anybody new to a shifter, it's really being able to maximize that brake, right? Really getting that initial pressure and then being able to release in the corner. That's one thing they all struggle with. And you can see some of these guys as they get deep on the brakes, the front starts to chatter a bit, it starts to wobble a bit as they're really trying to keep that braking stability.
Yeah, here they go through the horseshoe. At least that time, A.J. Nowd was finally able to get the job done, and Brian Chatfield, a few failed attempts, gets it done here with 4 laps to go at the stripe. Can set his sights onto Larry Pegram because it looked like for a moment A.J. Nowd might be the fastest driver on the racetrack, not named Justin Kelly. But ultimately, he struggled so much getting around Brian Chatfield that Pegram was able to get around both of them early on. So Nowd already quickly has pulled away from Chatfield, who's got John Crow starting to bear down on him. That's for the 4th position overall. And while they do that, Pegram sets the fastest time of the session. As we see, I'm sure Justin Kelly has been taking a few looks back every once in a while to see, man, there's no one close to me. I can start taking it a little bit easier.
Where is everybody?
Yeah.
Because in talking to Justin, literally, of course, his first ever Superkarts USA Pro Tour event, he's been following it, though. He watches what happens. He knows the names. He knows that that John Crow wins a lot of races. He knows that Mike Gouache wins a lot of stuff on the West Coast. Mike's 64 years of age. This guy's a badass, man, but he's super, super fast. We know Larry Pegram is a competitor. The guy's been an AMA Superbike race winner in his career, flat track racer as well. He knows how to hustle around a racing machine. So all these guys that Kelly's battling with, I guarantee he'll be pinching himself before the end of the day if he's able to stand on top of the podium.
Especially being able to do it in the way that he is here with a dominant performance so far in the pre-final by pulling away and at worst really matching them for speed of not being able to pull out laps quicker than the rest of the pack. 3 to go here. Look at this. Larry Pegram up the road getting some company now, joining him soon, and A.J. Nowd, but even sooner than that, John Crow, along with the rest of the pack trying to get to Brian Chatfield, trying to get around him. They closed up for a minute, and then Chatfield kind of pulled away.
Yeah, right behind Chatfield, it's Crow, Feige, Gouache, and Mike Rivera. Robert Feige, your point leader, coming in, as a number of these drivers did not run Utah or run the opening round at NOLA, so a couple of drivers with consistent finishes are going to find their way to the top of the standings. But we're seeing a really good run here for Justin Kelly, who we know is already planning to come to the SKUSA Super Nationals as well, rather number 25, that event in Las Vegas, of course, in November. So good little precursor of what we could see out of Justin Kelly as he's pushing hard here on that CRG up front.
Yeah, nice little bit of confidence, obviously, going into Las Vegas. It's a big gap in the schedule here from the end of July all the way until mid-November that we get to see Superkarts USA National Pro action back on the racetrack. So for Justin Kelly, again, this is, again, a big boost here because he wasn't going to get a warm-up race really at this level, with this level of rubber, with this level of talent altogether. So to have that here and then still have 4 more months to train and test and run some local regional events, that's got to feel pretty good. Look at this battle here. John Crow battling with Robert Fiege, my gosh, and all of them all together. And I'm trying to see who else we got all in that group because it just opened back up once again.
Yeah, that's P4, the move for John Crow, able to get by Brian Chatfield. So move Crow to 4th, Chatfield back to 5th, Robert Fiege and Michael Gouache right there as well. Fiege in the number 644, running the American-made HMG Maverick chassis for Harden Motorsports. And good scrap here right now. These guys are really going at it. That was a good move for Crow to get by Chatfield.
Yeah, great move there for John Crow here. 1 lap to go now. White flag in the air. It's not over yet here for Crow. He has not been able to get back away from Chatfield. Chatfield gave him a little love tap there going through turn number 1. Down the front straightaway here this time towards the final corner. Turn number 3, sorry. All the way down to the inside for Crow. Defends nicely, gets a good exit. It should be a nice little bit of a gap, but he might still need to block. He leaves the door open. Chatfield going to get out break there as Crow slams the door shut.
Yeah, Crow using up the brakes. Robert Fiege tried to get in there as well. Chatfield's going to hold on. Oh, he's going to come right back on in front of everybody. Chatfield was hanging it out on the edge there, tried to hold on the outside, dropped the wheel, and yeah, I think he's going to call it quits. That's a tough one there for Chatfield, who was running P5.
Yeah, I think he must have caught the back left rear tire and John Crow trying to fight him. Look at that. They're still fighting there behind the leader up front. All Justin Kelly all day long here in Master Shifter. He leads every lap, and he will win the pre-final here as we go back. Look at this. Larry Pegram on the final lap. That's where that battle was. A.J. Nowd got second away from him.
Yeah, Nowd able to pull second away from Larry Pegram on the final circuit. So Kelly wins by 5.1 seconds. Nowd ended up with the fast lap of the race and the second spot over Pegram. John Crow up 1 spot to 4th. Robert Fiege up 2 spots into 5th. Michael Gouache up 5 spots. Started 11th. He goes to 6th. He'll start on the outside of row number 3. And, of course, Brian Chatfield, who was really hanging it out there, tried to find a way by, got into the grass, back across the racetrack, couldn't get it back onto the racing surface to continue, so he'll end up in 10th. But Chatfield definitely with the pace to be able to work his way up to potentially a top 5 or even a podium finish when we go main event racing this afternoon. But really, Xander, in the end, Justin Kelly, once they fought behind him, he was able to pull away 5.1 seconds up the road.
And you can see there Brian Chatfield, the frustration and disappointment there as he was kind of shaking his head as the field went on by him. I'm not sure who directly that was towards, but either way, he'll try to get that card back on the racetrack, refired and cleared out. X30 Seniors coming back up here, our last pre-final of the day before main event action is coming your way from Newcastle. Stick with us, folks. More SKUSA Pro Tour action is coming up after this.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the
Welcome back here to Newcastle Motorsports Park as the X30 Seniors make their way on the racetrack here. We sent our pit lane reporters down to get a good bit of intel. Jenna, Tommy, what do you got for us here so far?
Thanks, Xander. You know what? I think Hayden Jones has crazy strong pace, but Garrison's racecraft is out of this world. I think that Austin Garrison's going to pull off the win, and I think Paul Bocuse will stay up there unless Ryan Norberg creeps his way back up. Back to you guys.
Very good point there, Rob. Obviously about Austin Garrison, his racecraft here. A lot more experience at the front, but Hayden Jones, he's coming along. Third year in the senior classes. He's got something. He's lining up against one of the best for sure.
Yeah, I think Hayden Jones has gotten better and better. I got a chance to kind of get a taste for what it's like to be up front winning races, so I got a feeling that this guy is going to be one to beat. Again, not that he's the guy to beat.
Well, either way, there's a little bit of a mic issue for Kendall Hedge. We'll get set here to go green. Hayden Jones and Austin Garrison make up the front row. Paul Bocuse to the inside of row 2 alongside Blake Nash. The field's late to form, but we'll see if they get the green anyway as they finally come together. Here we go. X30 Senior action's underway down to turn number 3. And off the bat, Austin Garrison trying to roll the outside lane, and we've got a couple of drivers down the hill. 2 of them off. Marion Kremers is one of them.
Yeah, Kremers off the racetrack, and a couple of those drivers getting a little too over-aggressive. You saw how they got wide, and then someone starts moving around a bit. That's when those carts start hopping up in the air. So a couple drivers involved. There's a rear bumper issue there as well for Jeremy Fletcher.
Oh.
So Fletcher and Kremers together on that one.
And they were starting back. Fletcher started in the 10th spot. Kremers down in 16th. That outside lane, just where a lot of dreams kind of go to fade away because you just kind of get run off the road the way that the road quickly narrows up at the exit of the corner. Up front, Hayden Jones and Paul Bocuse, 2 of the Rawlson Performance Group stars, are first and second. Garrison is third. Nash is fourth. We'll give you the update of where everyone else is because it's a big gap back. Norberg able to get through to 7th. John Burke leading the next train with Ramos, then Norberg, and then a big gap back from him.
You know, the crazy thing is we know that Norberg's really got things handled here. The championship's kind of in his hand, but to see the primary challenger he has, Jeremy Fletcher, essentially go to the tail of the field in this pre-final, this all but puts the championship into the hands of Ryan Norberg. Fletcher was going to have to win a dream here on the weekend. It's not going to happen for him. He goes to the tail of the field. Norberg going to fight his way back forward.
Blake Nash right now pointing to Austin Garrison to look forward. Garrison blocking a little bit from Nash as Paul Bocuse has caught his RPG teammate in Hayden Jones. Garrison blocking a little bit. Let's see if Nash goes by him. Garrison still feeling the pressure, just trying to hang on. He knows he's close enough he can hang on to third, and then it's a big gaggle back from them. Norberg looks like he's gotten up. We got problems for another one. One of the 319, it looked like, or 312. It might have been Louis Westover.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, hard to tell as up front, Norberg's gotten to 5th. Ramos back to 6th. Burke's 7th. The 4-driver breakaway still led by Hayden Jones here with 2 laps complete this time by.
And you wonder for Garrison, just doing a little bit of defensive running, a little tighter on the entries, waiting for that car to come in a little bit for himself. He doesn't want to see himself get shuffled back. That's not great out of the gate. He knows, give me a couple laps. This thing's going to take a set, and I'm going to be fine. He's back on it and trying to push now on Bocuse. So we'll see these front quartet drivers. Hopefully, they're all pretty experienced, right? We know that. We've seen these guys win races at a national level, all 4 of these guys, although Blake Nash, cool to see him in the Nash Motorsports machine fighting up here in the front-running quartet.
Austin Garrison that time nearly dropped the left side tires off the outside of turn number 3 after he made the pass on Paul Bocuse, and now having to worry about more pressure into the green corner. Bocuse going back on him, going to shuffle Garrison wide. Here comes Norberg into the mix, and Jones gets away as Norberg gets down the inside on Blake Nash for 4th.
Big move there for Ryan Norberg, the disruptor in this whole run up front, as he's been able to get his way into the top 4. This has allowed, as we said, Hayden Jones to stretch away. Jones putting the car on the pole position for the pre-final here, and there goes another move to the inside of Garrison. Ryan Norberg working his way forward, calling up Rawlson Performance Group 1, 2, 3 right now. Jones, Bocuse, and the veteran superstar himself, Norberg, up to P3.
Blake Nash able to also get by Garrison there in turn number 13. He moves up into the 4th position. Garrison's got company with John Burke, who's known and made himself known here inside the top group. He's got more coming as well. Burke's going to come under fire, though, into the corner for 5th. Frankie Mossman getting the elbows up, and Burke's going to hang on the outside tough as they go down the hill.
Well, interesting racing here. Lap 3. We're in the first half of this pre-final. Main events will come after this. Microswift lining things up for their 18-lap main event, round 5 of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, the 13th running of the Summer Nationals. And we're here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. This is getting pretty exciting in the opening couple of laps of the X30 Senior category. Up front, yeah, we've got Hayden Jones out there looking strong, but man, the battling further back is super aggressive right now. John Burke, Xander driver on the move.
Yeah, Blake Nash and Austin Garrison going at it. I think Garrison's really struggling here as we have one driver get run off the road a little bit. I think that might have been Frankie Mossman. He drops way back there through the grouping as, look at this, Garrison wheel to wheel with Diego Ramos. He holds on to the spot. John Burke able to get through. And Blake Nash also got shuffled back by Garrison. He's got back to him again. So the backward slide for the Speed Concepts Racing CRG driver continuing. It's allowed the RPG Cosmics to go up the order. There's Norberg on Bocuse. He'll take over second, and Garrison takes back the fourth spot for the rest of the field once again.
Yeah, the gaggle behind the top three drivers. You see fourth, fifth, and sixth. Oh, there's some contact there. Right on the entry, contact between Burke and Garrison. And I think that might have allowed Ramos to get through. Did Ramos get through? Indeed he has. Yeah, Ramos has gone through more contact. Wow, elbow so most certainly up in turn number 7. Everybody's scrapping for every little bit that they can get. That's outside the top 5, and they're going at it.
Louis Westover just got by like 4 of them right there in the green corner. They're 3 wide coming out of the cell tower hairpin. Still 2 and 3 wide into the horseshoe. Garrison's in the mix. There's more still all there. And Louis Westover has worked his way into the top 5. Unreal stuff from the solo car drivers. Look at this, Paulie Massimino now onto the bumper of what looks to be Blake Nash. And Mossman still back there. Parker DeLong is there. The rest of the field all on through. Well, up front, Jones is still gone. Bocuse is third. Norberg is second. Diego Ramos, the next driver, he last time by was over a second and a half giving up trying to avoid all the chaos. As there goes Massimino down the inside of Blake Nash.
Yeah, we had mentioned earlier that we thought it might have been Louis Westover who was slowing on the racetrack. That was Jacob Hoover, I believe, who had gone out early. Westover's moving his way forward, as Xander has talked about. But, man, we've got some serious racing. Everybody taking absolutely every opportunity that's presented. If a hole opens up, they are going after it. We saw another pass there. Doesn't matter where it is. These drivers all getting super aggressive. And was that Burke getting by? No, that is Westover. Or is that trying to pick up who that is and what pass that is?
Yeah, well, right now, we're further back now. We were up for a moment, I believe, with Mossman, with Nash, and with Moore. And then here's kind of even towards the end of the pack, Zachary Clayman DeMello in the middle of a mess with Oscar Panozzo and the Motaz Sport Kart Republic. But here's that middle group that we were kind of following inside the top 10. John Burke right there in the middle of your screen. He's 7th. Austin Garrison is 6th, or was 6th. And, he's 6th there. Burke is 7th across the line as of last time by. Louis Westover, 12 spots gained, a 105.2 that time by. Only 2/10 off of Hayden Jones, who's getting hunted down by his teammate in Ryan Norberg. So here they come. This is Nash's group with Massimino, and I believe that is Pedro Hiltbrand on the outside, 3 wide to the scoreboard hairpin.
Man, we've seen that work a couple of times. Drivers working that outside run to get the inside line through turn number 6. And again, these drivers really hanging things out. That's Mossman working his way through there. More racing coming down the hill. That's the pass coming out of turn number 7 through 8 kink. That's a really attractive pass. A number of drivers have looked at it, but there's your leader out front, Hayden Jones, taking full advantage of the battling behind him. And was able to stretch away early, although he now has Ryan Norberg just chipping away at it. The gap 1.1 seconds with 4 to go. Come across the line. Norberg quicker by 0.3 of a second, so he's got it down to 0.8 now. Ryan Norberg head down, trying to see if he can't reel in his young teammate, Hayden Jones. But it is Rawlson Performance Group 1, 2, 3 right now. PSL Karting's Barrel driver Diego Ramos now in 4th spot. And Louis Westover, the Englishman, running for Solo Kart USA, up 12 spots. A strong run, P5.
Yeah, definitely here as we see Pedro Hiltbrand getting up the order ahead of Blake Nash, who's down 7 positions from where he qualified. Just a crazy fight all the way through. These 3 have no idea about it. We'll pick up more of the group here. Here's Norberg in 2nd, hunting down Hayden Jones. Picked off 3 more tenths last time by. Was 8 tenths back at the line with 3 laps to go. 2 to go this time by. Might get there at the very end. But he needs to get into the drafting window here this time because we're coming to see 2 laps to go.
It's been about 0.3 of a second a lap. Can he get it down to less than half a second right now? If he does that, he may have an opportunity. They'll work their way back through to put lap number 8 in the books. And indeed, it's just 0.7 of a second. Good lap there for Hayden Jones as he responds to Norberg reeling him in. Gets down to a 104.980, almost equaling his fast time from lap number 5. So a good run there for Hayden Jones. It's Jones, Norberg, Bocuse, Ramos, and Westover as that front-running 5 drivers look to lock in great starting spots for the main event. Westover reeling in Diego Ramos as well. That's the battle there for 4th position. Ramos to the left. Westover in the white and blue solo kart machine, looking to see if he can't go to P4. It's been a great run for Westover. You don't want to throw it away, but P4 would be a great place to start.
P4 would be a solid place to start. P5 obviously solid as well. As we watch Norberg work his way through the horseshoe there. We'll pick up Paul Bocuse coming through, looking for the battle for 4th again. Ramos versus Westover. White flag coming this time by. He's just kind of closing in on him right now. They are 6.5 seconds back from the leaders, about 0.3 slower than the leaders last time by, as Jones kind of had to turn up the wick a little bit in the final few times. White flag in the air this time by for Ramos versus Westover. The same for Norberg versus Jones. They're 0.6 apart. Here's the next group. Garrison leads the pack with Donovan Bonilla in tow. Here comes Bonilla looking inside, not going to get there.
That's the fight the further back. We talked about this. This is 6th, 7th, and 8th right there as well. And Garrison trying to hold them all off. He's got more drivers coming now. He's definitely going to lose one spot. Bonilla able to get by. Here comes Mossman as well. That's Bonilla now into the 6th position. They'll stack everything up. John Burke going to get a good run from the back there as well. So this is the fight right now for 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Up front, Hayden Jones getting it done. Still 0.6 of a second up front, but he's been doing a good job in terms of laying down lap times. It's been consistent 1:04.9s for the last 3 laps for Jones. And even though Norberg consistent at 1:04.8s, just not enough to close into that gap that he's had.
Well, here they go. Final few corners. Hayden Jones did everything perfect so far. He's got company coming for the main, but he wins the pre-final comfortably. Hey, Ryan Norberg, purple on the final lap. Bocuse 3rd. Here is that battle back for the edge of the top 10. Hey, Pedro Hiltbrand popped a wheelie through turn number 12, and Austin Garrison all the way down behind Frankie Mossman. He drops to 10th on probably what was one of the worst handling go-karts inside the top 10. The CRG driver was just struggling, it looked like, that entire pre-final, Rob.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Every time he got to somebody else, he was struggling to hold them back. It just didn't seem like it had the bite that he needed. It wasn't able to roll a lot of corner speed, and they were able to eat him up with the long straightaways here. Interesting that Jones finds 0.2 of a second on the last lap. Norberg finds 0.3 of a second on the final lap. They were running those consistent lap times, but really dropped the hammer on the final circuit. Norberg goes purple on the last lap with a 1:04.506. It's a Rawlson Performance Group 1, 2, 3 with Jones, Norberg, and Bocuse. Ramos holding off a determined Louis Westover. Both those drivers turning their fastest laps on the final circuit as well. But Xander, their fastest laps were 0.7 of a second slower than that of Ryan Norberg. Norberg is looking really good for the main event this afternoon, but Jones and Bocuse pretty good as well. The young guns may try to put the old dog out to pasture before it's all said and done.
Yeah, we'll see. It could be any of these 3 here. And again, the other guys, everyone else in the field besides the top 3, they've got to find a lot of pace here for the main event later today. And a lot of them, I bet, used up a lot of tire fighting with each other as hard as they did. But that's it for pre-finals. That's it for our coverage here on YouTube and on Facebook. If you want to watch the main events, you got to go to youtube.com/kartchasers/join. Make sure you're a premium member and you can watch the main events here live all the way through. We're going to kick it off with the Micro Swift class when we go to it. So for now, though, we'll shut the stream off. We'll see you guys in just a moment as we get set here again. Rob Howden on my side, Xander Clemens here, and the Kart Chaser team ready to bring you more action. Main events coming your way here from Newcastle Motorsports Park on our main event stream here.